Nakuja. Weka capture card ndio tupate hiyo signal.
Just a big
Weka capture. Done. Washa nini yako. Sawa. Washeni hiyo nini kamera hiyo.
I wish start the meeting. Thereafter, we remain up so that we sing the first verse of the national anthem. Let's stand up. Let us pray. Almighty God, in the name of the Father, we come before you this morning. We thank you, Father, because you've brought us here. Father, what we are going to discuss here is very pertinent to the future of this country, to the future of the industry. And Father, we pray that whatever we are going to discuss today, then Father, is going to be beneficial to all of us. Father, we thank you. You know, some of them have come from outside Nairobi. We thank you for the facilitators that are going to Father. And Father, we pray that all that we are going to say here, Father, is going to benefit generations upon generations. Father, we call upon your presence as we start this meeting. Be with us, give us wisdom to impart knowledge and to receive contributions from our stakeholders. Father, Lord, stay in the room, stay with us, and when we shall see the end of this program, we will not also forget to give you thanks. It's in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit we pray and believe. Thank you. We may take our seats. The program says we go into introductions, but before we introduce ourselves to know who is in this meeting today, I would like to set a few ground rules. We are expected to keep our mobile phones on silent so that we do not interrupt the program. Please, let's keep our mobiles on silent. And when you will need to use your mobile, then it is good that you walk out of the room. There are 2 exits at the rear of the room. The Wi-Fi password is written somewhere on the corners of the room. So I believe we are able to see all that. The restrooms are straight on the left of the conference hall. And I wish that so that we know the composition of our audience today, that we introduce them ourselves. We expect that we keep our masks donned the whole time. Please let's not wear them on the chin, because COVID is very much around with us, and we do not want to come out as a super spreader event. So let's keep our masks donned. Let's keep social distancing as outlined by the Ministry of Health, so that then we'll be able to protect each other. I'll start with myself. My name is Immaculate Mwende. I am Principal Corporate Communications Officer at EPRA, and I will be moderating this morning's session. Thank you. We can start from the back. Tell us your name and the organization you represent. And please do not remove your mask. We'll be able to hear you with the mask on. Thank you. You may proceed.
Okay. My name is James Nyabola. From Marketing Association of Kenya.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Maurice Momani. I'm a freelance journalist based in Nairobi, corresponding to Opera News.
Good morning, guys. I'm Raphael.
stakeholder in the fuel industry from Kiambu. Thank you.
Hello, my name is James Mutue from North Star Solutions.
Good morning. My name is Mr. Patrick Committee from Community Environmental Network.
My name is Anne Kathrima from the Africa Peer Review Mechanism.
Good morning. My name is Rosemary Getao. I'm a stakeholder in the gas industry.
Good morning. My name is Catherine Nyoike, stakeholder.
Good morning. My name is Joseph Mwangi. I am a member of Kipenda and POAC.
Morning, everybody. My name is Joseph Karanja, Kipeda.
Good morning. Robert Mahenia, Deputy Director, Legal Services, Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority.
Good morning. My name is Mercy Wambugu, Current Technologies.
Good morning. My name is Engineer James Mwangi, the CEO of Current Technologies.
Good morning. My name is Engineer Edward Kinywa. I'm the Director of Petroleum and Gas at EPRA.
Good morning. My name is Ezra Terer. I work with the EPRA and Directorate of Petroleum and Gas. Thank you.
Yes, good morning. Name Quicker Justice, EPRA.
Good morning. My name is Ondima, Sole Trader.
Morning. My name is Martin Chomba, Petroleum Outlets Association of Kenya.
Good morning. My name is Samuel Irongo, member of POAC.
Morning. My name is Rastas. I'm a member of Kipenda and POAC.
Good morning. My name is Peter Mwema, conductor Sum of Enterprise, businessman, Energy Petroleum.
Good morning. My name is Esther Anyaga. I'm a sole trader.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Abenard Raymond from Generation. We offer sales and supplies of fuel.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Geoffrey Mugo. I'm a data analyst from Framework.
Morning. My name is Fahim Abdul Malik from Roy Transmotors.
Good morning. My name is Ibrahim Abdi, Quality Petroleum.
My name is Joseph Trop from Fastnet Energy.
Good morning. My name is David Jeroge from Metro Riders Association.
My name is Daniel from Metro Riders.
Good morning. My name is Geoffrey Mwangi, member of Kipenda and POAC.
Good morning. I'm Notaila Irina from Unidisa Services Limited.
Julius Olero, a stakeholder and a consumer of EPRA goods and services.
I'm Nick Jenga, Eco Energy Systems.
Michael Makori from Kango.
Brenda Chepto, MC and Associates.
Francis Nyagaka, CSRG.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Joshua Adem from Public Health.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Henry Nyaimo from Y Ocean.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Samantha Luceno from the Kenya Civil Society Platform on Oil and Gas.
Good morning, Simon Asawa, Hashi Oils.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Maurice Otunga from Community Maintenance.
Peter Washira, Current Technologies.
Good morning. My name is Mahmoud from Anishamsi Energy. Thank you.
Good morning, Lucy Mwehaki, member PIA.
Good morning, Johnson Kemani from Jaguar Petroleum.
Good morning. My name is John Chenge from Jones and also an industry participant.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Bruno Nyango from Broil Energy.
I hope you can hear me. My name is Wanjiko Manyara. I work with the Petroleum Institute of East Africa, based at the Secretariat.
Good morning. My name is Ayuma Likanga. I also work at the PIA Secretariat.
Good morning. My name is Rashid Gediani from Hudson Energy.
Morning. My name is Mary Chege, lawyer, MC and Associates.
Good morning, Kevin Roblet from NLA Solutions.
Thank you, participants, for that round. I would like to take a few seconds to tell you why we are here today, although I know most of us have that information. IPRA has reviewed 10 midstream and downstream petroleum regulations, and we've also developed one new regulations or regulation on lubricants. And the reason why we are here is because we want to get your views. We are still at draft stage. We have a long way into the regulation making process, and we are here to receive your views on the drafts that we currently have. We are doing this because first, we want to align these regulations with the new laws. That's the Energy Act 2019 and the Petroleum Act 2019, and also because it's a constitutional requirement that every time we are involving ourselves with issues that touch on the public, then we have to seek the public's view on these issues. Without further ado, I would wish to welcome the Acting Director General of Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority, who is here with us today, and that is Mr. Daniel Kipto Bargoria, who is going to open the forum officially. Then thereafter, we will move on with the program. Welcome, DG.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning again. I've heard there are quite a number of stakeholders here today. I've heard the civil society, members of the press. We have quite a number of also development partners. Karibuni sana. Just wanted to make a few remarks before we get into the agenda of the day. I think first, it gives me a lot of pleasure to welcome you to this forum. The authority is honored that you've taken the time to be with us here today out of your busy schedules. I know quite a number of the stakeholders who are here are business people. You know, time is money. We just want to first thank you for being with us today, but I think it's for a good cause. Our mandate as EPRA is to regulate the energy and petroleum sectors in the country, to provide safe, affordable, sustainable and reliable energy for all Kenyans. And this is our endeavor, to realize this mandate that we have as an institution. We need to constantly seek your feedback, and that's why we're here today, is to seek your feedback on some regulations, which I'll be talking to just in a minute. In August of 2019, there's a World Bank program called Kept Up, which is the Kenya Petroleum Assistance Project. Through the support of the bank, we at the regulator undertook a review of the mid and downstream regulations. These are regulations that were saved under the Energy Act of 2006, and we needed to do a couple of things. One is to align them to the Energy Act 2019 and the Petroleum Act 2019, and also to align them to the Energy Policy of 2018, and to also look at them in terms of best industry practice. Through Kept Up, we actually conducted a regulatory impact assessment that looked at these regulations to ensure that they don't have adverse socioeconomic impact, to also ensure that they don't bring about heavy administrative structures that would mean that the taxpayer would have to fork out a bit more money to ensure that these regulations are also implemented. We looked at 10 regulations. These 10 regulations, it's important for you to note that they're already in existence. The 10 had been saved from the Energy Act 2006. We only have one new regulation on lubricants. So even as you go through these regulations, it is important for you to understand that 10 of these regulations are not new, they've been in existence. What we're trying to do is to look at what are the inadequacies of the regulations that were currently in force. How do we then strengthen this legal framework? Some of the key highlights of what we've done: we've looked at an issue of penalties. If you look at the Energy Act of 2006, the maximum penalty was 100,000 shillings. Sometimes that then would be offer sometimes an economic incentive for players to then break the law. But what we've done in the Petroleum Act 2019 is to enhance these penalties. We also had a challenge with the authority in terms of the power to enter into premises, into facilities, into depots, into retail stations, to conduct our mandate under the law, be it an inspection, be it an enforcement activity. But if you look at the Act 2019, it has actually given the authority now the mandate to enter into these facilities, to be able to look at them where we actually find these facilities are not up to standard, and particularly when it comes to matters HEC, the law now gives the authority the mandate to actually decommission these facilities, and that's one of the big gains in the regulations. One other one I think would be of interest to you is common user facilities. There has been a constraint of infrastructure, petroleum infrastructure in the country, and we need to optimize how we utilize the infrastructure that we have existing, and also the infrastructure that will come with the good work that the industry is doing as private sector, and the good work that the government is doing in terms of trying to put together better petroleum infrastructure, so that then we keep the unit costs low, and at the end of the day also offer consumers the best value for money. We also looked at streamlining the issue of importation of petroleum products. We have a very competitive OTS system, which has been a benchmark in the region. We've looked at the regulation on importation to see how we can actually improve the good regulation that we already have. We also looked at licensing of facilities, construction permits, road transport of petroleum. There's retail business licensing as well, and also construction of these retail facilities. So then we are able then to achieve our mandate, which is to balance the interests of the investors and the consumers. On the issues of security of supply, the regulations have also looked at issues of strategic stocks and minimum operational stocks. So then we're able to ensure that our country has a security of supply and we don't have stockouts. In terms of quality, we're also looking at matters quality of petroleum products into the country to ensure that we continue to enforce matters adulteration and continue to ensure that the country has quality petroleum products. I think in this regard, I just wanted to wish you fruitful deliberations. We've been across the country. We have been to all the parts of this country, and today is a culmination of our stakeholder engagement here at the capital city, Nairobi. As I said, we will take you through the regulations. The regulations have been available on our website. I am sure a lot of you have been able to go through the regulations. So what we will be doing today is to take you through the regulations, show you what the key highlights are, and provide for more opportunity for us to actually do what we're here to do, which is to get your views and get your feedback. Lastly, as I said, this is a part of our constitutional requirement, public participation. But it's not a tick-the-box exercise. We're here to hear you, take your comments, consider them, so that then we come up with robust regulations that will be able to be for posterity. But at the end of the day, you are the practitioners in the room. They say it's the wearer of the shoe who knows where it pinches. So please tell us where it pinches today, so that then we're able to develop regulations that will serve us all and be able to serve us as a country. Thank you very much, Asanteni, and I wish you fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, DG. With those remarks, I think we go straight into the program. But because it's a very heavy program, as you may see, we are discussing 11 regulations in one day. And as we go on, then we will be asking for your intelligence to move a few things here and there. And for instance, the many places that we've been with these engagements, we have received a lot of requests to have the regulation on retail station construction and licensing that comes up at 2 to come early in the day so that then we are able to interrogate this regulation while our minds are still fresh. So with your permission, I wish that we move this regulation to the second session of the day, where there is the pricing regulations and the petroleum products quality management regulation. Then now we'll move the products quality management regulations to 2, where the retail station licensing is supposed to be. I believe that is okay with all of us. Thank you. I would also like to announce that we are live. We are live streaming on our Facebook pages. Our Facebook page is IPRA Kenya. We are also live streaming on our YouTube channel at Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority. And this is for purposes of those of us who have not been able to be here with us today to interrogate the regulations and maybe, send their concerns, send questions, even in the presence of other stakeholders here. So when it comes to the plenary sessions, we will be able to allow the people who are following us on this live stream then to get into the room from wherever they are, and then they will be able to pass their comments or questions. Without further ado, I would wish to call upon our Director of Petroleum and Gas, Engineer Edward Kinyua, who is going to give an highlight of the 11 regulations. Then thereafter, we will have the session at 3 that is supposed to come up at 3 to 3:20. That is the impact of the regulations in the petroleum sector. And I'm told we should discuss it as the need for the regulations in the sector come up immediately after Edward, so that then before we go into the actual presentations, then we are already set the stage. So at this point, I welcome Edward, who is going to highlight the 11 regulations. Then thereafter, Robert Mahenia comes on with the next session. Thank you. So Edward, welcome.
Thank you, Immaculate, and good morning once again. My name is Engineer Edward Kinyua, as you've heard. I'll just go through the highlights of why we decided to review the regulations that we had existing under the Energy Act 2006, and of course why we've added one new regulation, which is the lubricants regulations. First of all, as the DG has said, there was the issue of alignment of the existing subsidiary legislation with the Energy Act 2019 and the Petroleum Act 2019. These are 2 new acts of parliament that were enacted in the month of March 2019. And one of the things they did is they changed the name of the regulator from the Energy Regulatory Commission, used to know us as ERC. Now we are known as the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority, or EPRA. Some call us IPRA. So the other thing that the Act has done, it has removed the cap on the period of licensing. The previous Act, that is 206 Act, had given a period of 1 year. So in the new Act, the license period is open. And the reason is we want the license period to be based on the risk of the business operation. We don't want to be giving licenses for low-risk businesses every year. We can give them 2 to 3 years, but those businesses that will be termed to be high risk can be given a license for 1 year, as was in the previous Act. So the duration of license will be stipulated in the license itself. Then there's the issue of regulation of common user facilities. We all know about Kenya Pipeline. It's one of the common user facilities that we have in the country. This is storage and of course the pipeline. And we don't close our eyes or bury our heads in the sand. We know even the players in this room who are in the petroleum industry, some of them may have excess capacity in their facilities and may want to offer it for common user. So what we are laying now is a framework. If there's a facility in existence and that facility is licensed, then what is a framework we can use to make other players use that as a common user? It is very important because, one, you consolidate your risks to one area instead of everyone having petroleum infrastructure spread all over the place. Then we have all that risk consolidated in a particular area, and of course the issues of economies of scale. The unit costs of operations will also go down. This emphasis on the aspect of environment, because what we are dealing with here are hazardous products, and we are all cognizant that when these products get into the ground, for example, they pollute our groundwater, our surface water, our soils, and some of them even pollute the ambient air. So how can we use these products more sustainably so that the world that you found, the Kenya that you found when you knew yourself, your grand and great-grandchildren will still find that country intact, even after long we are all gone. So we have placed emphasis on the aspect of you as the applicant. When you make your application, you have to give us a commitment in terms of what we call an environment liability policy, that you are committed in case there's an accidental spill, there's a fire resulting from your operations, you'll be able to remediate the grounds affected back to where they were before the accident. Then there is, of course, the regulation of lubricants, and here we are looking at mostly the health, safety, and environment issues as pertains to the importation, blending, and distribution of lubricants. Then, as the DG has mentioned, we have the issues of enhanced penalties and fines. I know this is a point of discussion. We've had it elsewhere when we were holding our consultative meetings elsewhere. But what we have to say is that we cannot legislate regulations that are inconsistent with the acts of parliament. So these penalties and fines have all been lifted from the two acts that I mentioned, that is the Energy Act 2019 and the Petroleum Act 2019. And of course, the drafters of those acts were cognizant of the fact that these are hazardous products, and it's important that the people who are playing in the industry will be able to play in accordance with the set rules, regulations, and of course the standards that we have. Then the other aspect is alignment with the cost of service study on supply of petroleum products in the country. In 2018, we had a consultant, Current Technologies, they are here with us. They undertook that study to determine whether the cost that was being reflected in the pump prices was a prudent cost. It was the actual cost of distribution of products, because one of our mandates as a regulator is not only to protect the consumer, but also to protect the investors who have invested in this industry. So that study was able to break the supply of petroleum products into different nodes, and those nodes had costs associated with them. And of course, we are aware that since the pricing regulations came into place in 2010, some of those nodes had not been recognized when the pricing regulations were done. Of course, the other aspect is to align this legislative framework with industry best practice. We know that you are the day-to-day operators of petroleum industry in Kenya, and there are a few things that we have learned from you. Regulation is a two-way process. We don't just come with a big stick. We also learn from yourselves. So we've been able to pick a few best industry practices, and we have legislated that to be a standard practice to be used across the industry. So the regulations will touch on importation, storage, transportation, retail, security of supply, and here we have minimum operation stocks, and we have strategic stocks. Then we have a regulation on lubricants. We have one on statistics reporting. We have the pricing one. That one you are more cognizant with because of our pricing every 14. We have a regulation on quality management. This is to guard against issues of adulteration and export dumping. And then, of course, finally, we have the one on common user facilities. I think that is just the highlight. I think the nitty-gritties, you will get them during the detailed presentation. I wish to thank you for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Edward. The next presenter is Robert Mahenia, who is Deputy Director, Legal Affairs, and he'll be speaking on why we need these subsidiary legislations away from the acts that are already in place. Robert, karibu.
Good morning, everyone. Mahenia. I think most of you have heard Maheni. There is a near to the head, Mahenia. Without much ado, it's good to meet our stakeholder and we discuss these regulations. And why we are here, it's because our stakeholders matter a lot. And as it's necessary, we have an obligation to do the necessary consultation, because the bigger picture is, as our DG has mentioned, we are doing these regulations for intergenerational benefits. It's not for the authority, it's not for the investor, it's both for the interest of the investor and the consumers. And that's why we are doing these regulations, because as a regulator, we are required to consider the interest of both the investors and the consumers. And as we debate these regulations, let's have that in mind, because even me, when we do regulations, I'm a consumer first before I become an employee of the authority. So I would assure you that why we are here is for the interest of both consumers and the investors. And also, in terms of legal requirements, as some of you know, and as it's in the national arena right now, there is some political consultation. But here as an industry, we are doing consultation for purposes of the petroleum industry. And the Constitution requires that when we are doing activities which the public has an interest in, we have to consult them and we get their views. Over and above that, we have the Petroleum Act number 2 of 2019, which repealed the Energy Act 2006. And this was together with the Energy Act number 1 of 2019. And in terms of regulatory making process, we start from the Constitution being the supreme law of the land, and then we go to the statutes, and then we go to regulations, and from regulations for the operational aspects we can do policies, standards, and codes. And when an institution is making regulations, it's also required to undertake the regulatory impact assessment, and which has been done together with the formulation of this regulation by our consultant, Current Technologies. And upon finalization of these regulations before they are enacted, the same documents have to be forwarded to the Parliament, and the delegated committee on delegated legislation will have a say on what goes in, what doesn't go in, depending on the views we would have received from yourselves. And one thing I would like to point out, here this session for one day, it's too limited to say that we are drafting regulations. So in terms of the entire content, we have provided it in our website, and we have not closed the window. We are still receiving your views. We are still looking at the regulations, and we will We have our contact details. Maybe over time they will be projected. And even after here, you can do your submission to us, so that today it's, as some of you who have been involved in policy or regulatory making process will tell you that even to do a single clause may take an entire day, such that when we are here, we are looking on the provisions on a broader perspective, but the nitty-gritty we can still discuss with you offline. You are still welcome to visit our offices. And in terms of the Statutory Instrument Act 2013, it sets the parameters when an institution or a state agency is making regulations. Those regulations need to be of high standards. That's one thing we have ensured that we have tried to capture all the views, and we are still going to put your views into considerations after these forums. The process has to be public. That's why we are here. And also, it has to be scrutinized by Parliament, as I said, through the the Committee on Delegated Legislation. And also, the statutes require that when you have regulations in place, there is need for continuous update and repeal. And as you have heard, we have 10 regulations which are already existing. And what we are currently doing is expounding those regulations to take into account what the Energy Act 2019 and the Petroleum Act 2019 brought on board. We may have some regulations which are prescribing some penalties. And in terms of the legal mechanism, a regulation should not contradict a statute, because in case there is such a contradiction, it's the statute law which will prevail. So even the penalties and sanctions which have been prescribed, they have been prescribed taking into account the substantive provision in the Energy Act. And some of you might argue, why regulations? The regulations, they are going into the nitty-gritties of what the Energy Act provides, because of what the Petroleum Act provides, because it can't, in all areas, give precise provision on each area. It just prescribes at the broader level. And that's why, for the stakeholders involved, when there are breaches at the regulations, sometimes as a regulator, we may decide to, even with the prosecutor, sometimes they decide to use the substantive act over the regulations, because if they will meet the same aids, sometimes it's like, let's use the substantive regulation, maybe the Petroleum Act, and in some circumstances, they can still use the regulations and the substantive act when they want to put sanctions on certain offenses committed under either regulations or the Petroleum Act. So, and with that, I will not belabor much why the need for the regulatory impact assessment. And as we debate, let's continue giving views, and we assure you that we are going to take them on board. Asante sana.
Thank you, Robert. I think we get straight into the business of the day. And as I requested earlier, we are going to have the Petroleum Retail Station Constructing and Licensing Regulation 2020 discussed in the same session with the Petroleum Pricing Regulations 2020, so that the products quality management then moves into the afternoon. So we will not have the plenary session marked on the program between 9:50 and 10 a.m. because really we want to make substantive progress before we take any breaks. So I wish to request that we have 4 regulations discussed up to the one that is at ends at 11:30. Then after those 4 regulations, we'll be able to take a break. Then when we come back, we will go straight into the plenary. So without saying much, I wish to welcome Ezra Terer, who is our senior gas officer at EPRA, to take over and then discuss the first 2 regulations. Ezra, you are welcome.
Okay, good morning. I think much has been said about the introduction as to why we are having these regulations changed. We have to align them to the existing legislation, the parent legislation, which is the Energy Act and the Petroleum Act of 2019. The regulation I'm presenting today, or right now, is not new to most of us, even to consumers. Every 14th, EPRA has to make some adjustments on prices. I think this is what has made us more famous than anything else. But it's a job we have to do. We have done it consistently without fail since 2010. That is December of 2010. It's now over 10 years, and I think Council said that the legislation concerning making of regulations also puts a time limit on some of how long a regulation can exist. So every 10 years also we have to change it to align it to the conditions that are prevailing. And we have to justify whether we still need it or we don't. So maybe that is part of the reason why we are going to make this presentation. So the regulation that we have been dealing with is Legal Notice 196 of 2010. That is what has enabled us and given us the ability to regulate and put caps on retail prices. So with the change in regulations of the parent acts, a few things were changed. And also over the 10 years, we have learned a lot from the industry and also the process of setting the prices. We've learned a few things that required adjustment. So that has been incorporated in this regulation. So I'll quickly take you through it. This regulation will be called the Petroleum, into brackets, pricing regulations. Of course, the year will change depending on when it will be published. So as an introduction, in terms of definition of terms, the authority means the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority as established under Section 9 of the Energy Act. And this will apply to all the other subsequent regulations that will be presented. A new item that is coming because of change in the law is issues to discuss with emergency situation, and this one will relate to strategic stocks, which will also be discussed later in the day. So emergency means a situation that, in the opinion of the Cabinet Secretary, poses a threat of a shortage of supply of petroleum products which cannot be sufficiently covered by the minimum operational stocks. Then maximum retail price means capped retail prices. That one has been there. The only new one in terms of that is related to that is maximum wholesale price, which means the capped depot gate prices of petroleum products are set by the authority for a particular period. This was introduced by the Petroleum Act number 2 of 2019. Now, Engineer Kinyua mentioned a study called the cost of supply of petroleum products into Kenya, or famously called as the COSOP. The study identified unique supply points and unique cost points that is required to ensure that a liter of petroleum product is available at the dispensing point, which is a retail station. So some of the supply nodes that were uniquely identified was the primary storage, which means a bulk storage depot where products are first received in Mombasa. Related to that is the secondary storage, which means any storage facility that comes or receives product from a primary facility. Now, with these regulations, we have retained our circle, which is we announce prices on 14th. It becomes applicable on the 15th of that same month, going all the way to 14th of the following month. So that one has not changed. It's going to remain unless otherwise required by this meeting. And of course, the reason has been is we apply what we call historical pricing. We use the cost of the products that landed between the 10th and the 9th, the 10th of the previous month and the 9th of the current month, to be able to determine the future prices. We'll still cap our prices for the 3 products unless advised otherwise by a Gazette notice when the Cabinet Secretary for in charge of petroleum will determine. So the products will still remain super petrol, illuminating kerosene, and diesel, which is automotive gas oil. So the landed costs will remain the cost of the petroleum product imported through the open tender system. And the costs are very transparent. It's based on the onset on FOB, and then freight and premium, and all the other additional costs that will ensure that product is in a primary storage. Now, the formula for that is stipulated in the second schedule, and I will go quickly through it as we finish this regulation. From time to time, we may require to change the pricing structure. It's normal. We cannot predict what will happen in the year 2025. The business environment may change. So if that happens, and for transparency, it will be published in the Kenya Gazette. In the process of calculating prices and to ensure that product reaches the consumer, the primary transport is a pipeline system, whether it will be operated by KPC in the foreseeable future or not, but the most safest and reasonable means of transportation of petroleum product is the pipeline system. Associated with that is losses, and for that reason, the authority will use the actual loss for the pipeline, and then if at all it exceeds 0.25%, then the pipeline operator will bear that loss. So we use the actual, which historically has been very low. It has been about 0.1% or less. But if at all it exceeds 0.25%, then the operator will have to bear that loss. So the first point of determining prices is to determine the wholesale price. And before you determine the wholesale, you have to look at the landed cost, which is the CL. Don't let the formula scare you. It's very simple. It's just weighted average of petroleum products, where you look at the imported volumes with their respective costs, and then average it over the total volumes that were received in that particular period. So the volume that we'll be considering is the volume that was received between the 10th of the previous month to the 9th of the current month, where we are going to announce the prices. For example, this is February. We'll be looking at the volumes that were received in January to the volumes that were received in closing 9th of February. And that will give us sufficient time to review all the cost elements in able to be in time to announce the prices on the 14th. So the same thing applies to the costs, the respective cost of those volumes. It will be the costs that were incurred between the 10th of the previous month to the 9th of the current month, and then it will allow us to be able to compute the prices and announce them in time on 14th. So having arrived at the landed costs, you have to add subsequent costs. This is a cost plus, so you have the landed costs, then add additional costs to ensure that that product at the retail point, it is cost reflective. Remember, for this particular kind of activity, there's no subsidy. So costs are actually actual as incurred. So for you to arrive at a wholesale price, you have the landed costs, then you add additional ones, and I'll try to explain the highlighted because these are new, not really new, but clarified cost elements. So starting with the jetty handling costs, we mentioned the cost of service study. Jetty handling cost was lumped up with primary storage, but it has a unique application. So for clarity, it has been separated from primary handling storage costs. So it remains as a standalone item. Then, of course, during the course of implementing this particular regulation, we also learned a few things, that financing of these petroleum products can have a significant cost element or implication. So there's also the inventory financing cost. And then also we learned a few things. Sometimes legislations related to taxation may come anytime, because when you're talking about taxation of petroleum products, especially, for example, the VAT, to be specific, it does not apply only to petroleum. It also applies to other vertible products, any consumer goods and so on. So it may not strictly follow our pricing cycle, which is the 15th to the 14th of the following month. Assuming it comes in between, so those are some of the challenges. Now, in relation to VAT again, VAT is unique from the other taxes. It comes at the tail end. After we've considered all the costs, all the other taxes, you compound it with the VAT. So it has been identified and singled out separately from the rest. So those are just a few elements that relate to wholesale price. Now, margins also is what the person in that business expects as a return to enable him to undertake that particular exercise. So in that relation, sometimes it may change, it may go up, it may go down, but if it does, for good reason, then we have to gazette it. So we'll have to put it in the Kenya Gazette if it changes. Having considered the wholesale price, then you'll want to determine the price at the retail station. So it will be the wholesale price that has been capped by EPRA, and then associated costs to ensure that product is at the retail station. So we have the wholesale price, then transport costs, and then you have the margins. Initially, we used to consider the margins as a consolidated figure, but the business is unique. Sometimes you have a person who is investing in the infrastructure, which is the retail station, and there's a separate person who is operating. Now, both of these parties require a return on their investment. So there's a return for the investment of the infrastructure, and there's a return for operation of that particular kind of business. So they have been separated into two, the retail investment and also the margin of, on retail of operation. And of course, VAT comes at the tail end. So these margins, just like the others, may be reviewed. Things may change, labor costs, inflation, and many other costs that require the change that may impact that particular business. So if it does, then EPRA will calculate and determine. So the other cost as well, if they change for some reason, remember some of it is beyond the control of the regulator. For example, KPA may decide to review their tariff. If they do, then it is actually a prudent cost, so we will have to consider. But if it happens, we'll gazette it and publish in the Kenya Gazette. So it's one thing for us to determine the prices, but how do you protect the consumer? So the consumer is protected by ensuring that whatever prices we have announced, every operator of a retail station will be required to display them. And it has to be consistent, first of all, with the capped price. But you are allowed, of course, to play below the capped price. But whatever price you're selling at, ensure it's also what is at the dispensing site. We've had cases where prices are announced before EPRA has made the official announcement, and unfortunately it causes some distortion in the market. We have those people who probably had some stocks that would have normally sold it without any holding back, they hold back. Or when the prices are crashing, there's some flooding of the product into the market, which also distorts how the business operates. So it cuts both ways. When prices crash, the product is flooded into the market. When it rises, a few players try to hold back and causing a temporary or artificial shortage. So for that reason, we are saying that any person who is found to disclose these prices without the sanctioning of the authority, then it becomes an offense. It's just the same thing that happens with our election laws. You may predict who is going to be the winner of a particular seat, but the official person allowed to announce electoral results is the IBC. And this is for good reason, to ensure that there's integrity in the whole process. I mentioned earlier the issue about emergency. Sometimes emergency occurs. And if it occurs, at that time, there could be some circumstances which are not normal. So first of all, the Cabinet Secretary, through the processes that is allowed in law, will announce and declare an emergency, and this will be gazetted. And when that happens, then most likely they'll be drawing from the strategic stocks, but the costs of the product in the strategic stock may not necessarily match what is in the market. So for that reason, the authority will calculate the price at which product will be costed X the strategic stock facility. So with that, if at all these regulations will be gazetted, then Legal Notice 196 will be repealed, and this one will take effect. So quickly into the schedules. The first schedule is about the wholesale depot. Wholesale depots are put here intentionally because that is where we have, either we have a common user facility. For example, when you look at Nakuru, Kisumu, and Eldoret, we have a common facility operated by the KPC. Or if it is places like Nairobi or Mombasa, there's sufficient competition in terms of loading facilities. So any retailer, any wholesaler can access those facilities without hindrance, depending on his preference. That list may change. If it changes, then they'll be gazetted as well, and it will undergo similar public stakeholder consultation. But again, any addition must convince us that any facility or any retailer can access it without any hindrance. So the landed cost that I mentioned will basically be as listed there. It will have of course, at onset FOB, the freight and premium, letter of credit costs, forex adjustment, insurance, KPA charges, etc. So the last one is on the ratio of transport. The most preferable where it is available is the pipeline. I think at the moment we don't have a lot of challenges with the pipeline. So for that reason, if it is in the interest of the consumer and the public interest, will retain 100% pipeline transport. But there are situations where sometimes you may be forced to go through the road because it is expected there could be a severe disruption of the pipeline system. So EPRA will adjust that accordingly. So X represents the portion by which transport is done through the pipeline system. So with that, I think it marks the end of that particular piece of regulation. I will go to the next one, and then questions will come towards the end. So you can keep, you can note down the questions you'll ask, and then you'll have a session during the plenary. The next one is about the petroleum retail station construction and licensing. We have an existing regulation also on the same, which was gazetted in 2013. In the past, I think before the Energy Act number 12 of 2006, retail stations used to be licensed by the senior-most representative of a district, famously known as the DC, District Commissioner. But I think after the Energy Act, then this changed. The mandate now was transferred to the ERC that was then. And of course, since 2015, EPRA has taken this particular activity on board. So almost all the retail stations now are undergoing a process of being licensed. So this regulation will simply cover that process from the construction to the operation of a retail station. So let's go through a few key definitions. The first one is environment liability policy. This one has not been introduced by this regulation. It is what is in the Act. That is the Petroleum Act. It requires that every petroleum facility, not just retail, must have what we call an environment liability policy. Our senior counsel talked about carrying your business while bearing in mind the needs of the future generation. So we have to conserve both the intra and extra generational needs. So for that reason, every facility, of course, retail station included, must have what we call environment liability policy, which means a statement of commitment by a party to the laws, regulation, and other policy mechanisms concerning environmental issues. Then the other one is feasibility study, and we'll come to that during the regulation. I'll explain more. It means political, environmental, social, technical, economic, and legal analysis of a proposed project to determine that the project is fit for purpose. So most people do the finance and forget other issues like environmental, social, and legal analysis. Modification, it's necessary that we define it here because sometimes somebody may just change, the way, the colors of your retail station, and you say you also, you wonder whether you want a construction permit for it or not. So for the purposes of this regulation, modification means any change in the facility that alters the existing technical design, storage capacity, or impacts on compliance with local health, environmental, safety, legal requirements, or any change requiring local authority approval. Now the other definitions, of course, the retail station means a license to operate, or rather retail license means a license to operate a retail station. So the other definitions you can read, some of them are captured in the Act, and of course we will not try to contradict the Act. So this regulation, as I said, it covers two aspects. One, the construction. Then after construction, the next aspect is operation, which requires also a license. So for you to construct a facility, you require a construction permit. And it is an offense to construct without a permit. How to apply for a permit? It is very simple. We have the format that has been put out in the schedules, and also the regulator will determine the means by which will apply. So at the moment, and to enable to facilitate business, we have put that particular mode of application on an online system. But of course, it will be accompanied by the documents listed. Key one is the need to use a professional engineer and who is registered as such. If you require civil services, then you must use a civil engineer. If you require electrical services, use an electrical engineer. And if you require mechanical services as well, use a registered mechanical engineer. And of course, this particular facility must be constructed as per Kenya standard. And you'll allow me to dwell on it because it's causing a lot of debate. Sometimes we find some of the debate which is not really informed, but is based on speculation. The Kenya standard is, first of all, a document that is published and controlled by the Kenya Bureau of Standards. The process of publishing a Kenya standard, though separate from this regulation, but it is enforced by any other regulations or statutes of government. And that process is a consultative process, as consultative as this one. So we have had Kenya Bureau of Standards publishing some standards relating to how stations are classified. And they're classified depending on the level of capacity, the level of investment, and the level of operation in that station. So you have the lowest tier, which is tier 1, and the minimum land size is 400 meters square, which is actually accessible by any investor in that business. And this one took in mind the issues of ability to protect the environment, ability also to carry out your operations without interfering with third parties. So the next tier is tier 2, tier 3, and tier 4. So all these are stipulated in the Kenya standard. The work of this regulation is only to enforce what has been published by the Kenya Bureau of Standards. And this, as I said, the standards were done consultatively between the operators and also the general public. So what we are doing here, we are not introducing a new classification. We are only saying that there exists a Kenya standard on classification of retail station. Then the other requirement will be to do what we call a feasibility study, and I'll also dwell a bit on it because it will also apply to subsequent regulations. So a feasibility study, what we'll expect is for you to demonstrate the detailed project costs, sources of financing, the projected cash flow, analysis of the projected sales volume, and the expected return. And as I said, you must also do some legal, social, and economic viability. Then, just like all the other developments, not just petroleum or retail station development, even if you're doing a building for rent, you're only allowed to do development on a land where you have authority to develop. So for that reason, we'll require proof of ownership of the land on which the retail station is being built upon. Of course, it's not necessary for you to own the land, you can lease. If it is not in your name and you have some agreement with another party, then you can lease that particular regulation, you can lease that particular land, but let it be for a minimum of 5 years, within which I think you can make decisions on whether to still stay there or to leave. Of course, the others, it's normal EIA, you must get it from NEMA. You must comply with the zonal planning of the area, approval from the county government, etc. Construction permits will be valid for 12 months. And if at all you have started within that period, then you are allowed to continue. The validity will still be valid for a further 36 months. Sometimes you are not able to complete the project, or after the initial approval, you are not able to start. If you have not started, remember it was valid for 12 months, and you have not started before the 12 months is over and you want more time, so we'll give you a further 6 months to start. But if you have started, that means you are on maybe your 35th month and you don't foresee completion of that project, then we can add you a further 24 months. For you to apply, you need to attach all the required documentations, and EPRA will take a maximum of 45 days to make a determination. This 45 days is necessary to allow EPRA to do a bit of administrative tasks, for example, due diligence on your documentation, carrying out a due diligence on also the site suitability, and many other things. But sometimes, if the project is simple, it's closer to Nairobi or closer to our regional offices, it may take a shorter while. 45 days is the maximum statutory limit, and it's for your own good so that EPRA doesn't take 60 months to review a simple application. So on the, at the worst, on the 45th day, you have to have a response from EPRA. One is either a rejection of your application or an approval of your application. If the application is rejected on the issue of incompleteness of the information, which means you did not attach one or two documents, or one of the documents was not, we found it is not factual, it was a misrepresentation, then what you can do, you have an option to reapply again afresh, attaching the required or missing information. Sometimes it is because the facility is proposed to be located in an area that is not suitable, next to a riparian, or next to a very sensitive area, next to, for example, a hospital, and many other sites which are not suitable. In that case, the authority will reject, and that decision will be final in as far as the authority is concerned. But of course, you still have a room to appeal. You can go to the Energy Tribunal if you feel EPRA did not make that decision based on informed, it did not make an informed decision. So you can appeal and you'll have a right to be heard. Once you give your permit, you have obligations. You have to comply with the terms and conditions. You have to use a registered contractor for their respective class of works. And the construction must be supervised by a practicing professional engineer. Kindly don't take a person who is not competent for that particular activity. And of course, comply with the government policy on local content. If you know, local content does not necessarily mean, does not apply to international companies only. Even local companies. If you are big in Nairobi and you're going to put up a station in Turkana, don't bring people from Nairobi where that labor is available in Turkana. Kindly use the available resources in that region. So you have constructed, now you're going to operational phase. What you require is an operational license in the form of a petroleum retail license. So it is prohibited for you to undertake operation of a retail station without a retail license. To apply again, apply through the form and manner in which EPRA will have determined the moment you're using an online platform, and the required documentation is listed in the third schedule. So regardless of whatever format we use, the information that will be required and the documents to be attached are as those listed in the third schedule. And where fees are applicable, you'll be required to submit the same. So unlike the construction permit, operational license takes a maximum of 30 days. But for those who have interacted with us, sometimes you're lucky you can get your license within 20 days, 10 days. All this depends on, but will not take more than 30 days. What we can assure you is that we also have a commitment to reduce the number of days to facilitate business. The 30 days has been put there by the statute just to ensure that whatever, if, you know, there's some licenses which can be very unique and requires more time. So for that reason, we may take a bit more days than our normal target of 10 to 15 days. So you'll have to attach the documents as listed in the schedule with proof of payment. After application, you've been given a license. You may feel you want to change. Probably what the name that was captured was not correct, or some things change. You have handed over the business to another party, or you have sold that business to another party and you want it changed. That is allowed for under this regulation, and this is consistent with Section 83 of the Petroleum Act. So once given a license, there's some obligation, and one is you must retail the products that are listed in your license. So when applying, ensure that you're very sure which products you want to deal with. If it is the three main products, which is super, diesel, and kerosene, kindly indicate that in your application. If for some reason you excluded that and you wanted to retail, then you'll have to apply for an amendment. Then purchase product from licensed parties. Don't deal with unlicensed parties. So the licensed parties you're looking at is the wholesaler that sold to you or the oil marketing company that sold to you. Look at the transporter, is he licensed? Look at the driver, is he licensed, and so on and so forth. Maintain products at the quality specified by the Kenya Bureau of Standards. When we talk about the quality regulations, we'll tell you that first of all, we have to ensure that the product that comes into the country is of good quality. But you, as a retailer, when you receive quality products, ensure that that product is maintained at that quality. So don't offer for sale adulterated products, neither should you sell products meant for export into in the local market. Not hoard petroleum products. We cover this under the pricing regulation. So if you anticipate the price of the products will rise, kindly continue with your business. And you know, this pricing is two-edged sword. Tomorrow it rises, tomorrow it falls. So please bear in mind your stakeholders who are the consumers. And many other obligations. So sometimes you run into trouble, you breach one or two aspects of the act or even the licensing conditions. The authority may suspend your license or they may revoke your license. Now, to ensure predictability and also fair administration of justice, we'll give you 14 days show cause notice, within which period you will respond and tell us the reason why this happened is because of ABCD. Now, EPRA being reasonable and it's here also to protect you as an investor, we'll take it into consideration and make a determination within 30 days of receipt of your show cause. Of course, if you fail to respond, then we have no option. We don't know what is happening on your end. So please, when you receive a show cause, it's not a death sentence. We are not closing your station in eternity. So just respond, and then we'll be able to listen to you and make a determination. So after 30 days, we'll determine whether we need to go ahead with the suspension or revocation, or you have given us sufficient reason to convince us that what you did was not intentional and it was beyond your control. Then you can transfer your license when you feel you're no longer interested in that business. But when you do so, kindly apply as provided for in Section 83. Then because you're also dealing with third parties, that is the transporters who also have obligations to ensure that you're licensed, and also consumers who also need to to know that you are duly licensed, it's a requirement for you to display any permits or licenses that has been issued to you. Sometimes accidents do occur. Within 48 hours, ensure you have reported to us. And these accidents may lead to loss of life, damage to third-party property, explosion, oil spill accidents, or a fire. And the information to be submitted will capture that. That is the name or owner of the operator, date and time of the accident, location or geographical spread of the incident, number of injuries, third-party damage, etc. And of course, after an accident has occurred, it does not end there. You have to undertake what we call an investigation, where you have to carry out detailed analysis of that incident. And this has to be done within 14 days. And your report will contain the cause of the accident, effects of the accident, and what is very important is the proposed measure you put in place to ensure it does not recur. If you submit this report to us, we have two options. Either to accept the report as is because it's satisfactory, or request for adjustment or reject it in totality and give further directives. Sometimes the accident may be of a national nature or it may contain significant public interest. For that reason, on our own volition, whether you're doing your own investigation or not, the EPRA may take its own investigation. EPRA from time to time will be inspecting your facility, either in person or they may appoint agents. When they do so, what you're required to do is just cooperate with them and give them all the information that they require. Kindly don't prohibit or obstruct the activity. Just cooperate with them. I'm sure whoever will come will be friendly enough and will be trained to do the work professionally. So information is required, and this will be covered under the statistics regulation. So don't withhold information, don't obstruct when information is required, and also don't give false information. It does not help you in any way. So just closing is that sometimes we make decisions that may affect you. What we can tell you is that there is an established body called the Energy and Petroleum Tribunal, where you can raise your appeals and be heard, and probably it will work in your favor. Or if it doesn't, then you will only comply with the directions of the tribunal. So if this is passed, then it will replace the current retail regulations that was published in 2013. So as a closing, those are the requirements. So these are the requirements to apply for a construction permit. Kindly go through it and give us your feedback. A construction permit will look like that. This time it will have conditions listed on it. And then you'll be required to have a written undertaking that will comply with the requirements that have been listed. These are the requirements for applying for a new license, requirements for applying for renewal, and this is how the retail license will look like. And then lastly is the schedule on fees. For a construction permit, it's 5,000 on the onset. Renewal will be 2,000. Amendment is 1,000. So the same applies to retail license. 5,000 on the onset. Renewal is 2,000. Amendment is 1,000. Then we have some of the penalties. 10 million, as Engineer Kinyua said, these are some of the things which have been listed in the Petroleum Act, and we have limited room to change. We may not even change unless we go to Parliament and change. So we have offenses related to hoarding, illegal handling of petroleum products, under dispensing, and so on and so forth. So that marks the end of my presentation, and We'll allow the next presenter, who is Engineer Kinyua, to come on stage to present the next one. Thank you.
So good morning once again. So I'll be taking you through two draft regulations. One is on operation of common user facilities, and the other one is on petroleum information and data, which we call as statistics reporting. The title of the first one is Petroleum Operation of Common User Petroleum Facilities, Regulations 2020. And we have the definition of the various terms in the regulation. I'll not go through them because most of them Ezra has gone through them. Maybe just to highlight what is a common user facility. A common user facility is a petroleum facility that is licensed and operated by a particular player, but that facility, third parties have access to it. So third parties can use that facility for loading trucks, storing petroleum products, and of course, that operation has to be governed by an agreement between the parties, and that's why we are creating a framework of how the operation will be done. I think we just go straight to where these regulations will apply. What we have thought that can become common user facilities are, one, the storage facilities. These are bulk storage facilities. In other words, what we call depots. That's where we store the bulk products. Sorry. Then we are talking of a pipeline transportation system. We are looking at a scenario where not all of us will want to come up with pipelines. First, it is expensive. Again, where will we get the space to put all this infrastructure as the entire industry? So we have to look at ways of operating such facilities as common user for economies of scale also. The other one is the marine jetties, and the reasoning is the same. Like now we have the Kipevu Oil Terminal in Mombasa, we have the Shimanzi Oil Terminal. Then we have the aviation refueling facilities. These are the hydrant systems at the airports. All of us cannot put up hydrants at the airport because of the limited space and of course for safety issues. So we have to operate those as common user. Then we are talking of truck loading facilities, and then we have LPG cylinder filling facilities. So LPG is a growing sector, and we expect that since our consumption has gone high, we are now at 6 kilos per capita from meager 2 kilos per capita maybe 8 years ago, and we are looking at maybe going to 10 kilos per capita in the near future. We will need to consolidate operations of LPG, of course, for safety reasons. Then we have left it open, number G, that any other facility that might come up that we might think it can qualify to become a common user facility. And here I give an example of electric vehicle charging points. Electric vehicles are already here in the world, and very soon they will be coming to this country in a big number. And we expect some of the retail stations, for example, we will have charging points for these electric EVs. So we have left it open such that in case a new concept comes out, we don't have to revise the law. We just adopt the framework that has been provided. So it is a requirement for you to obtain a license to operate or an approval from the authority to operate this common user facility. And of course, there are fines and penalties if you operate a facility as common user without the authorization of the EPRA, or the licensing authority. So there are requirements for that license application. I will not go through them. It's almost similar to what Ezra was talking about in retail stations. But the requirements, the framework is the same. The requirements may be different, but they're in the schedule. You will look at them. Renewal of license. So here we expect that 30 days before expiry of your license, you will be able to apply for a renewal of the license. And I think the period for licensing, we have to insist, we only consider materially complete documents. Once you send us documents that, an application that doesn't have particular documents, that application is returned to you requesting for more information. So whenever you find that your license is taking too long, maybe it's because the first time you applied, you did not attach a tax compliance. So normally what we do, our system automatically returns the application to you and sends you an email to alert you. So these licensing durations are based on materially complete documents. So common user facilities. So there are three aspects I'll discuss of why we are coming up with this regulation. One is on the aspect of contracts, or the agreements that will govern that common user facility. Number two is the issue of tariffs, the tariffs that will govern that common user facility. And of course, there is the issue of now disputes that may arise when you are using those common user facilities. Of course, those disputes will be covered by the contracts. So why do we want you to submit the contract to us, a draft contract to us, before we give an approval? We want to assure ourselves that, yes, the principles of equitable access, the principles of open access, and the principles of non-discrimination have been engraved in those contracts. Because, as I said earlier, today government is offering common user facility. Tomorrow, you might find a private player who is a licensee within us offering their facility for common usage. So the question is, how would they ensure this fairness, that they don't treat their competitors non-discriminatory? And of course, to ensure that everyone has open access to this facility. And there's also another very important point on capacity sharing. How will you share capacity in your depot amongst the users without having favorism to your friend, without discriminating your competitor? So there are three principles. There's the open access, there's non-discrimination, and of course there's the aspect of tariffs. The tariffs that you'll be charging at these facilities, are they prudent tariffs? Are they exaggerated tariffs? So that tariff has to be brought to us as EPRA. We look at it, and then that notwithstanding, we will still hold a stakeholder participation process so that we can be able to display to you the build-up of the tariff in terms of the capex cost, in terms of the operating costs, in terms of the proposed rates of return, and then we are able to critique whether those are prudent costs, so that first, you are not exploited, and since these are pass-through costs to consumers, consumers are also not exploited. So there are obligations that we have put forth there of the users, of the operators of common user facilities. And one, first of all, they have to declare the available capacity. You have to tell us, yes, I have a depot, the tankage is 100 million liters, I'm offering 90% or I'm offering 80% for common usage. Then, of course, you only serve people who are licensed, so you don't deal with unlicensed people. And here we are talking about like transporters especially. If you are loading trucks in your facility, you don't start loading trucks that are not licensed, or drivers who are not certified, or transporters who don't have licenses. So it is upon you as a user to ensure everybody is licensed. And this is for self-regulation issues. So there's also the obligation of not discriminating between users. So the contract has to be clear that there will be fairness when any user comes to that depot. Where capacity is limited, this is important. You have to tell us how that capacity will be divided amongst the users. And of course, I had touched on that earlier. Then you are supposed to submit copies of these agreements with us. You deposit the copies that you have signed with your users with the regulator. Then there's the aspect of custody. The products that are stored in these facilities do not normally belong to the operator or the licensee of that facility. They belong to third parties. A good example is Kenya Pipeline. The product stored in Kenya Pipeline tanks belongs to oil marketing companies. It does not belong to Kenya Pipeline. So the contract has to be clear on the issues of custody. When does custody change? Who is in charge of that product? When and where? So that tomorrow you don't store your 10 million liters there and then tomorrow KPC gives you 5 million liters and they don't explain where the 5 million went. So it is a way of protecting the users from exploitation. Then of course there's the aspect of tariffs. I talked about it. There's the aspect of operating stock losses. This is important. We have capped it at 0.25%, but of course we'll be using the actual loss. But whenever it exceeds the 0.25%, then it is upon the operator and the users to know how they will deal with that extra loss. It is important for us to continue monitoring these losses because when the loss is so high, there are two aspects to it. Either your infrastructure is old and it's leaking, there's a problem with your infrastructure, which becomes a health, safety, environment issue, or probably the people who are operating the depot or the people you are using to deliver fuel there are stealing, it's pilferage. So those are very important aspects to us. That's why even when we come to the regulations on statistics reporting, for this common user and facilities plus the storage facilities, you'll be required to report on those operational stock losses. Then there's a complaints and disputes handling. Wherever there's an agreement between two parties, there's bound to be a dispute or a disagreement once in a while. So we have to satisfy ourselves that that contract you have given to us addresses the aspect of disputes. There's a reporting of accidents. Ezra touched on it. This is more generic in all these regulations. And here we are saying, as per Section 97 of the Petroleum Act, whenever there's an accident involving spillage, destruction of property, loss of life, fire in your facility, you are supposed to report to us within 48 hours. And once you report to us within 48 hours, we expect you to do a detailed investigation. Within 14 days, you give us a report. Then we consider that report within 30 days. If the report is not adequate, we can cause an investigation to be done or, of course, direct you to do further investigations. The reason why we are keen on accidents is not to punish the operators. We are all human, and sometimes accidents can come without, of course, they come without our own will. The reason we are keen on accidents is to avoid recurrence. We want to understand what is the root cause of that accident. Can it be prevented? So once we get the root cause, we can legislate now in terms of making our regulations more robust on operations, or we can create a standard or a code of practice which will ensure that the entire industry now avoids that root cause. Then as there's a general penalty there of non-compliance, we have referenced it to Section 99 of the Petroleum Act. And I think now we can go to the schedules. So this one is just a model or generic requirements of what the contract should cover. They should tell us what are the obligations of the licensee and their responsibilities. This is the operator of the common user. Then the users, the third parties who are using those facilities, what are their obligations? Then we have the underlying principles of capacity allocation and all that. I think you'll be able to look at that. These are the issues I've attached in the body of the regulation. Then tariff calculation method. We have put the standard rate of return tariff calculation method. But as I said earlier, once a player applies to us to become a common user, this will be subject to public participation because it will also be affecting you as users. And that is, you look at that tariff calculation method, and if you have comments, you can give us. So those are the application fees we put for license for common user. We have 10,000 for application, and renewal we have 5,000. Then the penalties are there, and as we said earlier, these penalties, some of them may seem punitive, but they are all lifted from the Petroleum Act. And I think that's the end of it. I think you can note your questions. Once we go to the plenary, you can ask the questions about that regulation. My second regulation is on the Petroleum Information and Statistics Reporting. So the title is the Petroleum Information and Statistics Regulation 2020. This is an existing regulation. We are just revising it to align it to the Act, and of course to align it to the industry best practice. So the dead stocks there, that is the only term we can define. And of course, these are the tank bottoms, which cannot come out of the tank for operational reasons. They remain at the bottom of the tank. Then line fill, this is a dead stock in the pipeline, which is used for displacement purposes. So if you allow me, I go straight. So these regulations will apply to all licensees, whether you are doing importation, storage, transportation, whether you are doing wholesale or retail. They'll apply to the entire supply chain. And the reason why they're applying to the entire supply chain is that when government is doing short-term, medium-term, and long-term plans, and now we have two levels of government. We have the national government and we have the county government. And both those two levels of government are charged with planning, energy planning. So whenever they are doing their projections during development of those energy plants, we need actual data. We don't need to guess, like what is the petroleum consumption within Nairobi County? What is the petroleum consumption in Mombasa? What is the petroleum consumption in Western Kenya? So we need to be clear about that data, and so that it can help us be able to project the future. And this is important because investors also rely on this data. Like, for example, if Kenya Pipeline wanted to extend a pipeline to Mount Kenya, how will they know for sure what the counties in Mount Kenya are consuming? The current scenario we have today is that people from Meru will either come to Nairobi, sometimes they might even go to Nakuru. So there's a lot of crisscrossing within the KPC system. So we want you as operators, you report to us how much are you selling in a particular jurisdiction. So I will go to the information required for storage facilities. Storage facilities will be required to report on the capacities of the tanks they have, and this is for planning purposes and also for advising potential investors. For example, we can tell them the tankage in Mombasa is X. So according to us, we are supposed to be able to give investors this information so that they can make prudent decisions. According to us, we tell them Mombasa is a no-go zone, but you can go, for example, to Nairobi where the consumption is X and the tankage is Y. So that information is very important. Closing stock volumes of products. And this is for purposes of us calculating the security of supply of petroleum products. And this information is not new. It's reported every day. Like today morning, we have all the stocks in the country. We can tell you PMS in this country and where it is. So basically, we are now just putting it in law that it is best practice that we are reporting it, but now we are putting it in law so that whenever there's a disruption in the supply chain, we can advise the policy maker or even the national government, the presidency itself, that there's a disruption in the supply of petroleum, but we have this number of days cover. And of course, that gives government now a picture of how the emergency situation can be handled. So there's the aspect of the average throughput volumes. These are like the loadings or the liftings you are doing, both local and export, so that we can also know how best we are serving our neighbors in like Uganda, Rwanda, and of course DR Congo. Then there's the aspect of operational stock losses, and this, as I said earlier, we are trying to keep track of are these losses so high? If they are high, what is the reason? then we can come and do an investigation or cause you to do an investigation. Is your pipeline leaking? Are the people delivering products stealing from you? And so forth. So this information on importation of petroleum products. The importers will be required to indicate where the origin of these products. We also don't want to deal with countries that are under sanctions. We can also get into bilateral problems. So we want to know where are you sourcing these products. Even if it's coming by OTS, where is it coming from? Then we want to know the port of entry of this product and, of course, the receiving terminals. Then there's pipeline, the operators of pipeline. These are common user. We want to know about the operational stocks. These operational stocks will be reported just like the depots are reporting on closing stocks every day. We want to understand line fill. Line fill is a licensing requirement, so we want to know how much line fill do you have in the system, who has contributed this line fill. So it is also good for us for monitoring reasons. And of course, we also want to understand the dead stocks within the pipeline system. So they'll also give us the throughput, the uplifts per day. So the uplifts from the independent depots plus the ones from the pipeline system, we are able to combine it plus the stocks, and we are able to calculate the security of supply for the entire country. Then stock losses, that is consistent with the other stock losses I mentioned earlier. For wholesalers and retailers, we want, and this is basically, especially for retail, retail stations are domiciled in counties. We want to understand how much are the stations in a particular county, which of course will give us a sum total, a figure of how much volume of petroleum products is being sold in that county. And this information, it may seem simple, but I can tell you when we were developing the master plan, it was a very big problem because the consultant really wanted to get actual data of what counties are consuming. But then if you rely on KPC loadings, you may not get an accurate picture because everyone crisscrosses these counties. So that information is very important. And for retailers also, would expect them to give us the capacities of their tanks so that we are also able to relate with the tires of stations that Ezra was talking about. For wholesalers, we would want to know where are you sourcing this product and where the destination of that product, so that even when we are advising investors, if we find that, for example, in Mount Kenya region, there's no depot, and a lot of wholesalers are coming to Nairobi and they are selling that product Mount Kenya, then we can advise an investor, why don't you consider putting up a storage facilities to serve that region better? So information on LPG, as I said earlier, this is a growing sector, and we need to keep track of, for example, how many cylinders do we have in the market. Then we need to understand how much, what volume of LPG is being sold in the country, what goes in cylinders, what goes in bulk. And of course, once this information is reported to us, we are able to keep track of and also advise investors in the right way. Reporting of accidents, we talked about it, it's generic, but since this is a statistics regulations, we also keep statistics for the accidents that have happened. And the moment we find like truck accidents are so high, then it makes us ask stakeholders, what is going on? Is it that we have driver fatigue? Are you overworking your drivers? Do you have, for example, are they overspeeding? So once we get to the root cause of this, we are able to come up with measures to reduce these accidents. Because when a petroleum accident occurs, there's either loss of life, because there will be an explosion, then there will of course be a pollution to the environment, the soil, the waters, and of course the ambient air. So we want to avoid that. So we have offenses which are in the schedule, and how do we should look at those schedules? For the first schedule, we have the reporting format for storage facilities. Then we have another format for importers like that. I will not go through the schedules, all of them. Probably you can just allow me to go to the last schedule, which shows the penalties. So these are the offenses. If you fail to provide information on accidents, that's 1 million shillings. Deliberate refusal to provide information is 5 million. And of course, if you give false information, it's 10 million. And of course, once we understand that it is like a second offense, then we might even revoke your license. With that, I think I'll invite Immaculate to invite the next session. Thank you.
Thank you, Ezra and Edward. It is now 10:52, and I think we can take our tea break. Then we take 20 minutes. Then we come back at 11:15, and we will go straight into the plenary session where we will take your questions. I hope you've been taking them down. So we can break for tea, but when we come back, then the plenary session is going to be moderated by our Deputy Director of Legal, Mr. Robert Mahenia, and he will also take on the next sessions until lunchtime. So welcome for tea. It's served at the back of the room. We come back at exactly 11:20. Thank you.
road transportation, business, road tankers, and drivers. This regulation was published in 2013 with slight amendments in 2019. So the current one that we are presenting has brought on board all the amendments together with the changes in law. So to start us off is a few introduction. For example, what does the transportation business mean? It means the concern to carry on transportation of petroleum by road. So for the purpose of this regulation, we are restricting ourselves to road transportation. I know we have other transportation modes like rail, marine, pipeline. Okay. Apologies, let me just change the screen. Okay, let's continue. So it means concern to carry on the transportation of petroleum by road. Now, just to be clear, we need to put into context as well. Of course, for good reasons, it will not apply to the Kenya Defense Forces. Also, there could be some petroleum intended specifically for the consumption of that particular vehicle. And this is common for transit vehicles. They may have petroleum product in excess of 500, even up to sometimes 1,000 liters. So that one is not covered by this regulation. Or you could have transportation of less than 1,000 liters. Sometimes we see it with maybe farms. We see it with mining activities where they put the petroleum in drums. So it's not covered by these particular regulations. So for you to undertake this business, you must have a license. That is required by the regulation. How to apply? Just like all the others, check the requirements as listed in the first schedule, and then apply in the format or in the form in which the regulator will have proposed. And for this, for the time being, it is by an online platform. Just like all the other licenses, we take a maximum of 30 days to review a permit, or your license application. And of course, sometimes we take even less than that, mostly 10 to 15 days. The license will be specified, the duration. It will not take more than the period specified. But of course, upon expiry of that license, ensure 30 days before expiry, you launch a new application. This is just to ensure that there's continued compliance. You don't have a period where you're operating with an expired license. Once you've been given a license, there's some obligation, key of which is to transport petroleum products which meet Kenya standards. Only deal with parties with valid petroleum business license, so don't lift your product from facilities that do not have a valid EPRA license, nor transport on behalf of a person or an entity with no valid license. And going further, don't transport to a retail station that does not have a valid EPRA license. And many others, like for example, you must have an emergency preparedness and response plan. And for this, we have some guidelines which we have launched separately. So as a businessman, there are other things you need to consider. For example, you must ensure that the vehicle has a reflective tape along the entire horizontal length on the left side and right-hand side of the tanker. This is just for safety, to ensure that your vehicle is visible. The other thing we have introduced is that the tankers must have specific words written and in a consistent manner, so that the message that is being sent is easily recognizable. For example, you're carrying flammable goods, so the words we want to appear on your tanker to send a message to third parties who have no relation to you is the words danger petrol. We normally see this written in many formats in the market there. Some people put it in black, some people put the wordings in blue. So we are saying going forward, the words danger petrol will be written in scarlet red with a white background and with a height of not less than 150 millimeters of proportional width. The other introduction to this particular regulation is a requirement for journey plan. And a journey plan is essential so that even the driver knows the points at which he's required to rest. He'll know how much time he is going to be on the road, at which points, probably at which speed he should plan for so that he doesn't overspeed. So the journey plan will have registration number of the tanker, date and time of travel, the cargo on board, name and national identification of the driver, and also of the authorizing officer. Also, the journey plan should cover the route of travel, stopping and resting points. The other requirement that we are introducing is that there should be a maximum of 4 hours continuous driving, after which there will be a mandatory rest period of 30 minutes, not less than 30 minutes, could be more, but not less than 30 minutes. But in any particular 24-hour cycle, that driver should have driven a total of not more than 10 hours. So with the business, you require a license. The tanker itself will require what we call a tanker permit. So any business of transportation will have to have a tanker with a valid tanker permit. And to apply for that, again, you need to follow through the same process, launch your application, attaching the documents that are listed in the schedule. And the validity for this one has been specific. It will be 1 year from the date of issue. The additional requirement for tankers is that they will have vehicle tracking, and this is to ensure that there's continued compliance and there's also visibility of the journey right from the time the tanker loaded to the time it discharged. So it is beneficial both to the transporter and also to the regulator, because we want to know that in the journey, there is nowhere the tanker went off the route in which it was listed in the journey plan. And of course, when incidents of malpractice occur, it is easy to identify at which point and again under which conditions they occurred. It will be a requirement also that tankers be parked in designated parking. I know there's been discussion as to where these designated parkings are, but it's an ongoing discussion with our county government to ensure that they provide it as stipulated in the Petroleum Act. But where these designated parkings are available, whether or not they're available, then you should ensure that at all times you don't park 100 meters from any residential area, whether the tank is loaded or empty. So now the business is licensed to have the tanker which has a valid tanker permit. What about the driver? The driver is supposed to have what we call a petroleum driver certificate. So no driver is allowed to take charge of a petroleum tanker if he does not have a valid petroleum driver certificate. To apply the same format, attach the documentation listed in the schedule, launch it in the format in which, or the mode in which the regulator will have indicated. So once issued with a certificate, the driver is supposed to have it with him at all times, and this is to ensure that upon request it is easily availed, and so that people can know that he's duly licensed to undertake that particular activity. Of course, the certificate is not transferable because the person who has been issued with this certificate requires to have undergone some form of training and also to have a requisite number of years. So just like all the others, 30 days before expiry, you're supposed to ensure that all your documentations are in order, and then you launch the renewal of your application. This is just to ensure that you don't have a period where your license is not valid, and thus rendering you out of employment. Because again, it is an offense to drive this vehicle with an expired driver certificate. Once issued with a certificate, there's some obligation. Of course, you must ensure that the tanker you're driving has a valid tanker permit. Not to allow another person to take possession of that vehicle to cause it to move if it does not have a valid driver certificate, not to tamper with the quality of petroleum products, not to divert petroleum destined for export market, and many other obligations, and also, of course, to park in an area that is not within 100 meters of any residential building. So there could be other requirements, like, for example, ability to amend your license, permit, or a certificate when you require to do so, whether the details have changed or maybe something has been captured erroneously. That one is provided for. Just like all the other regulations, it's a requirement to report accidents within 48 hours of occurrence, and to carry out investigation of the same. And of course, the requirements of that investigation report is that it must capture at least the requisite, like where and when it happened and so on. So once submitted, of course, the authority will determine whether to approve, accept it, or request further amendments. So we may make some decisions that is not agreeable to you. If that happens, then you have a right of appeal with the Energy and Petroleum Tribunal. But that must be done within 30 days of EPRA making that decision. So with this, then legal notice number 8 of 2013 will stand repealed. In the schedules are the documents that will be required for you to apply for a business, a license, then of course the certificate for the driver. That is how the license will look like. Also for the permit. Then we also have the fees for the road trunker. For the petroleum business is 10,000 from the onset. Renewal is 5,000, and subsequent amendment is 1,000. Road tanker permit, 1,000 per tanker, 500 for renewal, 250 for amendment, and the same applies for the road tanker driver certificate at 1,000 for the initial, 500 renewal, and then 250 for amendment. So we have some proposed penalties and fines, and these again are as lifted in the Petroleum Act. Some of them, actually most of them, we had no leeway of changing, but they're listed there. Doing a business of petroleum transportation business without a valid license, failure to transport petroleum products that adhere to the quality as stipulated in Kenya standards, failure to comply with the requirements of the Act, transportation of unlicensed person, etc. So all that you can read and then give us your comments on the same. So with that, I will hand over to the session chair to guide us into the plenary session. Thank you.
Good. I'm sure after the sumptuous breakfast, now we are ready for question and answer session. And we will do it in this format. I'll take 2 questions from that head, 2 questions from here, 2 questions from there. And let's also be fair to everyone so that all our views are taken into account. If there are questions, ask at least, at maximum, maybe 2, so that everyone has a chance to have their questions raised. And if it's a compliment, just state it's a compliment, and we would appreciate. As actually, when I interacted with most of you, are telling me they don't have questions apart from compliments. So I'm sure the compliments are many than the questions. Yeah. So first, it's good. This session actually, many ladies have raised their hands. So on this head, we will take. Now I'm subjected because they are all ladies. We'll take in front and at the back. Then from here, the gentleman in pink. Is it pink or yellow? Pink. Pink. Okay, fine. And the one at, yes, and this side will have that gentleman and this lady for the first set of questions. And also, let's make them brief so that also we can go to the other regulations. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon. My question is on...
Sorry, also tell us your name so that we are able to respond in accordance with the person asking the question.
My name is Festus.
Okay.
Well, my question is in regard to climate change. You know that global warming and climate change crisis is a trending issue globally, and petroleum products are known for air pollution, water pollution, and destroying of the environment. What response has, what regulations have you put forward in response to this, so that we don't remain behind in terms of regulating responses to green energy and towards having a clean air for the consumers
of
your products? Thanks very much.
Thank you. We can have the lady in front.
I'll hold the mic for you. Thank you. My name is Mary Chege. Should I say where I'm from? Oh, from MC and Associates, lawyer.
Okay.
So you've limited us to 2 questions, so I'll ask you 2 questions. So first and foremost, just great work, but a few just issues around the practicality of enforcement of compliance. So on the construction permits, say for the retail side, I was wondering whether, given the fact that there's so many multiple construction approvals that are required from EPRA, from NCA, from the county, is there any chance that perhaps you could have like a one-stop shop within EPRA, the same way, say, Ken Invest has got a one-stop shop with different officers supporting applicants with the multiple applications they need from the different agencies? That is going to assist business applicants from running around, the county and all of that. Secondly, around the the issue of the petroleum transportation, most of these tankers operate across borders. So you've got a license or permit for the driver and the tanker in Kenya. Are they also, are there any efforts to ensure collaboration with the other authorities within the region so that then business people are not required to have multiple permits and multiple licenses for each driver? So it's the same thing that these guys will face that current agricultural transporters are facing moving across counties. They have to pay cess fees in every county they traverse.
Okay.
So just something around that.
Okay.
Thank you for the amazing presentation. So my name is Samantha Luceno from the Kenya Civil Society Platform on Oil and Gas. First, I'd like to commend you. I think a lot of work has definitely gone into the regulations put forward and the recommendations you've suggested for uptake. And so in that regard, especially with regard to disaggregation of key components in the pricing regulations, I'd really like to commend you. But our bone of contention, and has been our bone of contention for a very long time, is taxation of petroleum products. So as you may be aware, like in the last 1 year or so, the component of taxation and levies has gone up by about 10%. Bringing the contribution of taxation to the retail price to about 50%. So this is occasioned by the Petroleum Development Levy of 5.4 shillings, and also the recent Tax Amendment Act, which increased the VAT-able base. So upon seeking clarification on the need for the Petroleum Development Levy, the PS actually stated that part of it was to go towards a diesel subsidy, in the event that prices at international level were to go higher than about $50. So we are now at a point where pre-pandemic levels for crude oil prices have gone up to about 60. And we're looking at a current spike in the last review, actually, of over 10% in the pricing of fuel. So while you've done a good job and in actually mapping out from the consumer side, things around awareness of retail prices, controlling market forces and market factors and things like that, I think for the duration the formula has been in effect, it has majorly worked to basically ensure an almost predictable revenue stream for government and oil marketing companies, and it's done very little to protect the consumer. So what we would have liked reflected in the regulations, pricing regulations, for instance, would have been, say, a provision on how exactly that subsidy would take effect and what impact it would have on the petroleum prices. I think that would be important for clarity. Also, I think the provisions on the purchase price of strategic stocks in the pricing regulations are still a bit vague. I think considering that's the mandate of the authority, it would be good to see a bit more in terms of what that formula would look like. And finally, on the information and statistics regulation, there's a lot on the kind of data that you intend on collecting. And of course, there's a lot released in the economic survey by KNBS, I think facilitated by yourselves. But I think something within those regulations should have pointed to the proactive disclosure of this information, especially for civil society organizations and the like who are actively developing programs even around energy transition. Something that we would have liked to see, say, earlier this year, if we had access to the data at the relevant time, would have been, say, the impact of the Finance Act, which brought back the taxation on LPG. So that's something that we would have wanted to see in real time.
Fine. Okay. This gentleman.
Good afternoon. My name is Rastas, a member of Kipenda and POAC. Now I have like two questions. Number one, about pricing. How comes after you've read the new prices on 14th, it takes only 1 week, and then after a week, we start having some problems with like right now we can't get PMS as a wholesaler. Is it because that there's no aging or rather demurrage at KPC or at Mombasa? Another question, when it comes to about land, about amenities that should not be there when you're running your station. What happens when those amenities find you there? The other question is,
Let's limit the questions to 2, but you can ask.
Okay.
The last one.
It is very unfair to reject someone's application, especially when they start, if they have already started like investing in the land. Like for instance, you have bought the land, and when you apply when you apply, or rather for the license, you are told that you cannot build in that place because of a certain amenities. I think you should speculate what kind of business should not be anywhere close to your petrol station.
Okay, fine. Let's first limit, then we get an opportunity to give you that one. Yeah, that gentleman.
My name is Fahim, Roy Transmotors. We would
Sorry,
from Roy Transmotors.
Okay.
We thank you for bringing up the policies and procedures in the transport sector. We are doing better than before. Now, there is just a few things that are concerned still. We started the e-fuel gadget about six months ago. We would like you to push KRA for the system to work, because right now we are not sealing trucks with ECTS, and the e-fuel is not working. So there is still a loophole for drivers to steal any product. Okay. My second question is, how is IPRA going to help taming of drivers from jumping from one company to another after the driver has probably done something wrong in one company and has tarnished the name of in the fuel sector?
Okay, let's limit them to 2.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. I'm Engineer Pere Nyaroya, the Deputy Director, Motor Vehicle Inspection, NTSA, and also the Chairman, the Technical Committee, 63, on the transportation of dangerous goods and hazardous compounds with cabs, and the Chairman of the Technical Committee on dangerous goods transportation at the East Africa level. Allow me to my response will partially answer some people's questions. Somebody asked that when the drivers move across the region, how is it going to be? One thing I want to say is that the East Africa community has already issued notice. We have already harmonized the standards on the transportation of dangerous goods across the region. Petrol or liquefied petroleum gas is just but one of the dangerous goods. We have 9 classes of dangerous goods. We have explosives, we have flammable gases, we have radioactive materials. These ones are just part of it. That's just class 3 of the dangerous goods. So far in East Africa, this one notice has been given because the standards have been harmonized, meaning the ES standard 950 will specify the requirement of the driver, which I can see this regulation has already captured very well. So a driver who qualifies to drive a dangerous goods vehicle, be it an explosive, be it radioactive, be it petrol, will be qualified to move across the region. In addition to that, even the tripartite countries, that is COMESA, EAC, and SADC, are already also working on that, so that a driver in Kenya can comfortably travel even to Pretoria in South Africa, even to Cairo in Misri. Now, thank you so much for that. I want to highlight, as a regulatory agency also, I'm very grateful to you people, and also to the authority of EPRA, also my classmate, former classmate, Engineer Ezra, that it has come at the right time for us to improve the lives of our people on roads, especially transporting these products. my comments, and also from NTSA, on the drivers. I've seen keen interest on the requirements of the driver, a driver transporting these dangerous goods. And I've seen there is a requirement for them to have a certificate, that there is preliminary requirement for them to get the certificate. That is, in my understanding, is very clear that they shall have gotten license, and license is issued by NTSA as the regulatory body. As we are talking right now, NTSA has elaborately harmonized its classes internationally. And I would say, as we were going to work closer, in fact, when I told my boss, DG, that we were coming here, they were very happy that now we are going to have a concerted effort as a nation in implementing this, because dangerous goods is captured in the curriculum, the new curriculum for drivers, and it falls under class CD. Currently, what is happening is that drivers operate with the basic class CE, that is driving of heavy commercial vehicles and articulated vehicles. But for dangerous goods, the requirement is that they will have additional training so that they know what kind of a dangerous good are they transporting, so that they can be upgraded not just at class CE, but they go to class CD, which now separates a driver of that nature from any other driver. So NTSA has already put the curriculum very well, but we are going to work concertedly with you so that we can streamline this. As they apply for the certificate, their licenses should have had class CD, meaning they have knowledge of dangerous goods. The same will apply because the East Africa standard, which is now going to be domesticated across from next month, and Sister Daisy Shekanga, who is the secretary for that technical committee, will highlight, also stipulates, apart from the mechanical roadworthiness of the vehicle, there is also additional, like Ezra had said, there are additional things which the vehicle must have. So even in our inspection regime as NTSA for the mechanical roadworthiness, we will also be enforcing to see that this vehicle is transporting a dangerous good. It must have additional safety features to protect other road users. So that is also, I can assure you, we are going to work in that to ensure that that one is captured in place. Allow me to, my brother, to allow the secretary of the technical committee, Sister Daisy, also to add another component or to summarize the summary. She had something on that. Daisy.
Just a minute. Okay. No, just summarize in a minute.
No, I'm not even summarizing. I think my main issue has been answered by Opere, where you violated on the requirements in the regulation, requirements for the driver. I've only for the driver certificate. You've seen the driver must have a valid occupational health something fitness permit, driving license, but I thought you should add in the requirement the training. In the table, if you see on the table there,
okay, down
D should be training.
Oh.
Yeah, because we are talking of dangerous goods.
True.
So why should you have what is this certificate? What does it entail? Is it just the driving license, just the permit and fitness? What about the training should be indicated in there? And the pride we have discussions with NTSA, which we are going to enforce the standard on operational requirements for road vehicles, that is KSES 1950, which is going to be adopted early March, of which we are going to enforce on the same training and giving licenses. NTSA will give licenses for the driver, but based on the training, of which it will come in handy when we are implementing the regulation.
Thank you.
Okay.
Who was, yeah, this lady?
I know they've spoken about the safety features.
Sorry, your name?
Oh, sorry. My name is Ann Kathurima.
Okay.
Yes, they've spoken about the safety features, but I've not heard anything about the condition of the tanker, apart from the markings and all that. But what about the condition of the tank itself?
Okay.
Please, maybe you can elaborate on that.
Okay.
And also maybe the aspect of the timings of transportation, because anytime I'm in traffic and I see a tanker and it's written danger petrol, such a one comes to mind. So maybe you can elaborate on that. Then Engineer Kenywa, you spoke about the sanctions. And my question lies about during President Kibaki's regime, we saw the former Prime Minister, they secured a tender with the Iranian government to provide us with petroleum. And we know Iran is under sanctions of the US. So maybe you can state which countries are these and which body do you follow when you're looking into these sanctions. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll first answer those questions, then we take another round of questions. And we are starting from Festus on climate change and pollution, especially I think it could be in the area of the regulation of the transport aspect. Then we have Ms. Chege on practicability on enforcement, and which question has partly been ably answered by our colleagues from NTSA. And this is what we were talking about in terms of synergy. And for your information, I think we have quite a number of MOU with most of the regulators, and one of the entities is NTSA, but Edward will elaborate on that. Because what Madam Chege is looking for is a Huduma center in petroleum. True? Yeah, she is looking for a Huduma center. And then her second question will be addressed. It's on cross-border collaboration, also partly answered by engineer from NTSA. Then Samantha on taxation of products, this in the realm of the pricing and the stabilization. The issue about subsidy, maybe it needs to be clarified. Engineer will clarify that on the issue of subsidy. Then the third question was on information and disclosure of that such information, Engineer Kenywa. Then we had a gentleman from Kipenda on pricing and why there is stock out a week immediately after the pricing, and also the issue with who came first, is it the egg or the chicken, in terms of I develop my station, then people find me, or I go find people. That Edward will clarify on why they are, in the event other amenities come into place, and also in terms of due diligence. Did I conduct due diligence before I bought land to set up the petrol station? And then the other question was from Roy Transporters on KRI system and the e-fueling and whether it has been effective, and taming of drivers when they commit an offense in one company and they jump to the other. Then the other was quite a compliment from Engineer Opere and Madam Daisy, and it was quite a good elaboration, and Anne has inquired on the tanker conditions. And also from NTSA, there is the issue of training. Maybe Ezra will elaborate on that. And Anne has asked on tanker conditions, which maybe we have omitted, and also the timing of the transport As you freak, I also freak when I'm on Uhuru Highway and there is a tanker, because you don't know what can happen from that roundabout for University roundabout to the University route to the Haile Selassie. And this tanker was not ferrying hazardous product, but was carrying more than that. So what are we doing about that? Also, engineer, you need to tell us about the deal between Iran and Kenya. And if the deal is not going through, what next? I think after that, then we can take the next round of questions.
Thank you, Robert. I think I'll attempt to answer most of the questions, but there are two that I'll leave for the DG because they are policy questions with his permission. One is on PDL, and the other one is on taxation. I think DG can handle those. They are policy questions. So I'll start with the first task on climate change. Yes, we agree these products that we are using, and that's why I was saying we are dealing with hazardous products, but if you look at our energy mix, that is what we are using most. Before we get a solution like the way we are going to electric vehicles, or if we have a new solution in future, which might include like a hydrogen cell for the vehicles. But in the meantime, these products with the internal combustion engines that most of us use, we cannot escape using these products. So the question we are asking ourselves as a regulator, how well can we handle these products to minimize or mitigate that risk? And that's why I said in these regulations, there's emphasis on the aspect of environment. We want to make sure that we don't have operators polluting our soils, our waters, or our ambient air. We have gone ahead and told you that when you apply for a license, you have to sign a commitment in form of an environment liability policy that in case of an eventuality that these products will spill, then you will take proper care of the remediation of the environment. So we are cognizant of that fact, and that's why even the penalties that we have, they may look very punitive, but you can imagine if a tanker rolled over, like one we had last, I think it was last year, a tanker rolled over and spilled whole contents of fuel in someone's land. That land could not now bear anything because it is soaked in petroleum. So we had to follow up with the transporter to do a proper remediation of that land. So sometimes when you see those penalties, it may look painful to you, but they pain other people more. I think the one on cross-border, the one Mary Chege asked, I think has been partly addressed by Engineer Opere. But what I can also say is that we are happy that NTSA and, of course, KEBS, we are working towards, we have harmonized those standards. And we'll continue collaborating as a government to ensure that within the East African region, and of course, if it's COMESA region, we have harmonized standards and, of course, regulations. We also have a regulation for the East African regulators, energy regulators called EREA. You can Google it. This comprises of Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Burundi, and Rwanda. So there are also discussions because one of the problems we had, yes, we are certifying our drivers here in Kenya. What happens to those drivers who are coming from outside? So we want that mutual recognition so that once I certify a driver, if he's going to Tanzania, he's not stopped on the road by EWURA and asked, why is your permit? So that is something that is in the works, and I believe, as engineer has said, we've already done the major step of harmonizing the standards. The one on multiple approvals, yes, I think the DG will also handle this because I know government is working on like a policy or a framework of easing how business licenses are obtained. And I think it has been ongoing for some time, but I think DG will give a proper comment. But what I have to say is that we are always at the tail end of the licensing process, especially for the infrastructure. First of all, we come at the beginning when you are doing your environmental impact assessment. So whenever you do the report on EIA, a copy comes to us. So we have a chance, and I'll answer that partly with your question, why someone will have constructed and then we reject. Once the EIA report comes to us, once we give NEMA comments, it's at that point that NEMA can give you a license, an EIA license. So if it is not practical to build an LPG depot in a certain locality, we'll tell NEMA, we have looked at the standards and this location cannot comply. We even take the trouble of going to inspect. We inspect all these areas to ensure that once we tell the investor it is okay to build, whenever they invest money, then we don't come and tell them later on that this place is not fit. But of course, we have those group of investors who start constructing stations, which I know there are a number of us here without approvals. And then you want to regularize. Then when you come to us, we tell you it's not practical. So it was illegal in the first place for you to start constructing without approval. So whenever I tell you it's illegal, then I'm usually right, you are usually wrong. Okay, there is the aspect of the existing stations. Stations are a bit different because the licensing of petrol stations under the old Petroleum Cap 116 was done by the district commissioners who later on turned to be the deputy county commissioners. This under the new, the Constitution of Kenya 2010. We know that this function reverted to us in 2018, and there are a number of stations that are existing which may not meet the standard. So what we have done as a regulator, we are going to commission a study in the next few weeks. I think we have already closed the bids, and I think it is the process of evaluation. We are going to get a consultant, a technical consultant, to look at all the stations in the country. Look at the tank capacities, the space you have in relation to the standard. So he'll be able to classify those stations. Out of those 3,000 stations, there are some which could be very bad. Like, for example, someone I heard somewhere when we were doing our stakeholder consultation, they are storing petroleum in underground plastic tanks, you can imagine. So these are the things we are saying, such stations cannot be mitigated. So we'll have to find a way of stopping them from operating. But I know there's a good percentage of those stations which will require some upgrade, which we can discuss what timeline do we give you to upgrade those stations. And this is being done in cognizance of the fact that we have to protect the users of these products, we have to protect the environment. The one on taxation, I think I'll leave it to the DG, and the one on PDL. In terms of funds for strategic stocks, I think that question was asked. There's a regulation on strategic stocks, and it will be explained where the funds will be coming from. I think it will be presented just after. The pricing regulations was just mentioning there might be emergencies that might occur, which will need the country to draw from the strategic stock, and at that point we'll need to do an emergency pricing. So there's a regulation on strategic stocks. Data, there was a question on data collected. Of course, we are guided by the Constitution on disclosure of this information, but of course, we have also to be cognizant of the Competition Act. So there is some data we cannot give you, like when you ask us about the market shares of the people seated here, that will have an anti-competition bearing, so we cannot disclose that information. But we do work very closely with Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, who are the ones who disseminate all the information on petroleum through the economic survey. There was a question from POAC, I think, on the issue of shortage after price release. As I said before, we do monitor stocks in all the depots to ensure that the security of supply of petroleum products in the country. So if there's a shortage of products which is artificial and someone probably is holding those products, then we'll be in the know and we'll be able to come to that region and find out what is the issue. But I know there have been a question of price disparities, especially when what happened is that we had done a lean planning, import planning, like that is April last year. We did a lean import plan because nobody knew how the demand would behave after COVID came in and there was lockdown. So at that point, you found that the products that were being used in the country, the did not match with the 30-day period that is provided in the current pricing regulation. That is sort of an emergency situation or a situation that is out of the norm, and that's why we are saying in the pricing regulation, if that is to happen in future, we have this draft that says, then we can have the cabinet secretary come and declare, for example, there's an emergency and see how we can do an intermediate price. So that is what we are taking care of. I think I've talked about the stations that you are saying we reject and that they are already constructed. The ones where amenities have come around the station after you construct, the study we are doing now will inform us. But of course, once we do that study, we have also to compare the information we get with the current standard that we have. It's an East African standard. It's KS EAS 980-2020. This is the one that now categorizes the tires of stations and gives you the piece of land, the size of land for each tire of station, and of course the capacity. It also talks about the acceleration, the deceleration lanes, the width, and the depth. And this all is being done because we want to be safe during retail operations. So once we get there, then we'll be able now to give people improvement notices. And of course, the others who are compliant will just continue with the operations. I think there was a comment from Roy on errant drivers. What I can say is that when you get an errant driver, now that we are certifying them, please let us know. And we know some of the major transporters have done a good job. Once you give us that information and you have done an investigation, probably a driver was doing adulteration, a driver was doing pilferage, we are able to ban that certificate, and we've done it before. And once we ban the certificate, I think we have banned over 8 drivers now. They cannot load anywhere because our enforcement team in the regions will not allow unlicensed drivers to load these products. I think the comments from Engineer Opera are well noted. I think we will have to work close because we are doing a cross-cutting function of certifying these drivers. Maybe on the aspect of training, when we initially had these regulations, we had even put the aspect of defensive driving. It became a problem because of the cost, but I'm happy now that since you've already put it under the standard, once we require the training to be done, I think mine will be to check if the class of license is not CD, then that driver is not trained, because I presume when you are giving that class of license, you will ensure the driver is properly trained. So that when they come to me and then I see they have a class BC or a class A, then I will not be able to license them. And it's a good thing that we are training drivers. I think tanker accidents have been one of the biggest problems we've had. But I think with this training of drivers, we'll be able to reduce these accidents. There is an aspect of driving times that was asked. There's a history behind the amendment of the driving time. At one point, we had legislated 6:30 p.m. to 6:30 a.m. And then, of course, the stakeholders in the sector raised an alarm that it was not practical for them. One of the things they were saying, it's even easier to transport products at night because during the day it's when the road is busy, and of course because of the heat the losses are higher. That was one of the aspects. The other aspect is logistics. When you load products from Nairobi here to the depot, you have to contend with a jam all the way to the upcountry towns. So they're saying you spend 2 hours in the traffic and this product loaded maybe at 5:30 p.m. By the time you end with a jam, it's already curfew time, or for those, the curfew in quotes, because at that time they were supposed to stop by 6:30. Question is, where do you stop? Because some of them, the 6:30 found them at heavily populated areas. And I remember, I think it's Martin, I'll mention your name, he asked me one day in a forum, if my truck is 6:30 reaches when I'm at Wetavia. Wetavia is a town towards Thika. Where do I park? And I had no question, I had no answer to that, because if he moves one more step, the police will arrest him. So what we did is to bring in a mitigation. Yes, we removed the driving time, but now we have put additional measures that you must have a journey plan for that vehicle. And then we have limited the number of continuous driving hours this driver has to drive without taking a rest. We have a mandatory rest period, and you have to indicate the resting points in your journey plan. And of course, you have to track your vehicle so that in case something happens, then we are able to look at probably the history of that transportation. Did he stop when he was supposed to stop? What speed limit was he driving at? What is the rest point that he took? Is it the one that I have defined as a transporter? So you as a transporter, you have to understand the corridor. And I'm also happy through the Kept Up consultancy, we've done also a road hazard mapping, which of course has looked at our main transport corridors and has been able to identify the various hazards. So when you are looking at designated rest points, it's good to look at that road hazard mapping. The one on sanctions, what I'll say, we are a creature of the national government, and we will follow the policies that they have put in place. So our work is to advise them. If, for example, they do not have an agreement with a particular country, they may have reasons why they wanted to have an agreement with Iran, but, and of course we are guided accordingly. That's a foreign policy issue. But if there's another country that someone is getting products from and it's not in their purview, it's our duty to inform them. Otherwise, they'll be caught by surprise that, yes, you people are regulating this trade, and these traders have been getting these products from X country without our knowledge. So we are just serving a complementary role to them. The conditions of the track being the last question, I'm happy the standards have been have been harmonized, the East African standard. But of course, I have to say we will continue working with the NTSA, because the motor vehicle inspection certificates that are given during licensing from our side, most of the time they were looking at the mechanical condition of the vehicle, but not the tank itself. The tank should be compliant to the standard. And last year but one, we started working with the Kenya Accreditation Service to at least accredit parties who could inspect now the tank itself. And Kenya has already accredited 2 persons. So it is a matter of creating a framework on how that inspection will be done. And I think we will work with NTSA so that if they say that they can incorporate it in their inspection, then it is done together, instead of you getting inspection for mechanical here and going for the tank inspection here. So that is in the offing. Thank you. I think I'll invite the DG, with your permission, to just answer these two, the one on PDL and...
Please, just a follow-up. May I ask, if I heard you well, does it mean that as of now, the county government has nothing to do with petroleum business?
As the DG comes, we know there are some functions that have been given to the county under the new act, but one of the major roles that we have to do as a regulator is to ensure there is harmony in the national standard, like licensing of petrol stations. Yes, it is being given to the counties, but what we are looking at, can we ensure there is harmony, like the tires? The petroleum industry players are saying they don't understand those tires. We want to harmonize the standard. We do a technical inspection of all the stations in the country, then we do a pilot license. Once we are comfortable that, yes, the standards have been harmonized, then we'll be able to hand it over to the county. Thank you.
Maybe I can just add, Edward. The Constitution, the 4th schedule of the Constitution, has given the mandate of both energy regulation to both the national and the county government. But the distinction is that policy remains at national government. Then development and regulation remains with the county government. So if you look at the Energy Act and the Petroleum Act 2019, what they have, the acts have attempted to do is to actually demarcate the roles between the two. But we're now at a scenario where creating the legislation, creating the policy at national level, so that then you're able then to distinguish between these two roles of regulation. Because at the end of the day, as Edward is saying, you need uniformity. So you can't have one county having a different standard from another county. So at the end of the day, when it comes to the policy making and setting of standards, it is done at national level. And then the execution and the development and the planning can then be done by the county governments. But we are now in a scenario where we want to first put the policy that overarches across the 47 counties. I think I'm here. Edward has done a very good job answering the questions. I will just touch on 2. I think the first one was the issue of ease of doing business. The second one is an issue of taxation. But before I get there, I think there was a question on sanctions. As you are aware, all international treaties and conventions that have been ratified by the Republic of Kenya form part of our law as per the Constitution. On the specific question on Iran, you'd recall at some point there had been easing of sanctions against Iran, but then those were then clawed back by the UN Security Council. So at the end of the day, it's a very dynamic situation. So you then monitor it on a case-by-case basis. But again, you have the national oil company, and there's also engagements at a G2G level, at a government-to-government level. I'm happy today my colleague, the MD of the National Oil Corporation, is here with us. And those are the kind of initiatives that they actually pursue on behalf of the government with other national oil companies of other countries across the world. When it comes to the issue of ease of doing business, there has been an initiative by the Ministry of Industrialization in terms of improving ease of doing business. As Robert had said, it's Huduma number, but at the end of the day, Huduma Center, but at the end of the day, we're also cognizant to the fact that a lot of these entities are established by different acts of parliament, and they have different mandates. So it may be a challenge to try and consolidate all of those as long as the statutes remain independent. But the Ministry of Industrialization has done a lot of good work in terms of ease of doing business, but it's one of the comments that they're trying to find a framework through which a lot of this can be consolidated. But as Edward had said, we come at the tail end of the licensing process. So you have to go to all these entities, tick the box. And I know one of the questions that come up and has come up in the forums that we've been attending, for instance, is an issue of drivers and the clearance from DCI. One of the requirements in the Act, and as you see in the regulations, is a requirement for you to apply for a license 30 days prior to expiry. Our portal at EPRA allows you to start up this application process 45 days before. So I think some of the challenges that we encounter when it comes to renewals really is more operational. And our portal allows you to actually get a notification 45 days that your license is about to expire, so then you can reapply. So I think we want you to work with us to be able, where you're a practitioner, the transporters, to be able to then sensitize your drivers, to be able to sensitize your supply and trading managers, to be able to then flag that our license is going to expire in the next 45 days. Then you could start the application of the process of application. And we at the authority, we have a time-bound, we are time-bound in terms of the period of time that it takes us to review, either approve or reject an application. And I think if we all work together, that becomes seamless. On the last issue, when it comes to matters taxation, the PDL, I know the PS has weighed in on this matter. The Parliament has also weighed in on this matter. Part of delegated legislation, the amendment to the PDL has gone to the Parliament, the Committee on Delegated Legislation. It has been approved, but there's a requirement for a bit more governance structures, and that is what we have been working on in collaboration with the ministry to create governance structures that will allow for this hedging mechanism. It's really not a subsidy, but a hedging mechanism that will allow us to then cushion consumers from adverse impacts of pump prices, but also ensure those of you who are in business to be able to plan a bit better when it comes to pump pricing. There is also an issue of why high levies. This is really not within the mandate of EPRA, and I understand the concern. Taxes and levies are actually passed by the National Assembly upon the advice of the executive. This is the National Treasury. So I think there's been a question of taxation. I don't think that's really within the purview or the mandate of EPRA, but it's a concern that has been raised, and probably we'll be able to pass that on to the policymakers. Thank you.
Thank you, DG and Engineer Kenywa, for the response you have provided. And I think time is not on our side, so can I allow only 3 questions, then we take, because also what's appearing, there are some questions coming out for topics we will cover later. So we will take 3 questions, one on that law, one, and one. Then we go for the other presentation. True? So that also we can hear what is in the other presentation. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, Robert. My petition, please, before I make my submissions. My understanding was that this is the forum, the only forum we will have in Nairobi to submit our comments. And though there are other regulations that are going to be discussed, I think this is the most important part of the comments, of the reactions so far from what has been submitted by EPRA. And bearing in mind that we had 60 days to go through the regulations, we should have spent maybe less time on that, because this is really what the crux of the matter, where we need to engage and participate.
Sure.
Mine are not questions, they are comments that I'd like to make, and it's not one just to make a declaration. The first one is on the pricing policy, on the pricing regulation, sorry. And I just want to ride on a comment that was made by the Director of Oil and Gas, Edward, regarding the alignment of these regulations with the course of study. And there appears then, if that was the spirit, that there are some two really critical recommendations that were in that course of study that have not been incorporated or included in the pricing regulation. One of them being the adjustment, a provision to enable the annual review of the pricing structure to specifically address the return on investment. And also, the second one has to do with a proviso that is missing right now, which would otherwise align the regulations to the course of study, a proviso to enable the review of the entire pricing components every 5 years. That is completely what the course of study came out with, and since we are aligning, it would be important to ensure that those provisos are included, so then the course of study is fully aligned. The other comment with regard to pricing is that there needs to be certainly an addition or a regulatory guidance within these regulations to the effect that whenever there is a tax change, then the price adjustments will be made accordingly. We've had a number of challenges previously, and I think it's important for this to be included so that then there is clear regulatory guidance and there's no confusion and there is no ambiguity. The other one, though it has been mentioned partially, has to do with EPRA announcing the prices 1,400 hours of every month. We would propose that it be specific. Rather, it doesn't say 14, it doesn't say the time, but it says the date, which is the 14th. And what you're saying, it should come along with the time, so that then it will deter any person who wants to make pronouncements earlier or after, and there's a strict regulatory timeline within which EPRA should make that announcement. As I said, I'm submitting comments, so please allow me. The other omission that is critical, although it has been spoken to, in terms of the CS powers within the strategic stocks, has to do with the fact that this proviso is lacking in terms of flexibility. When it comes to impacts or issues or challenges that have come, say, for example, from the pandemic. We were unable to address the challenges that came to disrupt the investors' protection due to COVID, because this regulation did not take cognizance of, one, the supply lag effect in the pricing mechanism, and it therefore exposed rather than protected the investors from the volatility, and especially so because in pandemic circumstances, and it could be something else, the gap between the maximum set retail price and the inventory can be very wide. And there's certainly an investor protection justification to narrow that gap. The other one, of course, as we have said, is to ensure that the flexibility should allow for immediate adjusting of the existing parameters and or incorporating new ones in the event of unforeseen emerging structural shifts in the petroleum supply chain, as we observed because of the pandemic. Last but not least, specific to the pricing, and these I have other comments to make, so I'm hoping I'll get a chance for the other regulations as we dispense off with the pricing, are just areas that require amending. If you look at the LC cost, this is not a component cost of CIF, but rather it should be a separate cost component. On the foreign currency exchange rate for converting cost of imported petroleum products from US dollars to Kenyan shillings, shall be the average selling rate of lending commercial banks approved by the authority. but banks do not sell dollars based on a mean exchange rate, so some amendments need to be made there. It's important for the proviso, or rather the regulation also to include the certificate of conformity and an EPRA-approved demurrage cost. So that is on pricing.
Okay.
Do I have permission to go to the other regulations for comments?
Let's first also get a question from here. And from that head, as you agree, what I'm getting is we take time in the presentation, we take less time, and you give you more time on question and answer. Yes. Fine. So what we'll do after the 3 questions, we will respond to them, then take a number of regulations, then we can reserve the entire afternoon for Q&A. Yes. Is that what we are saying? Yes. Okay, yes. Fine.
Thank you. My name is Engineer Kariuki from Kipenda. We have done a written presentation which we'll be giving at the end of the session, but I have 2 quick comments. The first one is the petroleum regulation in general do not appear to support small businesses, especially those located in informal settlement of the urban areas such as slums and in the most part of the counties, especially where there are only 1 to 3 pumps, e.g. Kero, petrol, and diesel. These small businesses support border transport and the matatus far away from where the established petrol stations are located. Now, I have 2 quick specifics now on transportation. The first is, what is designated parking? Will they be in highways? Will they be gazetted? 2, the owner of a truck transporting adulterated fuel fine is 10 million. What if the culprit is a driver? What is fine? 3, on operation of petroleum stocks. When engineer was giving a presentation, he said there will be information from Kenya Pipeline. Now, what I would like to know is whether that information includes ownership of the particular stocks and the destination. Remember the Triton case. If such information was made known, probably the government would have known at an early stage.
Fine, let's cap them from here so that also we get...
Finally, please don't interrupt, sir. I'm also a small brother, so this is what we are complaining about. Now, there is, again, penalties on minimum operation stocks. Now, these penalties are peanuts, because if you compare, they are 100,000, and this is in your page, I think 5321, 100,000 K, whereby an adulteration for a small trader is 10 million. So they do not appear to be, you know,
fine, they don't appear
they are
to
not
be
pro rata. So I am
fine,
saying penalties
okay.
to be pro rata to the level of
Okay.
investment.
Fine, we have gotten that.
Yeah.
And now, because the 2 gentlemen are sitting together, my assumption is they have been consulting. So one, I'm sure will ask the question on behalf of the other.
Okay, my name is Joseph Karanja, and I'm the chair Kipeda. Now, I want to comment here because since this notice was brought to our knowledge, we have taken time to really go through it because we are the operatives, we are the stakeholders. And almost in every regulation, we have had issues to discuss, and when you limit the time and questions, then we are, like me, I know that with all my other partners in this.
So mask can help Mr. Madege. He is struggling.
Imekatika.
Anyone with an extra mask.
Imekatika masikio.
Yeah.
Let my friend be. Okay.
Got one.
I got it. Thank you. Really appreciate. Thank you. What I'm trying to say is that we've gone through these documents, the whole of it, and it is very hard because we are the people. I thank God for everybody else who have come here because they're interested in these. But we are the people who are at the ground, and we are the people who go through these. We know what every statement means because we are the people who translate it now to action or to whatever. Now, because there isn't much time, and I don't know when we'll have time to go through it all together. Because like me, we had notices. We had comments. We have written. We can't say anything.
So what we are saying, we are still open to receiving comment. We are still open to receiving the memoranda. You are still welcome in our offices. So in case of time constraint or in case you have quite some mouthful agenda, you can always come to us, but at this forum you can summarize and then we can see how to go about it.
Okay, I don't know where to summarize, but what I can say is that the most burning is that the measures or the regulations that are being fronted may not really be practicable to the small players. There is like a figure. When you want somebody to sell more than 200,000 liters in a month, it's very hard practically, even in town here, to get that one. Yet, even somebody who is selling 10,000 liters, like in our slums and whatever, kerosene, according to the margins given by these regulations, this is somebody who will earn about 82,000 shillings. In 10,000 liters, you sell only 10,000 liters, it translates to 10,000 shillings, your profit. That is already employment. Now the government is supposed to make things easier for the willing investors, not tightening it and struggling even those who are there. Maybe let me allow my friend, but I have so much. We have written down, we have taken time. We need your ears.
Okay. My name is Joseph from POAC and Kipenda. My challenge, some of the questions have been answered, and I think I don't have to ask them again. My biggest challenge was during COVID-19 period, and even if it is going on today. My biggest problem was to get stock. I would like to maybe ask you, the policymakers, whether you can have a strategic reserve to serve during this difficult time, and especially even create a levy that will help mitigate this problem, because it was a challenge. Most of us today do not have business because we were kicked out by COVID challenges. Some of us could not sell diesel for months. We could not sell kerosene. And the problem was people were allowed to hold so that they can make money afterward. And this brought a lot of suffering to us. Thank you.
Just like it is happening today. Like today, excuse me, today as we speak here, we cannot access PMS today. And we can make any call. Yet, in the system, government systems, they are showing that we have plenty of products.
Okay, we hear you. And let's respond to those questions, then we go immediately to the presentations. And actually, sorry, on something which has already said on the way we are going to go forward. Just a minute.
Yes. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you. I want to ask I want just to add value to the effect of maximum and minimum prices by HEPRA for wholesale and retail. Now, what my colleagues are saying here is, when you set a maximum price for wholesale, I don't know how you factor the landing cost for shippers. Because when it surpasses the maximum EPRA price, it will mean the shippers will not sell to the consumers, subjecting stations to go dry. Or else, they sell at an escalated price, which we will buy desperately, impacting on our margins. And by so doing, you find there's imbalance of business. My question is, Mr. Hepra, can you regulate these prices weekly or a fortnight so that you are able now to balance between the landing cost plus margin of the shippers to help us? I'm saying this because I have a petrol station in Makueni. Many of the times I'm dry because I cannot access the products when they are there because of the prices.
We hear you. You have added value, and then we are going to respond to that.
Thank you so much.
Sure, you have added value. Yes. Just because also we are here, we have online participants, and somebody must have been following us. Is the person online ready?
Yes, online. Yes, online. Yes, online.
Proceed.
Yes, online.
Proceed.
Yes,
Thank you so much. My name is
Nicholas, proceed and also add value to this forum.
I'll go straight to the question. ONFR is a business growth strategy for MCs, as currently evidenced in the retail oil outlets. And my query goes straight in reference to the requirements of the CAPE standards of the office block may contain a convenience store, but not an eating facility. That's for Tier 2. Looking at this, we have, and as per the growth strategy, we have smaller concepts that have come up, and these smaller food concepts represent the bigger brands, the likes of KFC, Java, and Burger King, etc. So this means that the size of the offer or the building size is reduced to the size of a shop, which is classified as a convenience store. In addition to that, there's also the option of online purchasing platform. And my question is it proper? Can EPRA allow the OMCs to get approval for such facilities to be included under Tier 2, instead of the current Tier 3, whereby the land size is huge, and yet we have potential for such business in high-end areas, whereby all safety standards can be effected, and we get good business as far as ONFR is concerned in the
Thank you,
oil
Nicholas.
sector.
We hear you. Okay. We have, I think, from Ms. Wajiko Manyara, it's more on comments, and I hope you have taken them on board, and she still has additional ones, and she will provide us with more input. And from Kipenda, it's more on the small-scale investor and the stock out during emergencies like COVID, and the fines, are they commensurate to the offenses? And also the information from pipeline, KPC, and from Bwana Madenge and Bwana Joseph, also from Kipenda. It's on still the small investors, and how are their interests protected, especially in matters to do with stock out. And also there was the gentleman who has added quite some input on how to go about minimum and maximum price so that his station in Makwen doesn't experience stock out. And the Mr. Nicholas was online on the food concept at the Tier 2, just like I think we have in Tier 1.
Thank you for those questions. They are quite emotive, some of them. But I would like the gentleman who has raised the issue of the pricing period. And I think that's why we are here. I think when Ezra was presenting the pricing regulations, he clearly said we consider cargoes that have discharged at the port of Mombasa from the 10th of the previous month to the 9th day of the pricing month. So the question we are asking, if indeed people are not able to match the landed cost and our pricing now, can we suggest a different period, even if it's 2 weeks? That's why we are doing public participation. But you just know it's a double-edged sword. That's what I tell people. One day it will not favor you. So you cannot again come and say, can we change again? So we'll have to take time to, so that, because we are also protecting the consumer, there are people who are buying this fuel for large fleet of vehicles and they need predictability. So we can't be changing today, tomorrow. So we have to be sure that, yes, if we want a fortnightly, yes, we can put it in the law, and us will just implement the law the way it is. So that's a valuable suggestion, and I think I appreciate it. I think on the, Wanjiko has given us several comments on pricing. I'll just make a few comments. One, yes, the cost of was a cost of service study on the supply of petroleum products. It gave us recommendations on various aspects. Probably what we have tried to capture in the best way possible, like if you look at Regulation 8 of that draft, there are certain factors that the regulator will be changing. And I believe those are some of the things that, like margins, the ones that require annual reviews. So we have put them as factors which can be changed by the regulator, and they publish it in the Gazette for the public to know. In terms of tax change, I think that is captured. There's a line where Ezra explained that we have also taken into account that when this change of tax, we'll do an immediate pricing. The one on the exchange rate, I think we take the comment. We will have discussions to agree on we can have a discussion to agree on the probably the most practical exchange rate to use. We've heard you about the emergency. We tried to put that clause, that regulation, to ensure that when we have instances where there is an emergency, then we don't have a lacuna on how the price will be determined. We wanted it to be clear that when the CS announces an emergency, we'll be it from a pandemic, because some of these emergencies will come even from pandemics themselves. Engineer Karaoke, yes, we hear you. You are saying the regulations don't favor small players, but what I have to tell you is that the standard we have, which is KS EAS 980 of 2020, has given the various tiers of stations. We even have a single pump, and we have even special category stations. What we want you to meet is the minimum bare standards that will ensure that, yes, we protect the environment. Because the moment we get pollution, the moment we get 100 people dying of an explosion, the person who is on the spot is me, because I'll not have done my job to ensure that the players are protecting the people they are serving. So we are just trying, and that's why I'm saying we've gone to the pain of commissioning a study or a consultancy to check. Let's go even to those interior areas. Let's see those pumps. Can they meet some bare minimum? You see, that study can also inform us to say, can we adjust the standard a bit? And I know countries like Tanzania did that. So they were able to know there's a station in the rural area which can meet certain minimums, which will not be so expensive for that investor because of the market they are serving. So it is a good thing, and it's a 3-year thing. So it is something we will work towards with each other to ensure that, yes, we don't expose the public and the environment too much, but also we also don't put a very heavy economic burden on you. And of course, standards are developed just like the way we are developing regulations. If you feel that is something that needs to be changed, you can suggest it. It is floated to the technical committee. It is discussed. We look at the dangers, and we also look at the advantages, and then we agree as a committee. Designated parking, the Petroleum Act confers this responsibility to the county governments, And I know we've been engaging county governments. I think PIA is also here. Wanjiko has been engaging the county government, even of Nairobi, here on behalf of the industry. We've not been successful yet, but I am sure like Kisumu is at an advanced stage because they have even asked for a layout plan, which we gave them for that designated parking. We believe that in the coming months, we will see county governments taking that step, especially along the main transport corridors. What we have put there is a caveat that do not park petroleum tankers in residential areas. Like when we talk of 100 meters from a residential area, we are trying to avoid scenarios where a driver comes, they want to go see their family, they park a tanker full of gas in an estate. What would happen if there was an explosion there? So we would just become another Lebanon. You saw what happened in Lebanon, the explosion of the port. So these are the things we are trying to say. Let's try to forestall them. Yes, you would want to go see your family. Can you park your tanker somewhere safe? You take a taxi or a boda, you go see your family. In terms of the penalties for operational stocks, yes, we hear you. And I'm happy you are the first person advocating for stiffer penalties. Where we've been told what we are prescribing are crazy penalties. So I think it's good that we have somebody who is saying, can we add these penalties? Because these people are capable of paying those penalties. So we'll consider it also. In terms of stocks and the owners, yes, we do get that information. What we can't do is to share that information for competition reasons. That information is submitted to us. Kenya Pipeline is our licensee, so they have an obligation to give us that information. I think Bwana Karanja said that these regulations are not practical. You gave an example of the 200,000 liters. The reason why you're seeing the regulator using such high figures is because that is the data we have. And that's why I was saying, under the statistics regulations, it is very important, even for that person who is fueling borders, to tell us how much volume, so that we can have an idea what is the average. If you look at the average that they found, COSOP found they were only given volumes by the big players. The smaller players shied from giving their volumes, or they don't keep records, unfortunately. So the volume of 200,000 that they use to calculate the margin is based on data. And this is what I was saying. Whenever we make a decision, it is based on figures. So that even if I was to be challenged in a court of law, I can produce. These are the figures. So it is important you report on this data so that we can be able to know now the average has gone from 200,000, it's now 100,000, or it's 150,000. And that will also advise on the flexibility people may have on the requirements, like on standards, so that we say, is it practical for someone to sell 50,000 and have an investment of X? You get? Okay. I think there's the issue of the strategic stocks. I think it was asked by the gentleman. There's a regulation on that, and we are trying to forestall emergencies. When there's an emergency that has been declared by the CS, he will declare it in a gazette. Then we'll have ways of drawing from that strategic stock. We have defined the number of days to start with, the most practical days. We have also looked at the modalities of financing that product, so that is covered. There was a question from the gentleman who was online. I think I've answered the one of bi-weekly or monthly. So it is you to give us your suggestion. If you want us to do bi-monthly, we'll be happy to do it. Then this one that was asked about the categorization of stations, and this is in effect with the fast foods that are coming. What we have is a standard, which is the East African standard, which clearly says, defines what is an eatery. An eatery is where you are offering food. So this is the tier 2. We will not allow you to do an eatery. But this can be a point of debate, and that's why I'm saying standards are made by the people. What we can do is you can give that suggestion, and then based on the risk assessment that can be done, because it has to be based on something. Once we do a risk assessment and see it does not pose a risk, then as a technical committee constituting of industry, CABs, and the regulator, then we can see whether we can include certain amenities to these stations. What we don't want is a congestion in those stations. I've been looking at the applications for construction permits. Petroleum business has become like it's now the amenity. Someone is doing half of the space is a supermarket, and I think Ezra here can attest. Half of the space, half of it is a supermarket and parking. Then petroleum is at the corner. So have we done a risk assessment of what may happen if there's an accident involving petroleum products? So let's not squeeze petroleum to the periphery. I know the other auxiliary businesses are giving you money, but let's be alive to the fact that these products are hazardous. So if you want that inclusion, it can be based on a risk assessment, and then we can float it to KEBS, and then we see whether we can include it. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Engineer, for the responses. And it was like unanimous. We first go through regulations, then we reserve the afternoon for Q&A. We agreed on that? Yeah. I wish to invite Bwana Okweka to come and do 2 regulations, one on business licensing and the other one on lubricant facility.
What I'm saying, you just it. And
starting with business, huh?
Yes, give me the other one, the point. Look. Yes. Well, this thing, it can't reach the other side. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Yes, I think I've been introduced. I'll take a very short time. I have the feel that I think we have stakeholders who have gone through the regulations that were presented, I think, sometime on December, and you need more time to raise your views and queries that you may have regarding these regulations. So I'll start by looking at the first piece of legislation, and this is on the petroleum business licensing and facility construction regulations of 2020. Now, as we speak at the moment, there's a regulation in place, and the regulation in place as we speak now is the legal notice number 9 of 2014. This was crafted under the old Energy Act of 2006. And what this draft is addressing is an enhancement on the inadequacies that we have in the existing draft, and more so focusing on the alignment of the existing regulations to the Petroleum Act of 2019. I think the acting DG gave an in-depth overview on that. So that's basically what these regulations are aimed at achieving. In the existing regulations, I think on the part of the offenses and penalties, there's a generality. There's a general penalty of not more than 1 million shillings that has been prescribed for any offense committed under the regulations. But as per the draft, which we are just looking at now, the whole business model has been looked at and aligned to the Petroleum Act, and the offenses under this business have been categorized, and their penalties are apportioned accordingly, which you will see in the schedule to the regulations. So I'll quickly just look through on the definitions. I think the only aspect that I'll look at is one, and is what a petroleum logistics facility is, because most of the other definitions,
that we have in these regulations have already been explained by Isra under the retail station construction and licensing regulations that we have just looked at this morning. So the petroleum logistics facility, in this case, refers to a facility that can be used to receive, store, load, offload, or transport petroleum products. What's important in this definition is now the second part, that it does not include the retail dispensing sites. That's the only thing that I wanted to highlight in that definition. So this piece of regulation addresses, or majorly addresses, the business that deals with the bulk storage facilities. I think it was mentioned in the highlights, and that's what these regulations address. So there are two aspects to this regulation. The first part, of course, is on the criteria for issuance of a construction permit for a petroleum logistics facility, which has been defined, and then the second aspect is on the licensing of the petroleum business, which of course is what encompasses the business of the storage, and then the import, export, and wholesale function. The retail is not covered under these regulations. So I think on this part, consistent with the other regulations and consistent with the Petroleum Act, is a requirement under Section 86 of Petroleum Act 2019 that before you undertake any construction of a petroleum logistics facility, then you have to acquire a construction permit from the authority. That is a requirement, and non-compliance to this, of course, as per these regulations, will attract penalties which are annexed. Now, the only exception to this is if there is an emergency work to be undertaken at the facility. Just like my colleague pointed out on the retail station, there is an exemption if there is an emergency work to be undertaken at the facility, which of course will address an immediate risk that poses danger either to the humans, or the environment, or to property. Then such a construction can commence as long as within 60 days of commencement you seek authorization from the authority. That's the only exception that has been captured under that. So I think I'll quickly move on the application. At the moment, of course, the regulation provides that the manner will be as prescribed by the authority. At the moment, all this is happening online on our portal. What you need is just to get the requisite documents and then make your application. Now, what are these requirements? Now, the only inclusion, which is an addition that is missing in the existing regulation, is, I think, the issue of the feasibility study and the issue of environmental liability policy. I think there is a lot more emphasis on the feasibility study, because of course you are an investor and you need a return on investment. So in your feasibility study, it is important for you to articulate clearly how this project is going to be beneficial to you. Because if it's beneficial to you as a business entity, then it is sustainable to the industry, and of course to the regulator and the country at large. So it's important for you to submit a feasibility study report, which is supposed to outline clearly the technical aspects, which of course must be done by professionals. And these technical aspects, we are talking about the engineer designs of your project, which should be done by professionals. That's registered engineers. It's mechanical aspects, mechanical engineer practicing, registered with the EBK. Civil works by a registered civil engineer. Then, of course, the aspect of the environment. It's important for you to submit an environmental and social impact assessment license. That is in evidence that, of course, the aspects surrounding compliance to the environmental laws and regulations have been considered in this project. So that's an issue that's important for me to mention. And the construction permit validity is not any different from the other construction permit we looked at for the retail station, because once it's issued, it will be valid for 12 months. But I think there are some issues which have been pointed out by stakeholders, that the NEMA license is 24 months. Why is a construction permit valid for 12 months? Already this has been addressed by these regulations, because upon issue, once the construction permit has been granted, the validity is 12 months. But there is room for extension. Assuming that you have already started the construction, then the validity period shifts from 12 months to 36 months, as detailed in these regulations. Now, in the event that you need more time, there is room for you to apply for an extension. And once you apply for an extension for that period, then if you have not commenced construction, the maximum allowed is 6 months. But if you have already commenced construction, then you have an extra 24 months. That means, in essence, if you apply for this construction permit and you start your construction, it means you have up to 60 months to execute your construction. So I think that's what I need to mention. I'm sure the details you have looked at. Now, once you have submitted your application and everything is right, the determination is within 45 days. That's the time provided for by the authority as per the Petroleum Act 2019. Now, within this period, either the construction permit will be granted or otherwise. Now, in case there is a rejection, there will be a communication back to you, giving reasons why that construction permit could not be granted. Now, of course, if the rejection is based on incompleteness, as Engineer Kikinywa pointed out, then, of course, you will still have time to get the requisite documents and resubmit a fresh application to the authority. But if it's based on unsuitability of the site, then, of course, the decision by the authority becomes final, but you can still seek redress. You can lodge an appeal to the Energy and Petroleum Tribunal upon receipt of such communication. So what are the obligations, your obligations as a construction permit holder? It is important, I think, as a legal entity to ensure that you comply with the terms and conditions of the construction permit. And then it's important for you to display that construction permit at the construction permit number at the site where this construction is taking place. Of course, there was an emphasis on the need to engage licensed contractors. And of course, the only entity mandated to undertake this is the National Construction Authority, the NCA. So it's important that the contractors you engage are licensed appropriately for their respective classes with the NCA. And then there is the issue of compliance with the environment. So you're expected to comply with your own environmental management plan as approved by NEMA for this project. Then, of course, there is the compliance with the government policy on local content, which my colleague pointed out. We need to build capacity in the economy in our respective areas where such projects are taking place. And of course, compliance with the Petroleum Acts, the Energy Act, the MK 1999, the OSHA, and any other applicable law is a requirement. So it's important for us to capture that. So that first aspect covers the construction permit process. The only thing you need to note that there is a fee in the processing of this application. As you submit your application, there is a fee, which is also annexed. I think it's in Schedule 5 of the regulations. Now, on the part of the business, the petroleum business, I think I pointed out the retail dispensing sites are not included. So the business that we are talking about in these regulations, petroleum businesses covering importation, exports, wholesale, and bulk storage. These are the kind of petroleum business that are covered in these regulations. So consistent with the Petroleum Act, it's a requirement that before you undertake such petroleum business, then you must obtain a license from the authority. Now, the only issue that is emphasized in this regulation is again on environmental liability. So you'll be expected to comply. Just as you complied on the construction phase, then you must uphold the protection of the environment during the execution of the petroleum business. So how to apply this? The criteria is the same. It's really nothing unique on how we are expected to submit your application. We have 30 days to process that as provided for in the Petroleum Act. I think we can get that in Section 7.3 of the Petroleum Act 2019. Now, of course, if all the documents submitted are genuine and submitted on time, then of course you'll be able to issue that license within in less than 30 days. We are doing less than 20 days as we speak now. Then the only thing to note here again that the application process will involve certain fee, and this fee is prescribed fees are annexed in the Schedule 5. So I've already mentioned. Now the duration of this petroleum business license, I think engineer pointed out, it is pegged on the risk assessment. So it's not necessarily 1 year, but it will be indicated on the license. So it's important that as the licensee, you take note of the expiry date so that an application for renewal is lodged 30 days before the expiry date that is indicated on the license. There is provision if there is any amendment to be done, like maybe change a company name, change the directorship, or there's an aspect that was not captured precisely during your application, you can still make an amendment. And of course, the authority will be able to execute that. But what you need to note is that it also attracts a certain fee, which you will see in Schedule 5. So what are the obligations of a business licensee? Basically, the obligations I'll not go through item by item. But what is important is that as a legal entity, you need to ensure that the third parties you engage. I think there's a very healthy discussion going on around the certification of drivers, about the petroleum tankers or the vehicles we use being adequately licensed. The people we are engaging in, whether we are getting our products and whom we are selling our products to. What is important is to ensure that those parties are properly licensed, so that you are not promoting an illegality by being a legal entity yourself. And those are the obligations that are outlined, which you can look at. Of course, there's a huge penalty on non-compliance in terms of the quality of the petroleum products. I think you've already seen what is prescribed for as a penalty in the event of being in possession of adulterated product. So it's important for you to ensure that you adhere to the Kenya standards in terms of the quality of the petroleum products that you offer for sale. Now, there will be circumstances where the authority may either revoke or suspend your license if you are found in breach of either in breach of the act, or you are in breach of your own terms and conditions of your license. Now, in such a case, the criteria is the same. You will be issued a 14 days notice period by the authority, and you will be expected to submit your defense. Now, within 30 days after the expiry of the 14 days, then the authority will make a determination, either upholding or reinstating your license. In which case, all this will be communicated to you. But that has to be done within a 30 days period. Of course, there will be need to transfer a license. That's also provided for, but it must be in compliance with the provisions under Section 83 of the Petroleum Act. So I think the display of license and permit, it has been emphasized in the previous regulation, and that's important just to assure your customers as well that you are compliant legally. So it's important for you to ensure that the business license is conspicuously displayed at the business premises. Now, I think we saw why it's important for us to report any incident or accident at the facility, and this is supposed to be done within 48 hours. And once that has been done, then you are expected to undertake a proper root cause analysis, do an investigation, and submit a report within 14 days to the authority. And of course, the authority will review that and within 30 days make a determination, either upholding or seeking for more clarification or otherwise, or causing an investigation into that matter on its own. So it's important that that is done, and the report that you submit must properly address the remedial measure with clear timelines on how we can avoid the recurrence of such incidents or accidents. So as I pointed out, there is room for appeal in case you are aggrieved by any decision by the authority, either in these permitting processes or in the licensing process, and that should be lodged with the Energy and Petroleum Tribunal within 30 days of receiving such communication. Now, where there is a penalty not explicitly mentioned in these regulations, then Section 99 of Petroleum Act 2019 takes effect. Once you approve these regulations, which are in draft form and they are gazetted, then the legal notice number 9 of 2014, which is the Energy Licensing, Petroleum Logistics, Business and Facility Construction Regulations 2013, will stand revoked. Basically, that's what these regulations encompass. Now, on the schedules, these are the requirements for petroleum logistics facility construction permit. That's the first schedule. Then there is, of course, the part 1 is the requirements. Then part 2 is how the construction permit, the form of the construction permit, how it will look like. Then the second schedule is on the requirements for application for the petroleum business license. It's in 3 parts because there is a second part which deals with the requirements for license for import, wholesale, and export of petroleum products. The third part is on wholesale and export of petroleum products. And then the third schedule is on the requirements for renewal for these business licenses, which I think you have seen, but you can still look at them and make your comments. The fourth schedule outlines just the format of the petroleum business license, how it will look like. You can look at that. Then I think the fifth schedule now, it's the prescribed fees. That's both for the new application, renewal, amendment. We have both for the construction permit, which you can look at. There's a new application fee of 5,000, renewal 2,000, and amendment fee of 1,000 shillings. Then, of course, we have the fees for petroleum business licenses. You can look at them and share your views. Then the last schedule is on the fines and penalties, and the most hefty one, of course, is if you undertake the construction of the petroleum logistics facility without a valid construction permit, it attracts a penalty of 10 million. Then if you undertake petroleum business without a valid license, again, it attracts a penalty of 10 million. It's a long list. You can look at them and share your comments. So I think that is it on that regulation. Now, the next one is a complementary. It's very much complementary to this, except that it touches on a new sector. Yes, this is a very complementary regulation to the one I've just looked at, the petroleum logistics facility. Now, this one touches on lubricants. Lubricants is a sector that is rapidly growing. We know lubricants are very critical in both in the industry and beyond. They are materials that we use on every day to day to mitigate friction and wear. Of the moving parts of machinery and equipment. So it's a sector that is rapidly growing, and there is need for us to have a regulation because there's no regulatory framework for these lubricants. So this is the proposed draft, which I believe as the players, you will be able to make your comments. So I think on the lubricant facility construction and petroleum business regulations, the only thing that I want to point out on the definitions is the aspect of just the scope. Now, if you look at bulk lubricant road transportation as defined in these regulations, it's the bulk transportation of lubricants by road, but does not include packaged lubricants. That's the aspect that I just wanted to pick out. It does not include the packaged lubricants. And what is bulk as defined in these regulations? The bulk is any vessel or receptacle of capacity more than 1,000 liters or 1 cubic meter. But in the event that it applies to a truck, then it's a truck of any capacity. It will fall within this category. I think that's important to mention. And then the other aspects, we have already looked at them. The lubricant facility. It's important for me to also maybe just highlight that. The lubricant facility is any facility that can be used to receive in bulk. Blending, bulk storage, loading and offloading of lubricants. Any facility. So basically, the regulations are pegged or inclined towards the bulk lubricants and not the retail. And if you look at the definition for lubricant business license, then it's a concern carrying on importation, blending, bulk storage, bulk transportation. I think that's the only aspect that I wish to point out in these regulations, that the regulation does not cover the retail lubricant sites and does not cover the packaged lubricants. So in structure and form, I think the regulation is very much complementary to the petroleum logistics. Before undertaking a construction of a lubricant facility, it's a requirement to obtain a construction permit from the authority. Of course, it takes cognizance of emergencies, and where there's an emergency, you still have 60 days to commence the construction of those emergencies. Of course, emergency, you are addressing something that is posing danger, both to humans, environment, and it could be a spill, for instance. It could be, a gas release that need to be mitigated. So you can commence that as long as within 60 days of commencement, you seek authorization from the authority. It's very consistent with the other regulation we have just looked at. In terms of the requirement for application for this construction permit, there's still emphasis on the feasibility study. There's emphasis on environmental liability policy. So it's important that you engage professionals in undertaking this feasibility study. The technical, the layout designs must be done by professionals, and of course there should be an economic viability which should be undertaken, so that you are investing in a field that you will be able to get a return on your investment. So this is emphasized in this regulation. And then, of course, the method of financing the project is important. Now, once you submit your application, still within 45 days, the authority will be able to make a determination. And the criteria is the same. If there's a rejection, then, of course, you'll be notified immediately. And once you get the notification, then, of course, if it is an issue to do with the incompleteness of the information, you are free to acquire the required documents and submit your application, make a fresh application. But if it's an instability of the site, the only recourse you have is an appeal to the Energy and Petroleum Tribunal. So in terms of validity of this construction permit, it's still 12 months at the time of issue. And in the event that construction has commenced, then the validity becomes 36 months, just consistent with the other regulation. But if you need more time, you are still free to make an application, provide justification for more time. And of course, if you have already commenced construction, you'll be granted 24 months more to complete the construction. And if you have not commenced, then of course the only maximum period you can be granted is 6 months. So basically, that's now in terms of your obligations of the construction permit holder, it's very much similar to what we have looked at. Of course, the compliance to the Petroleum Act is mandatory. The compliance to the government policy on local content is mandatory. Engagement of licensed contractors, these are things we have already looked at. And of course, any direction from the authority during the execution of this project. Now, in terms of licensing of the lubricant business, it's still a requirement. This is a petroleum product. So before you engage in any lubricant business, you need to acquire a license from the authority. Now, in this case, it's a lubricant business. Now, the application procedure is basically the same. At the moment, everything is done online. The details on the requirements are annexed in the schedule. I think schedule number 2. The details on the requirements for the lubricant business. What is important that I just highlight is what's on our screen on the environmental liability policy. There's still an emphasis on the protection of the environment during this business undertaking. The duration of the license will be indicated on the license, and it's I think your obligation now to ensure that application for renewal are submitted 30 days before the expiry date that's indicated. And of course, if there is any need for an amendment, that's allowed. If there is any need for a transfer for the rights and powers to a different entity, that's still allowed. But the transfer must comply with the requirements under Section 83 of the Petroleum Act. And of course, the application processes and the amendments will attract a certain fee. So all these are annexed in the regulation. Now, in terms of your obligations as a lubricant business licensee, it takes the same form because it's an issue of compliance. So it's important that as you comply as an entity, then it's important to ensure that the other parties you engage with are equally compliant in terms of, for instance, if they are the transporters ensure they are compliant, they are properly licensed, the drivers are properly licensed, and so on. I think we have looked at that. But there's one more requirement here. I think we have already looked at the Petroleum Information and Statistics Regulation. There is a need for you as the licensee, a lubricant business licensee, to provide certain information to the authority. So you'll be under obligation to ensure that such information is either submitted or made accessible to the authority as and when required. Now, in terms of any breach committed to either the act or the terms and conditions of your license, then again, the authority can either suspend or revoke your license. And where such circumstance arises, then of course, you'll be given 14 days notice period within which you'll be able to submit your defense. And once that is submitted, the authority has 30 days from the expiry of the 14 days notice period to make a determination either to uphold the decision or to reinstate your license. It's a requirement for you to ensure that the license is displayed in a conspicuous place at the premise. And of course, non-compliance attracts certain fines and penalties, which are annexed in the 6th schedule. And of course, just consistent with other regulations, this petroleum business undertaking, where there's any incident or accident that poses danger to humans, either or the environment, or an incident that can cause a fire or an explosion, then of course you'll be required to notify the authority within 48 hours. And once that is done, then the investigation commences, and within 14 days you'll be expected to submit a report, which of course will detail the cause of that incident or accident, and the impacts, and most importantly, the remedial measures. What's important here is that these incidents and accidents are supposed to be learning points to avoid recurrence. That's why there's more emphasis on the remedial measures being undertaken in such an event. Of course, as a licensee, you will be required not to obstruct an officer, either officer of the authority or a licensed agent upon proper identification, because these officers should be allowed unlimited access to undertake certain inspection or searches within your facility, and it's a requirement of this regulation to ensure compliance. This is a power conferred to the authority by the Energy Act. Then of course, in case of any dissatisfaction, if you are aggrieved by the decision, any decision made by the authority, then it's important that you lodge an appeal with the Energy and Petroleum Tribunal within 30 days of receiving such a decision. Where there's any penalty that's not explicitly covered by the regulations, then of course, Section 99 of the Petroleum Act 2019 takes effect. So you can look at the schedules briefly. The first schedule has Part 1 addressing the requirements for construction permit for a lubricant facility. Then Part 2 is just the format of that construction permit, how it will look like. And then we have second schedule, the application for the lubricant business license. We have Part 1 on the blending license. Then we have Part 2, the lubricant storage license. Then Part 3, the import license. Then Part 4, the wholesale and export license. The third schedule deals with the requirements for renewal of these lubricant licenses. Then we have the fourth schedule, which just gives the form or the format of a lubricants business license. Then the fifth schedule, it gives the prescribed permit and license fees. which I think you can look at for the construction permit and for the lubricant business licenses. Then the last schedule, which is the 6th schedule, is the prescribed fines and penalties for the various offenses under this regulation. I think that marks the end of the two regulations. Thank you for your attention. I think I'll give this back to the program coordinator. Sorry. So you'll handle it. Okay. Just take this.
Okay, so we'll go through 2 more regulations. This one is on management of quality of petroleum products. We have a similar kind of regulation, but it's as old as the year 2000. It's called Legal Notice number 64 of 2000. A lot of things have changed ever since, and we wanted to have a more composite regulation that guides management of quality for petroleum products. So the title is going to be the Petroleum, into brackets, Products Quality Management Regulations of 2020. The definitions that I want to go through, which is relevant to this, is adulterant, which means petroleum product that is miscible in petroleum products, such as illuminating kerosene and any other solvent that may alter the product specification and degrades the performance standards as detailed in the applicable Kenya standards. So for various petroleum products, we have specifications and performance standards which are stipulated in a publication called the Kenya Standard, and that is issued by KEBS. The other one is adulterated petroleum products, which means any resultant mixture of refined petroleum products whose specifications and performance standards do not meet the requirements of the Kenya standards. Another one which is relevant to this is a marker, and a marker means any petroleum fuels differentiation technology approved by the authority to be used for identification of specific grades of classes of tax-exempt petroleum products. You all know that local petroleum products and export basically have the same specifications and also performance standards. So in terms of application, in as much as KDF is exempt, we have products moved by civilians from a loading facility up to the gates or the points of collection for KDF. What you are saying is that it will be applicable up to that point, so you must ensure that concerned in delivering military fuels. So in terms of quality management, the first step is usually to manage what gets into the country. We import 100% of our petroleum products into the country, and that is the refined petroleum products. So we must ensure, just like our counterparts in IT say, garbage in, garbage out, we must ensure that we don't have garbage coming into the country. And for that reason, we maintain and ensure that what is coming in is of good quality. So how will that be done? Is we have to ensure that it meets the requisite standards. It has to be approved by KEBS or inspected where required. And for aviation, which is an international product, it has to meet the AFQRJOS standards, or ASTM D910 for aviation gasoline, that is AFGAS. The person who will be receiving this product, the shore terminal operator, will have to put in place measures to ensure that the quality of that petroleum product meets the Kenya standard. Some of them will include even having access to an accredited laboratory. They can have their own lab accredited, or they can engage a third party. And also to maintain samples of petroleum products which have been imported and discharged into their facility. So hand in hand with that, then they have also to keep collecting samples and keep them for future reference. And it will be a requirement to keep them for a minimum of 60 days for shore terminals. Sometimes you may need to keep sampling and testing after every receipt. And remember, these are some of the practices that are already in place, so we are not introducing any new item. What you are doing is just you are legislating an industry practice. And of course, sometimes the product may not move for 90 days, then you also need to do a resampling and recertification. There are some elements that are volatile, and if kept for longer periods, then the petroleum product will degrade. Now, we talked about marking, and we do marking for two reasons. One is to protect tax-paid or non-tax-paid products from being consumed locally. So this is just to differentiate between tax-paid and non-tax-paid petroleum products. Secondly, is to provide an ability to detect if an adulterant has been introduced into motor fuels or any product that is required to be protected. And so for that reason, there will be a requirement to mark export fuels and also to mark illuminating kerosene and any other product that will be designated by the authority that requires to be marked. Since this technology is, some of it is proprietary, so for that reason, then we'll designate the marking personnel as recommended by the technology provider. The sampling, again, at the retail stations or points of consumption, consumer sites, for example, will be done and appointed, will be done by the authority or any of its appointed agents. Where sampling is supposed to be done, it will be done in the presence of the site operator, and this is just to ensure that everything is above board. You don't want to have hidden cards under the table. You'll observe the testing as it's being done, and then you also will affirm on the results of the tests. In as far as the samples to be collected for testing, it will be limited to a maximum of 200 ml. Where it is detected that we have an issue that requires further testing, that is, there's an indication of presence of marker in your product, then we'll have to take another 3 samples of 1,000 ml each. 1,000 will just be 1 liter. So we'll not expect our agents to be collecting 20 liters just for testing. I think that is too onerous. So we are putting here the limits for transparency. It's also an offense to obstruct officers. Kindly accord them. They are only protecting consumers, so enable them to do their work. When we test, we'll come across some sites that are not compliant. And when that happens, it's not the end of the world. What we want to do is to ensure that the consumer is protected and the taxes due to the Kenya government is duly paid. And of course, that will ensure you go back to business having taken into account that that incident does not occur. So when that happens, the site will be sealed initially, the dispensers, manholes, and any other point which the petroleum product will, can leave. 3 samples will be collected, and the authority will actually go and do further tests at KEBS. And then once it has been determined, then you'll be required to pay your taxes. You go and have your products upgraded if it was a case of adulteration. And then from there, you can come back to EPRA and request for lifting. Now, EPRA will make a consideration as to whether you are worthy of going back to that business. Some people actually are what we call perpetual offenders. I don't think a perpetual offender may require to be reinstated. All he needs is actually a revocation. But there are cases where it's accidental, so for that case, IPRA will actually take into the consideration and lift the suspension. The samples that have been collected will be kept for a maximum of 30 days, after which they'll be disposed. These 30 days is to allow you to make an appeal to the tribunal if you're not satisfied with our decision. And if you request a retest, then it has to be done also within the 30 days. So I've explained the process of reinstating, but again, we emphasize that the authority still has a right to reject, because a case which is a perpetual offender is really not in a business to do a genuine and legitimate retail of petroleum products, but to evade taxes and also to adulterate. Now, for the purposes of consumer protection, we'll publish names of non-compliant sites. And this is not to destroy your business, but to protect those who have very sensitive equipment. For example, some of you have Safaricom booster stations, or the mobile operator booster stations, and their service is almost bordering on security. Or you can talk even about the people who fuel ambulances and fire stations. So for good reasons, we need to inform them of stations that have a history of non-compliance so that they make informed decisions when fueling there. Again, when we make a decision in relation to this particular regulation, the Energy and Petroleum Tribunal, and that has to be done within 30 days. The key of which is obstruction. The other one is failure to retain samples, because remember, these samples are always important for us to know where things started going wrong. Sometimes it's not the fault of the retailer. I even had the issue, maybe one of the transporters saying it's not the problem of the problem did not start with the transporter. It could be the driver or another party. So we'll want to know which party in the supply chain contributed to that degradation of the petroleum quality. So we have offenses relating to transportation of motor fuels that do not meet Kenya standard, and also discharging local petroleum products into the local market. So in general, where there's an offense that has not been specifically addressed in this regulation, then we'll use the general penalties as stipulated in the Petroleum Act. So in the schedules, we are talking about the petroleum products that are designated for marking, which is illuminating kerosene and natural gas. And for the purpose of export petroleum products, it will be premium motor spirit, automotive gas oil, and dual-purpose kerosene. We have offenses there which have been listed. Some of them, again, as we say, they come from the Act, so we have little leeway in changing them. So that is it for the quality regulations. I'll move on to the next one, which is strategic stocks. The Petroleum Strategic Stocks Regulation was first published and gazetted in 2008, but there were challenges that came as a result of it, of implementing it. And one is it did not address the issue of how to finance the strategic stocks. The second one was it did not give guidelines on how the infrastructure for strategic stocks will be appointed. And even so, at that time, we had a lot of challenges with the infrastructure for storage of these petroleum products. But over time, this has been addressed, and also the Petroleum Act, when it changed, it provided for financing of strategic stocks. So to go through these, we start with the key definition, which is emergency, and this one means a situation leading to major supply disruption of petroleum products into Kenya that could result in a stockout. Replacement cost means the resources required to replenish strategic stock which has been released into the market during an emergency as declared by the Cabinet Secretary, and which is determined on the current market prices. This happens because at the time you procured the petroleum product, the price was different from the time when an emergency will occur. So you have to ensure that there is a sustainable way of replacing that petroleum product. So this regulation will apply to petroleum product strategic stocks. That is the product itself. And it will also apply to the designated petroleum strategic stocks bulk storage depots, and we'll also talk about how these facilities will be nominated. And it will cover, for the time being, or for a start, it will be PMS, that is premium metal spirit, IK, jet fuel, diesel, and liquefied petroleum gas, or LPG. If the list needs to be changed, or either introduce another one or reduce, then it will be done through a Kenya Gazette by the Cabinet Secretary. The purpose for this is primarily to provide for the import, storage, and management of petroleum product strategic stocks. So this particular activity requires a body or an establishment to manage it. So for the purposes of administration of petroleum strategic stock, it is proposed that the Cabinet Secretary will appoint a Petroleum Strategic Stocks Management Committee. The functions will be mainly to coordinate the day-to-day operations of the industry in relation to security of supply of petroleum products. And of course, this will relate to financing, procurement, storage, maintenance, and management of the strategic stocks. Products will have to be procured into the system for that purpose, and that will be done through a competitive tendering process. From an OMC will be competitively procured. Financing has been addressed through the Petroleum Act, Section 107. It will be done through the Consolidated Petroleum Fund. So strategic stocks shall be released to OMCs at the prevailing market price as determined by the authority. When we are looking at these regulations, we wanted to understand which particular period we can cover. And from the data that we have, it was determined that we'll want to cover ourselves for 15 days. It could be longer, it could be 3 months, 6 months, but the question you have to ask yourself is, do we have those facilities to put the product for that long? Do we have the money to finance the stocks for that period? So for the time being, and for our start, we'll start with 15 days cover, and this will be determined by the Cabinet Secretary in the Kenya Gazette. And once consumed for one reason or another, they'll be replenished through, again, a competitive procurement process. So an emergency will occur, but it will be declared by the Cabinet Secretary through the Kenya Gazette. And this emergency may be due to difficulties in us getting product from our supply point, mostly in the Arabian Gulf, or it could be because of some restrictions in the transport we could have a situation where we are not able to move a ship from the source, or from the supply points to our shoreline, or it could be severe disruption of the transport infrastructure like KPC through maybe terrorism acts, or you could have even acts of nature like earthquakes. So when that happens, then an emergency will be declared by the Cabinet Secretary, which will require now us to draw from the emergency, from the strategic stocks reserve. So when that emergency is declared, then product will be released to the market on pro rata basis. What is important to note is whatever method is used, that product must reach the consumers. Why? Is because the consumers are the ones financing this product through the consolidated fund. So it is in their own interest that they get the product. So it doesn't matter whichever, all that we are saying is that basis which is pro rata must ensure product reaches the consumer. And then, of course, when the product reaches its shelf life, then we may have to replace it with the product that is of good quality. So the Cabinet Secretary, on the advice of the authority, shall develop a standard operating procedure for the release and replenishment of the strategic stocks. Now, as far as the facility is concerned, it will be designated as such by the Cabinet Secretary. This is the facility to hold the petroleum strategic stocks. The main consideration will be security of that facility, and then also the physical accessibility to key demand areas. Then alignment to storage depot with the key distribution infrastructure. Then flexibility of the storage depot to recirculate, because again we said the product degrades over time, so we should have a way of it removing it and or even moving it within the system just to ensure it doesn't separate, or what we call layering. So just to maintain the quality, then it has to be recirculated internally, and if it reaches end of shelf life, then it has to be released to the market and replaced with better product. And of course, since the product will be tax exempt for as long as it is, or rather it will be bonded, which means they will not be paying taxes upfront for this, then it has to be approved by KRA, and it has to meet the conditions set by KRA to be a custom bonded warehouse. So the PCMC that will be appointed will have key functions, which will be to coordinate the procurement of petroleum product, strategic stocks, also to make arrangements for lease of storage facilities, to coordinate monthly inspection, verifications, and reconciliations of the stocks, just to ensure that the quantity that has been procured is maintained in that quantity until the day that an emergency is declared, and to maintain a register of the products which are meant for strategic stocks. Of course, for good reasons, there will be requirement for remuneration for that committee, but that one will come out of the fund. So with this, legal notice number 43 will be revoked, and this one will take effect. So that marks the end for this particular regulation. I'll allow my colleague to come and present the last one, and then we'll get guidance from so Ahmad, maybe just.
Yeah, I'm sure it's past 2, and our energy levels are quite down. The other one will take a short while, like 10 minutes, but we can do it immediately after lunch as we go to the Q&A. And I'm informed lunch is served on 5th floor. You get your permission to go for lunch, which most of us have earned. If you have not asked a question, I think you might fail to get a lunch voucher. So, but I'm here. If you want a council, I'll represent you to make sure you get, and then you come ask your question after we are coming from lunch. Yeah, and we will be back at 3 p.m. Somebody is asking me whether after the presentation and Q&A what we have for the evening, whether someone will dance free reader. And I'm sure once we finish early, we have to leave at our own leisure, and if still time allows, we will allow you to go and dance free, Linda. Bon appetit, and let's be back at 3 p.m. We have a short presentation, then we go to Q&A. The lunch was quite heavy, and we may need to get going also in view of the traffic situation in the evening. Some people may need to leave before the congestion starts. And from my observation, we have a quorum, and we can proceed to have our last presentation. Then we can go for Q&A, and then from there we'll get further guidance. So, Bwana Okwika, please come and proceed.
It's not working. Click on it. Oh, so.
You okay?
So okay. So it's okay now. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Yeah, I think I've been given an okay to proceed. So there's one last regulation to present, and then we get into the question and answer as a session. So the regulation, the draft regulation is about the minimum operational stock. And the title of the regulation is the Petroleum Minimum Operational Stock Regulations of 2020. There is currently a regulation that was crafted under the Repeal Energy Act of 2006. It's legal notice number 44 of 2008. So basically this draft regulation is an enhanced draft of that legislation. And it has been crafted to address our current situation. Because if you look at the existing regulations, there is a reference to the petroleum product yield from crude oil processing from the Kenya Petroleum Refineries Limited. And we know that does not apply because we rely on the international market for all our refined products. Of course, there's an aspect also on fines and penalties, which has been clearly articulated in this draft. The existing regulation, I think, it generalizes any fine for any offense committed to not more than 2 million or an imprisonment of not more than 2 years for any kind of offense committed. So I'll quickly go through this. My colleague made a presentation in the morning about the strategic stocks regulations. And the only thing to note, which is the basic difference between the strategic stock and the minimum operational stock, is that the strategic stock regulations address cases where there is an emergency affecting the supply of the products, and it's nationwide or countrywide. But the minimum operational stock, it basically addresses the stock out, any short-term interruption that's likely to distort the availability of the product. So on the definition, I think I'll not go through that. What is pertinent in this regulation is that the importer has been categorized into three. The first category is the OMC, the oil marketing company. And as per this regulation, the oil marketing company is any company that's licensed under the Act to import the three basic white oil products. That's the premium motor spirit, the automotive gas oil, and dual purpose kerosene, the DPK. That's what qualifies to be an OMC as per these regulations. Then we have the FO importer. It's another category, basically firm licensed to import the fuel oil. And then we have the LPG importer, which is now a firm that is licensed under the Petroleum Act to import liquefied petroleum gas. So basically, that categorization is just for clarity in this, this draft. And there is a reference on consumption in these regulations, and the consumption in this case is determined on based on the reference on the sales volume for the various products. So this regulation applies to what we'll consider the critical petroleum products for the sustenance of the economy. And the products are listed in the first schedule of these regulations. But basically, they are what I've mentioned, because it's the premium motor spirit, which is one of the crucial one. We have talked about diesel, the AGO, then the dual purpose kerosene. But in this case now, it is broken down because we get two products out of dual purpose kerosene. So in these regulations, we have the illuminating kerosene, and then the jet Air1 fuel, which is critical, we know. And then there is the aviation gasoline, then LPG and the fuel oil. Those are the main petroleum products that are covered by this regulation. So it focuses mainly on the storage of those products. Now, consistent with the requirement under Section 93 of the Petroleum Act 2019, it is the duty of every licensed importer to maintain a physical stock of petroleum products in quantities not less than the minimum consumption days as detailed in this regulation. They are outlined in the first schedule. Usually, the minimum operational stocks are prescribed by the Cabinet Secretary in charge of petroleum and mining, but the determination is the function of the authority, which is in this case is EPRA. So there are only two aspects that I'll look at. The first one is the requirement to maintain that minimum operational stock, and I've mentioned is a requirement of the law under Section 93 of the Petroleum Act. So failure to comply, then the respective licensed importer, of course, will have to pay certain fines and penalties, which are outlined in the second schedule of these regulations. So that requirement is the first aspect. The second aspect is the determination. The determination of the minimum operational stock. Now, basically, in determining this, I'll not go through the whole. I'll just go to what is important, and what is important is this basic ratio. The minimum operational stock, in terms of days, is the ratio between the stock at hand and the sales per day. Remember, this is applicable to the licensed importers, be it the OMC, and the OMC have said, as per the regulations, the licensed companies that deal in the import of PMS, AGO, and DPK. We also have LPG importers, we also have FO importers. So the stock at hand being concerned in this case is the physical stock, which will be either being held in the KPC facilities, but belong to these respective importers, or a stock that is held by these importers in their various licensed storage facilities within the country. But it does not include the stock that is not pumpable, like I think the engineer mentioned in the morning, Engineer Kenya mentioned in the morning, the issue of line fill and the issue of dead stock. is not included in the stock at hand. So such stocks are not excluded. Other stocks that are not included in this stocks is the things like if there is a product in transit. Product in transit is not included as in this stock. Product that is held in the retail dispensing sites is also not considered. The product that is in between, being transferred from one storage site to another storage site, that's also not considered as stock. The same also applies to any product. Remember, this is an importer. Any product that is still in the vessels in the high seas, which has not been transferred to the primary storage, that such product is also not considered. So then the second aspect in this same formula is the sales per day. Now the sales per day is actually to be determined based on your submissions as the importing entities to the authority. And the important information that we need to supply, to provide to the authority to enable us make that determination as the authority are three items. The first one is the closing and opening stock of the previous month. Then the second item is the location where this stock is held within the country. And then the third item is on the sales volume, the sales volumes in cubic meters. Now we need these three pieces of information from the importing companies with the OMC, the FO, and the LPG. Now the only thing to note is that consistent with what was presented in the Petroleum Information and Statistics Regulations draft, this information will be required. You need to provide this information by the 10th day of every calendar month. I think the current legislation, the legal notice number 44 of 2008, it only requires you to provide annual sales volume once at the end of January every year. But as per this draft, this information is supposed to be provided every 10th day of each calendar month. Now, once this information is received by the authority, then the sales per day will be computed as an average for the 6 months, preceding the period under review. And then, of course, now that determination is made. So what is important is just an emphasis is that the information that that's required as per this regulation, it's important that is provided for in the time as prescribed, and it should be as accurate as possible. And in the event that there is an officer for the authority accessing the premises to ascertain this kind of information, then there should be no obstruction to either the officer of the authority or the authorized agents. And basically that is it with this regulation. So what is important is that in the event that there is any offense committed that is not covered by this regulation, then of course the general penalty shall apply as per the Petroleum Act of 2019. So there are two aspects to it. I think failure to maintain the minimum operational stock will attract a fine, and the same applies to any obstruction to the officer or falsification of information provided, which goes into this determination, as I have pointed out. So once this draft is approved and gazetted, then it will repeal the existing legal notice number 44 of 2008. So there are only two schedules. The first schedule is what constitutes the minimum operational stock, and these are the 6 products. And of course, what is specified, except Jet A1, all the other products is 15 days consumption. That's in terms of the minimum recommended stock levels. So what it means that every licensed importer will, in this dealing, for example, an LPG importer will be required to ensure that he maintains that 15 days stock consumption for LPG, and not less than that at any one time. For Jet A1 is 20 days there. All the others are 15 days consumption. Then the second and last schedule is on the prescribed fines and offenses. Of course, this is as per the Petroleum Act of 2019. So failure to maintain minimum operational stock attract a penalty of 1 million shillings minimum. And then failure to submit this information is a penalty of 100,000. And of course, there is also, if there is any obstruction or hindering an officer authorized by the authority or giving false information, then it attracts a penalty of 100,000 shillings for each day the obstruction occurs. I think that is it. Thank you for your attention. I take it back to the coordinator of the program. Oh, you not use it. Sorry.
I hope with the light lunch we have had, we didn't forget our questions and under the respective regulations. And as the discussion has been going, the importance of safety cannot be reinstated. And somebody, especially when you talk of safety, imagine those of us who live in high-rise, and then this guy comes to visit the Gulf Lead with a petroleum tanker. He blocks the entire parking for 2 courts. And that's why we need designated parking, so that even us, where we live in constrained spaces, we are secure from the parking of these tankers. And with that, let's hear your questions and compliments. And as you realize, the last session, it was more of compliments. And we are waiting for more. So this side, by a show of hands, how many people have questions? Let's see. Wajiko 1. I'll not give an opportunity to your colleague. Take 2, number 2. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You will share the time share like we used to do during the Supreme Court. So you decide who will talk first. So you note your number. We are 10. So if your number is skipped, sorry, we will skip. So Wajiko, I know you can have the mic, and I know you are continuing with the compliments.
Congratulations, EPRA, for hosting this workshop and for doing an excellent job in drafting the regulations. Yes, the outpouring of gratitude continues as we make our comments. So we will start with the petroleum road transportation business. And that's because Maheni has spoken to the centralized tanker parking. And our call, as you know, is to just really have EPRA ensure that the counties comply with the regulatory. It's actually not a choice, it's a regulatory provision which speaks to enforcement of these regulations under this act. Because you cannot have drivers who you're telling park 100 meters away. We know they won't comply with that, but also park in a designated parking. Which one? You can't tell drivers, yes, they should plan their journey, that's good. They should drive, split an 8-hour journey into 2, that's all right. But where should they rest? They must rest and recuperate in a designated tanker parking, which also dignifies the profession because drivers are professionals, and that's why we are training them and certifying them. So that's the first comment on the petroleum tanker drivers. In terms of tanker parking, in terms of the driver permits, we noticed that across our regulations, EPRA is charging. And we feel this is really an increase in the cost of doing business, which is what we're trying to eliminate. We believe what we should be doing is harmonizing. And since you already get a regulatory levy anyway from the fuels, we don't see any justification as to why EPRA should charge any license fee, truthfully speaking, because you're well covered in the regulatory levy on fuel. So you should spread it across to ensure that the Petroleum Act and all regulations under it are enforced and that you have the capacity, which you do with this regulation. In any case, the doubling of that levy spoke to the fact that you were trying to increase your financial capacity to be able to be an enforcement agency that is not deficit of any financing. So that's across all regulations. The other one is on the requirements for the licenses. We think that you should update, that one of the requirements that is critical and crucial would be for evidence of an up-to-date fire certificate. And it should be valid in all counties so that we don't have counties also asking for fire certificates when you, supply products in their counties coming from Nairobi, yet you already have a fire certificate issued in Nairobi. Again, this speaks to doubling of duplication of levies and charges, and that's not good for business. It doesn't actually speak to the improvement of doing business, which is what EPRA is trying to do. In the second schedule, under the requirements for the renewal of license of a petroleum transport business, we think you need to add a proviso. No, that's sorry, I've just repeated that. In terms of NTSA, we are glad that before we made this submission, what we had proposed is that there needs to be harmonization of these regulations with the NTSA regulations, so that then there is no confusion and that everyone complies and that there is seamless enforcement by both NTSA and EPRA, and for ease of compliance by both the service providers and industry. If you'll allow me, please let me just go to the regulation on licensing and construction permits. You have introduced the environmental liability policy, which is excellent, and all companies that are long-term investors, even before this came, they all have environmental management policies within their companies. But this has to do with the environmental liability, and we're just hoping that you can attach a template, a guiding template onto what this environmental liability policy must feature as a minimum, because this will help industry manage the additional costs that could come with this, because then I'm sure there'll be practitioners who will be carrying out this policy. So it's important to just have a minimum guideline or a minimum content that this environmental liability policy should have, because it's a new introduction into the construction space. In terms of the reporting of incidents, and this cuts across also the other licenses regarding facilities, we propose that you have required specification of the threshold, specifically for the minor injuries, spills, leaks, because if you're not specific, then if you're going to report and do report on each and every incident, it may become very cumbersome. So for significant, there is, as a practice, incidences that are of a certain magnitude, especially those where there is loss of life or permanent or total disability. There's actually a code or a practice that is used to define or qualify incidences that happen in the oil industry. And I think it should be either attached, or we think it should actually be attached this as to what it means, or at least defined, so that then there is no confusion. Because if you keep getting reports, EPRA, on all the minor injuries and leaks, you may not be left with anything else to do. In any case, the elimination of the misinterpretation by the industry practitioners will be eliminated once you qualify the threshold. In terms of the lubricants, construction, and business licensing, we are very pleased that these regulations have finally come to this stage. We had initially worked on similar ones, I think, in 2013 or thereabout, and they took very long to get approved. In the definitions, we would like to have an amendment to the definition of blending, so that you either add virgin components or define or explain what these components are, whether they're base oil or additives, but virgin must remain because this will complement the relevant Kenyan standard. And as Edward knows, it will eliminate the ambiguity that has the potential of facilitating illicit trade in this business segment, where used base oils are actually dumped in Africa and specifically in Kenya. So they've got to be virgin if they're actually going to be used for the purposes of blending. On the requirement for a license, the licensed lubricants facility, we propose that they should ensure continued compliance with product quality and standards. That must be an obligation because there's been so many substandard incidences of substandard lubricants, which is of course impacting on the local manufacturing of lubricants. And of course, you know what that does to jobs, et cetera, et cetera. The other comment on the lubricants issue is on the obligations of the lubricants business license. Edward is here again. This is an issue we have discussed perennially with issues to do with disposal of the used oil. The obligation must be for the lubricants business licensee, as it is with OSMAG, to demonstrate that they have a system for used oil collection and disposal. Because as you know, this has also been accommodated or provided for in the NEMA hazardous waste regulations and the Kenya standard as well. And in order to stop or eliminate or reduce as much as possible the use of these used oils as feedstock for lubricants, which we know are illicit, it's important that this used oil end up in the NEMA disposal regulations, and also it will help you as EPRA then protect the environment, which we all want protected anyway, because used oil can contaminate not just the physical environment, but also the groundwater, and we know that what that does. Last but not least, the comments on the construction, the product quality. The product quality, oh gosh, I have them all over. Yes, on the product quality, we have a comment on the definitions of shore terminal. We propose that this either be amended or deleted. And first of all, we were wondering, we think this is a new definition. We tried to look, and maybe it's not a new, but it's not in the Petroleum Act for sure, 2019. And we're not certain if regulations introduce definitions that are not in the primary law. However, if it's retained, it should be amended to read, shore terminal means a bulk storage facility on land that is licensed to handle petroleum products. We'll give you the proposed definition. Again, on Regulation 4.2, the quality of petroleum products imported into Kenya, we think this should be amended to read the minimum operation specifications as specified by the Transport and Storage Agreement, the TSA. And because the pipeline operator and importer are both bound by the TSA on this matter. So, you know, fine, that should be the final one?
No,
okay. So the last one, Regulation 4.5, it wasn't even really the last one, there's one more comment, but anyway, Regulation 4.5, it may be worthwhile for EPRA to also provide for either explanation or qualification of what an accredited laboratory service provider is. And the reason why we are saying this is because when there's ambiguity, then it causes a lot of confusion. And when people don't comply, then it's always the regulator that takes the day. You must allow me to finish on this. So we need to have clarity and uniformity to eliminate, as I've said, assumption. There's one important one which is related to an incident that happened about 2 weeks ago. And this has to do with the marking of illuminating kerosene. And under Regulation 7, we would propose that, that there is an oversight for, or rather an oversight by the product owner or the agent to witness and verify and even countersign against the actual volumes of the marker injected into the IK as captured in the field marker dispensing record. And what you're saying is that this will improve transparency, accountability and auditability, and that there will be no, you did, I did, she did, I wasn't there, et cetera, et cetera. And what you're proposing further is that a copy of the field marker dispensing record should be shared with the product owner or the product owner's agent, and the content of the principal contract for marking, monitoring, and inspection of all petroleum products should be shared with the OMCs.
Thank you, Ajiko. Then we go to number 10, so that I'm not being accused of being shows who to go first or second. We go to number 10. So you keep your numbers, we kept your meal card.
Okay, me, I will start with, first of all, complaining. Because we have observed that the measures that are put in place by EPRA, sometimes, or most of them are not functional. This is like somebody just, when we were going through the regulations, something about announcement of prices before time. When you find all those, things happening, sometimes somebody will be forced to hold the product, and sometimes they will just take more. This is, EPRA should not blame those people who are affected, because they are the custodian of these prices, and if what they are doing is not, they are not able to do it properly, then they should not accuse, because we have all kinds of people in our society, and so when you let, even in our homes, if you keep a dog and then that dog goes out of the compound, then you don't blame the dog.
No, you blame the owner.
Or the person who has been injured out there. It is you who have not taken care of that, such that that area, that penalty should not be upon the people who are acting whatever they are doing, because they have known the prices.
Okay.
Also, the testing kits that EPRA has given. We have had complaints from our people that these testing kits, when EPRA and the team goes to a petrol station and they want to test the product, sometimes they, in fact, of late they've been using some other materials which we don't know about. And our people will just complain, this product, I got it from the depot. And the kits that you told us to use are the ones that we have tested with, such that what the kits have indicated then should be taken to be the correct thing. But when you come up with a new method of testing, and then blame the operator, we think it is not fair. This is just generally saying that the measures that EPRA is putting in place, they are not functional, and we want to blame EPRA with its staff, because unless you are serious with what you are doing, then you can't blame the operators. I also wanted to talk something about the formulas for appraising formulas, because since when we started seeing these formulas, there are some areas which have been improved, like Kenya Pipeline. They have a very good system, sophisticated. We heard that they installed a new pipeline with high, very good modern machines, but you still find losses at pipeline, and they are still being paid for that, for the service. How do you allow for losses with all these, high-tech machines? When the the people responsible of importing the products are doing their calculations, they should know how long the vessels will take when transporting the product, and avoid these demerit charges, which are still again loaded onto the prices of fuel. We find that this formula again needs to be reviewed because there are so many loopholes. When people steal products along the pipeline, and then just because it will be covered, it will be loaded onto the consumer's price, is very unfair. I think those people who are given tasks should take responsibility.
Okay, fine.
One more.
Okay, the last one.
Yes, we as independent dealers have been complaining because even today we still can't access this product. And when the calculations are being done, our figures are factored into the capacity allocation. And when the products now have been imported into the country, especially through the common user facilities, still we can't access to that product. We don't know what to do or how to go about it, because those people who have been given the chance are using it for their own advantage.
Fine.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Let's go to Nabite, then we'll come. Okay. Nabite, who was Nabite? Number 9, sorry. No, you have to decide who was number 9. No, he was number 9 then.
Yes, I am number 9.
You are number 9?
Yes.
Okay, fine.
So my question, part of it has been asked by Wanjiku. It's regarding the issue of PRL and the fees you are charging.
Because Wanjiku has already asked, go to the next question, so because they will all be answered. And let's do this. If a question has already been asked, let's go to the next question so that we get quite a number of them.
Sure.
Yeah.
So the question number 2, assuming my license is rejected, because of one reason or the other, and I've paid the 5,000, when I resubmit my license, shall I be charged again?
Okay.
Number 2, you talked about the issue about the strategic reserves, and we have the line fill. We're supposed to finance these strategic reserves, and what is the purpose of the line fill? Shall they serve the same purpose?
Okay, fine. Then we go now to, no. We go to, that's number 9. We go to number 2. And let's ask fresh questions, maybe not repeat what has already been asked.
Thank you very much. My name is Daniel Kimemia from POC. We appreciate what EPRA is doing in bringing about this kind of training and education. It's very important for the players in the market. My question number 1 is about the title deeds. Engineer Kenya mentioned that immediately you apply for the license, you're supposed to upload all the requirements. And the title deed is one of the requirements. Whether you are touching a lease that is registered, you still need a title deed. And I believe majority of us here are Kenyans, and we know the problem that we face when you talk about title deeds. So that means if I don't have a title deed and my application has been rejected, then it means there is no other option of overcoming this, because I will not get a title deed in a few days. We know there are cases that take even 10, 20 years before they are resolved, whether they are legal, cultural, or depending on where you come from. So how are we going to address that matter? Number 2, this is about the spirit behind the regulations. In your presentations, you have talked so much about an investor who is coming, and maybe you guide him. But the spirit to support the existing investor, I believe all these people are investors in this business. The spirit behind, the support enabling the small players in the market giving them an enabling environment to do their business does not seem to flow properly. Why am I saying that? The other regulatory authority, the other authority like Kenya Revenue Authority, when all of us are taxpayers, sometimes you default, whether knowingly or whatever the reason. When they catch up with you, they invite you to their office, and they actually ask you, how do you want to handle this? If you're not able to pay, can you give us a schedule of how you are going to comply? And they are able to support the prayers in, making sure that they conform to the requirements.
True. The question is
the question is, what are you doing? Or maybe you need another department that can handle that.
True.
Because when you visit my station, the first step that you do is come up with a notice of closure. I think that is too hard if you really want to support us.
True.
The spirit that you guys should have is a spirit that will show that you are supporting the team. And as you come to us, we look at you as Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority. But now the face you're having is that one of Energy and Petroleum Policing Authority. A policeman does not give you an option to correct the errors.
Fine. Then let's go now to...
Let me ask one more.
Kenya, you look, the face when you go to the petrol station, the face matters.
At the same time, EPRA is like the mother company of the supply of the products in the entire country. If I may pick an example of the banking industry, when they realized that there are many people who are unbanked, but they are in rural areas, and it was very expensive to open branches in every county and in every village, they studied the market and came up with a tailor-made product, which is banking agency. And through that agency banking, they created employment because they realized the product of banking was required by everybody. And they have been able to reach all corners of this nation. Safaricom also came up with a similar approach. They came up with their products. They could not open a Safaricom shop in every village. They came up with agency, M-Pesa agents as a Safaricom agents, and the product is well circulated in the country.
Let's go to the
Similarly,
question.
we are asking IPRA, if you study the market the way Engineer Kenyo has said, you want to study about the single pump guys and understand exactly what is happening, then it's for you to ensure that the small economies down there who need this product are supported by coming up with structures that can give us the standard requirements of small stations. Spain is a country that has come up with those regulations.
Fine.
They have come up with that proposal.
Then at that point, then the last one, we go to number 8.
Let's not forget the Kadogo industry. It is very important for any developing country. It is the key.
It's called the economy of affection.
Yes, and even big companies like Cobil, Vivo, and the rest started with a single pump, and today they are the big players in the market. Let us allow our Kenyan people to also get there. Thank you very much.
Well done. Number 8, who was number 8?
Fahim from Roy Transporters again. I was not answered about the e-fuel gadget, that there's a promise that EPRA will push KRA to make it work.
Fine. Sorry, it escaped.
Yeah.
Fine. Okay, you will be answered.
Yeah, let me just go to another point. The ERC issue for drivers, we are having a problem with good conducts that are taking too long. If there is any way EPRA can help to push for DCI to assist on this.
Okay.
Also, I would like to know what EPRA is doing about shambas, because the shambas are still existing. The last one, I'm happy that EPRA is...
Shambas are still there?
Shambas are still there.
I think let's, before we leave, if you have information, we have Cyprian. Yeah, you need to have, we will not say you saw him, but you can communicate with him.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
The last one, I'm happy that EPRA is looking at safety seriously, and I would like to say to all the members in this room to look at safety very seriously. That's what we we should live with every day as a way of life.
Asante
Thank you.
sana. Okay. Namba saba mgogoni. Okay.
Thank you. My name is Irene. I am from Meru, so I was in the public participation in Nanyuki. And I asked the question on the requirement on the feasibility study report. I was answered, but the answer that I was given has given me nightmares until I came today. Because it did not favor me in any way. Feasibility study report requires that we give the detailed project cost. And the person that was answering me told me why. Because he said after doing your research, you've realized that to have a profitable petrol station, it needs to be 70 million shillings for initial cost and above. Now, most of us here independents, we are SMEs, and there's a way we do our things. You go and come up with a project, you gather your money small. You might be selling chicken or eggs. You buy a tank, you buy a pump, until it becomes a petrol station. So if I need to give my project cost, and then also give my source of funding, which is maybe I'm going to do the licenses and then follow up on looking for money to buy the small things, then it is a dream that can never be achieved by the small people of this country. The source of funding, I'm thinking if there is anyone who has an issue of where I'm getting my funding, then the police should follow that up. It should not be under EPRA as per my thinking. Number 3, projected cash flows. Every business has to come up with their projected cash flows so that you can be able to break even and to be a going concern. But then again, the answer I got is that after research, for a profitable station, you need to sell 200,000 liters, which is a pipe dream to so many stations. Unless then you regulate and say in this town you need like 3 stations, in the other town. And what about the rural areas like my brother talked about, the slum areas where somebody sells 10,000 liters. And it's good for them. If they get 10,000 shillings profit, it has given them employment. So number 4.
The last one.
No, it's still on the feasibility study report.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, I'm saying
no,
the
it's
points.
only because you are repeating already questions which even you acknowledge it had been asked.
Yeah, I asked again, and I want to emphasize, because the answer I got then, I've said it has given me nightmares.
No, here nightmare in my head. They will give you a...
Yeah, please let me get good answers today. So it has also the expected rates of returns. Let me leave that one.
Okay,
Let's go to the hoarding of petroleum products. Retailers, if you have found hoarding products, and people hoard products for one specific thing, if the prices are going to go up and maybe they are going to affect your capital, and because business people, they want to make profits, this is exactly what they do, which is not good even for our customers. But right now, we are not getting products because somebody has hoarded them. Why? Because they are making losses. It's the same thing with us retailers. And now the fine, 1 million shillings. What criteria are you going to use to know how much you're going to fine me? Because I might have hoarded a product of 100,000 shillings. Then you fine me 1 million shillings. It does not make sense.
Fine. That's Irene. Maybe the last question, so that we have time for the others.
Okay. Am I asking sensible questions?
True.
Please allow me to ask then.
Yeah, because one thing I would tell you, if I'm handling a stolen chicken, it's left at my place, criminal law requires that I be punished more than the one who stole the chicken.
Okay. Now, the number 3 is the pricing. If we are going to have these fines that are ranging from 1 million to 10 million shillings, then I would ask, when you're doing pricings for retailers, you increase our margins. Why? Because one of the factors when you're doing pricing is the risk factor. And these fines are a big risk to us. Because when there is a fine and you're doing business, and you never know when you might find yourself in the wrong side of the law, it's a big risk. So please, EPRA, please be friendly to us. As my brother said, you're talking about investors. We are the investors of this country. Help us to raise our economy. Help us create employment. Remember, these are the businesses that we feed our families with and raise the village economies with. Please give us friendly fines. Nobody wants to be fined, but please give us something friendly. We don't want to have sleepless nights. We don't want to have dealers who have blood pressure. Because when your driver goes, you don't know what he has carried. You don't know what will happen to your station. When the EPRA people come to do analysis on your station, your heart is dropping at the head.
Irene,
please.
We have heard you,
Thank
and the fines need to be what we call commensurate. Yeah. Then we go to number 3. Number 3, the lady at the back.
Thank you. My name is Grace from POAC. Concerning the licensing, across the regulations, they say that once a license has been rejected by the authority, one has to appeal to the Energy Tribunal. Can't the authority have an appeals board for the sake of the small operator, instead of having to go all the way to the Energy Tribunal? Can't the authority have a fresh board to sit and look at the application again? Then perhaps the third resort can be going to the Energy Tribunal.
Okay.
Second, concerning the fines, as she had said, I will say that when Engineer Kinyo was presenting, he also termed some of the fines as punitive, and we cannot just agree that the fact that it is the parliament or that these fines come from the Petroleum Act, that cannot be the answer to that question. Rather, if these regulations are to be taken into law, when we continue upholding these fines that we all agree to be punitive, we are only cementing the problem. Why can't I will imagine that in such a case, the regulation should be proposing things like lower fines, things like how we can recalculate the fines, instead of just deciding that because it is not your mandate,
because the license question has been asked quite a number of times. Maybe we move to the next person.
Lastly, the regulations seem to collect a lot of sensitive data from the population. Can the authority commit itself perhaps to, for example, from the Data Protection Act, there is a requirement for data protection impact assessment. Can the authority perhaps show a positive commitment that this data that is being given to them in good faith will equally be used in long term in good faith, so that you don't have cases of, for example, foreign investors accessing such information?
True. Thank you.
Thank you.
We go to the number 6. Number 6 alikuwa nani? 5. Then we go to 5.
Thank you. I take this opportunity, first of all, to thank EPRA for involving us in this public participation. I know this is not the first time that you have involved us. So keep it up, and when you call us, we shall be coming. Number 2, now truck parking, there has been long outstanding for many years. Our GICO knows. We want to know how you are going to resolve this, because it's not something new. Another one is we're asking for fairness in the penalties. In that case, I will ask you to refer, when you go back, in the petroleum detail construction licensing offenses, that is 7th schedule. Then you compare it with offenses and fines for operation of minimum stocks, which is in 2nd schedule. The other one is I was hoping to see something on calibration of depot meters and the penalties and how you enforce that, because sometimes we experienced some losses, which we try to think is all the way from the depot. Also, you should see how to address the issue of display of depot prices, just like in petrol stations. And on product standards, we have noted of late that the PMS densities has been beyond the available micrometer limits up to 0.755. I think, I don't know how you enforce that. There have been complaints by borders. It has been affecting them. The other one is the documents of ownership. We would like to know whether a letter of allotment will be considered as an ownership document. And finally, now that you have called us, we have given our views. What guarantee do we have that you will accommodate our views? Shall we have a review of this?
Fine.
Thank you.
Okay, then let's go to number 3. No, 3 already. It's 4. Last one.
Good evening, everyone, or rather good afternoon. Today, this mic has really eluded me, but finally, we are together.
He who last best.
Yeah, so I'll just ask thank God that the speakers before me have, my name is Martin Chomba. I'm the chairman of Petroleum Outlets Association of Kenya. I'll ask very simple questions because most of the things have been asked. It's only that a few places have been left. But the biggest question I have in this
also don't repeat the questions.
No, I'm not repeating.
From Eldoret.
I'm not repeating, actually. Okay. I'm not repeating. I'm actually asking, the biggest question I have in the room is, as a representative of the Petroleum Outlets Association, the biggest question I've received from my members out there is this one single one. And I insist that if we sort it, 80% of the Petroleum Outlets Association issues will be sorted. And this is the place of the single petroleum pump dealer. And when I talk about this, because in Eldoret, I was given an answer, but the answer that came talked about kerosene. It is provided for, but it is for kerosene. So the economic realities of this country out there in the village is that there's a single petroleum pump that is dispensing PMS, because that economy is driven by those border and the local guys. So if we can we guarantee that we can have the standards, the same standards probably that are doing kerosene or an improvement of the same, but will be allowable for the people who are dispensing PMS out there? If that question is, if we are able to answer that question adequately in terms of giving hope to the plight of those guys, then 80% of those issues are gone. The other thing is the issue of fine has been given already, commensurate fines, but the licensing regime. The gentleman who spoke from NTSA, I would want to urge EPRA, in consistency with the licensing regime of drivers, this issue of giving us a license that is 1 year is also a bit cumbersome. Give us a bit about 2 years, because NTSA will give us up to 3 years for us to renew our licenses. So let us harmonize, as you said, you're harmonizing. Right. So the other issue is when it comes to licensing of the petroleum places of sales, what is happening, Mr. Mahenia, is the cost of licensing is very punitive, because you have to get licenses from every other department, and these departments ask you for money. You have to pay. So you realize that within 1 year, when my license expires, I have not even recouped the cost of the previous licensing. So if it is within the purview of this authority to probably advocate for a more licensing period, validity of that license, so that by the time I'm going for another license, I've already recouped the cost of my licensing of the previous license. You can see I'm not repeating any of those questions. The other issue is the quality marker. Allow me just 2 more points, because I'm representing the whole association. The other issue is about the quality markers. Inconsistent with what Mr. Karanja had said, I'm not going to repeat what he said. But what I will say is, we operate under some assumptions. And these assumptions are tilted towards, to the detriment of the operator, the retail operator. Why do I say so? We operate under an assumption that by the time the truck leaves the depot where we load product, that product is quality certified. It is an assumption. You and I know that. Why am I saying though? There's an adage that says, believe but first confirm. If you're going to be if Mr. Cyprian is going to be very hard on me at the retail when he comes and finds that the product is adulterated, then there should be a mechanism through which my driver certifies through a test at the place of loading that this product has been tested and it's right. So that when you come, it is consistent. You can come with the document that I loaded and say, see, your driver signed that the product was of good quality. But right now, we assume that the depot operators are angels, the retailers are the devils. Yeah, because they're the ones who are caught with the bad product. The other point is, EPRA is abdicating its role of making sure that adulteration does not happen by making sure that you leave the burden to us. Why do I say so? I'm saying this because when you find a my station with high sulfur diesel, you'll tell me that that is presence of jet. You and I know that jet is sold at places, it is stored in that place and is stored in that place, and I shouldn't access that, ideally. So if I access jet, somebody somewhere sold me that jet. How do we punish that? How do we go to that person to make sure that they don't release that jet? Because in the first place, that jet did not just happen to be in my station. Somebody released it. So there should be a responsibility by EPRA as well to make sure that this person, that jet does not leach my praise. The other issue is the adulteration cost that we levied on kerosene the other day. We cannot, it is not consistent with logic that today you put an adulteration cost and tomorrow you come testing for kerosene in my diesel. Why? Because what justified that was to make sure that the cost of kerosene is high to an extent that it cannot be adulterated. So it defies logic, or rather it will go to identify like that was an exercise in futility, even putting the adulteration cost. My last one is, probably this has not been raised here, but there's an ongoing conflict between the transporters of petroleum products and various county governments across the country. You'll find that if a truck loads product in Nairobi, Mwadadiji, if it goes to Makueni, the county government of Makueni will ask for a certain levy. If you go to the Rakanithi, they will ask for a certain levy. And you see, we are operating, it should be a uniformed levy, a regime that is unified. So we are asking that you rein, or rather you issue a communication whereby we don't get all this, because I'll be taxed in Nairobi, Machakos, and then I go to Makueni before I get to Kitui. I've been taxed all that. So that is what I'm looking for. But my final comment is like, as much as we want to regulate and we want to be regulated, let us be easy on regulations, and so that we don't end up creating a black market, because you know what they say, that if you are very heavy on regulations, then you are creating a black market.
We will not do that. Now we have our colleagues who are following us online. Are they there? Are they there? Okay, fine. They there?
Yes.
Okay, fine.
Yes, we are.
They there?
Yes.
Okay, fine.
Yes, we are.
They there?
My name is Alfred Mungai. I'm the training coordinator from the PIA School of Petroleum Studies. So I'd like to take a question or commend EPRA for the huge role that it's playing in terms of the regulations. I'd also like to mention that there is need to ensure that these people who are enforcing, or who are basically implementing the different regulations, and also who are carrying out the day-to-day operations in the oil and gas sector, are well trained, whereby they are trained by certified people or institutions which understand what is happening in the oil and gas sector. A good example is the PIA School of Petroleum Studies, which basically carries out these trainings on an online capacity and also on a physical capacity. And we have been taking this taking different companies, individuals through the trainings to be able to understand whereby, because at the end of the day, it's the employees who are carrying out the day-to-day operations in a certain facility, and they need to understand what the regulations say about the different areas. So it is important to make sure that EPRA commends the right institutions to train these people, that is the PIA School of Petroleum Studies, which offers online and physical trainings, and also commend institutions which are accredited by the government, such as PIA School of Petroleum Studies, which is accredited by the National Industrial Training Authority. We are always open to any discussions with EPRA regarding any collaborations, and they also been collaborating with different entities in the petroleum sector to show that we have been endeavoring to carry out regional and national trainings, whereby we have trained people all the way from Ghana, East Africa, Uganda, South Sudan, and we are willing to also partner with different entities to make sure that we make sure that people understand the regulations and implement them correctly in their different capacities. I think that's all, and I'd like to say thank you and have a good afternoon.
The next online attender, is he still there? He has vanished. Fine. Fine, okay. Then we may proceed to answer those 10 questions. They have come from PIEA, from Wajiko Manyara. Then we have questions from Kipenda, Madenge. And especially Bwana Madega has reminded me a question I used to fail in school. It's called tort of law, the law of Lillard versus Fletcher. It's an 1868 case where if you accumulate dogs in your compound and they go bite your neighbor, you are liable for the dogs. Or if you accumulate dogs and they keep on barking to your neighbor, you will be liable for that. So we need to answer Bwana Madege on that law, especially to do with prices. Karanja. Then we have questions on change of license and strategic reserve financing. Then Bwana Kimemia has queried on the title deeds and the availability. And are these regulations for the existing investors or for the potential investors? Then we have Roy on e-fuel. Sorry, that question had been skipped. And the presence of chambers, they are still there, that's what he says. Then we have quite a number of questions from Eileen from Meru. And asante sana for following us all through. You know, some are following us online and you decided to follow us physically. And we appreciate your interest. Then we have Grace on application on rejection of a license. And this one I can assist as a, you don't need to go to the tribunal initially. It's in a worst case scenario, because IPRA will always be telling you this way your license was rejected. It's not that once it's rejected, you go to the tribunal. No. Do we have a tribunal? Yeah, there is a energy. It's on Nyayo House, 23rd floor, 24th floor. It is not working. It will be clarified. it will be clarified. Okay. Then we have parking on destination, penalties and fines, calibration on depots. Then what guarantee do we have that the fuels we have taken will be taken on board, and whether we'll have a validation workshop? Then Bwana Shoba has summarized everything on the quality marker, whether this needs to be there at the place of loading, or whether we will operate on nitebe na Yesu nikijua mafuta iko safi, or they need to check. Then on jet fuel, how do they access it, and if the person responsible can be punished accordingly. And Mungai has provided an avenue on how we can go about Sigo retail. That's why Engineer Edward. Yeah, most of the people are here because of the Sigo pump. I remember I used to follow Nyoka Nyoka on my way to Muranga, and there is only one Sigo pump. And they suffer a large area, so you need to satisfy that even when you are riding our borders in the rural areas, the Sigo pump is dispensing quality fuel and also ensuring that safety of even the person dispensing is assured. Okay.
Good afternoon. I think I'll take only 2 or 3 of the questions, and then on the technical one, or more the technical ones, Edward will come and take. I think there was a question. I'll start with the last one on the tribunal. Well, I think I have a bit of information on the tribunal. I know you are saying that the tribunal is not functional. I think that's an issue that's being addressed. You have all the tribunal members. They were selected and interviewed, and they were gazetted. It is a chair that they are waiting for, and hopefully we'll get that appointment in the course of the next 2 weeks. We're waiting for the president to appoint the chair, after which it will be operational. I think the tribunal, there's also a second question as to why, I think there's a question as to why the authority does not have a mechanism of dealing with these matters as the authority before the tribunal actually takes them up. There's actually a provision in the Act, there's actually the Energy Act, that allows the authority to have complaints and dispute handling mechanism. I want to confirm that that mechanism does exist. Before actually the authority makes a decision, there's an opportunity for a licensee or a consumer, as the case may be, whether it's a dispute between a licensee and a licensee, or a dispute between a consumer and a licensee, to be able to bring it to the authority. We actually apply ADR, alternative dispute resolution mechanisms, so that then once the authority makes a decision, you can then appeal to the tribunal on that decision. So I want to assure you, Chair, that in the next couple of weeks, if you have a matter before the tribunal, you should be able to deal with it, as Robert said, on the 24th floor of Nyaya House. There's a question also related to fines and penalties, and this is tied to the question on enforcement, and there's a question of having a human face. I think that's one of the areas that we are looking to actually improve on, which is one of the departments. Cyprian is here. His department is called Consumer Protection and Enforcement. So first, we want to protect the consumers. As we said, what we're trying to do is to bring people within the regulatory fold. Across the country, when we've been meeting with stakeholders, particularly independents, one of the statements that I've said, and I wanted to repeat here today, we know we are small businesses, but we want you to think big. Our endeavor here as a regulator is not to come and will the stick, is to get you to understand why there needs to be regulation. We deal with hazardous products, and it is very easy for us to have a big incident. So we want you to conform and to comply. So we want to educate you so that then you can come within the regulatory fold, so that then you don't force us to will the big stick. So that really is what we want to do. And even as we come to your facilities, your depots, your stations, we are humans. We come with a human face. But at the end of the day, you need to appreciate also where we're coming from. We are a regulator. We are here to enforce the law. Once the law has been made, we must enforce it. So I think we're in a transition period. First, we're in the process of making these regulations. Some of these regulations, when you talk about the fines and penalties, some of them have been hardwired in the Act. We cannot have a penalty that is lesser than what is prescribed actually in the mother legislation, which is the Act. So actually what we need to do is to appreciate some of these issues, so that then we can sensitize you. We then have a period through which you can then comply, and we can have a conversation. And I think that's the approach that we're taking, is to having a human face. But you also understand where we're coming from. We have a mandate that we are seeking to achieve, and conversations between ourselves will really help between now through this transition process to ensure that we bring you into the regulatory fold. As I said, for a lot of the independent dealers, a lot of the marketers, small marketers that are coming up, we need to be able to work and aspire to get to where the multinationals are and even be better. As a Kenyan, it really, it warms my heart when you see a lot of what started as smaller OMCs dominating this market and even exporting their businesses and actually dominating the region. So I think we should think about that. Let's not think small and say, no, we don't want to be regulated. We don't want best practice. Let us embrace best practice and try and see how you bring yourselves into the regulatory fold. I think there's a question, Edward, I think had been raised on the issue of feasibility studies. That's an issue that I think maybe Edward can expound on, but it's actually provided for in the Act, because the regulator needs to assess your technical and financial capability. So that then we know actually, technically, you're able to do the job. You then actually have the finances, or you know where you're going to get the finances from. So that then we don't expose also Kenyans to go and invest 30, 40 million shillings in a station, sometimes up to 70, depending on the tier, and then you realize that you're already in the hole. But if you actually conducted a feasibility study, then you will then know whether this business is viable or not. So we're actually also protecting you as you come and invest into this business. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think I have quite a number of questions that were raised. I'll try to address them in the best way possible. I think we are happy with the compliments from Wanjiku about the road transportation and all these other regulations. In terms of centralized parking, I would wish to say, as I stated before, yes, the mandate is with the county. We'll keep on pushing them. And of course, when push comes to the shove, then I think the Act is clear on what we are supposed to do. There's a penalty to that. So we'll try to work, because it's a level of government. We are at the national level, they are at the county level. The two governments must work in harmony. I know for Kisumu, they have gone into an extra step, and I think they may be in the process of establishing that tanker parking. Once that is done, I'm sure the other counties will follow suit. But that is not to mean that we will not keep on pressing hard. The issue of charging fees, for the last 10 years, I've given free licenses. Actually, I'm the only one who's been given free licenses. And what was argued is that sometimes people don't take free things with seriousness. So, and again, the fees we are asking, it's just a small thing from from whatever turnovers you make. So it is actually, these fees are supposed to go to the Consolidated Petroleum Fund. They are not even supposed to come directly to us. So it's a small fee, but anyway, we get your comment. If the fees look very punitive, we can review them. But sometimes most people, when you give them free things, they don't take it as a very serious item. So sometimes when you charge, it has a value to it. Evidence on up-to-date fire certificate. I think there's a problem with counties, and I realized this in the course of implementing our licensing regime. Sometimes when a tanker is crisscrossing the country, Uasin Gishu will stop it and tell them they don't have a fire certificate. And I think this was raised at the county of Mombasa County, and I believe Uasin Gishu had that problem. And we did write letters to them. And I think that must have stopped by now, because we told them once a tank has been assessed for fire, that certificate suffices whatever you go. It's a cross-border transportation module. Yes, we hear the comment on NTSA. We shall harmonize to ensure that whatever laws they have on dangerous goods, it does not conflict with what we have. So one of the functions we'll do after this exercise is to look at what they have provided for vis-a-vis what we have provided for and harmonize. Yes, we hear your comment on the environment liability policy. We will develop a template. We can attach it to the regulation just as a minimum guide on what is required for you to provide that environment liability policy. Reporting of incidences, where there is loss of life of a fire, there is no debate about it, that you have to report. Maybe what we will debate on is the level of spillage. But again, when a spillage occurs, I'll also be interested, because a small spillage today, tomorrow it will graduate to a big spillage, just like it happened in the Gulf of Mexico. So that is the reason why we are specifying if there's a loss of life, destruction of property, or spillage, we want to understand the root cause behind that small incident, even if it is small, because tomorrow it might graduate to a big incident. Yes, we have heard about lubricants. I know you are passionate about it. We will look at the definition you've given to us, and especially on the issue of base oils. Yes, in the last discussion of lubricants, we refused, and I think the stakeholders said refused to totally to incorporate recycled base oils. So, because of course that would portend another problem. People would start using used oil as base oil. So we removed that from the regulations. So I think that is a point for consideration. We shall look at the definition of that to include the word virgin base oil. About the obligations, you raised several items about the obligation of the licensee. There's the aspect of quality. I believe that can be included. There's no harm in that. And then, of course, there's a disposal. Although for the disposal, I know, yeah, there's no harm in including it. Although I know NEMA will come hand in hand in this one, but we can still include it as an obligation, so that if someone does not dispose it properly, then we'll be able to alert NEMA on it. The product quality definition. I think this is on the quality regulations. I think we have taken note of that. Minimum product specifications are specified in the TSA. I think we have also noted that. EPRA to provide an explanation what an accredited lab is. I don't know whether it's the definition of the accredited lab that we need to be clear about. But of course, these are labs that are ISO certified, so that in case there's a problem, there's traceability. So you can have a government laboratory, or we can make it clear it's an ISO certified lab, which has gone through the protocols of ISO certification. Marking, okay. So you are saying that when we are marking kerosene, we must have like witness of the operator of the depot or their representative. That has been taken note, and I think that is the normal practice. They are supposed to sign on the document, but we can still include it there. I go to Mr. Karanja. You started with complaints, but I thought we have worked very well with Kipenda. I thought you would give us a few compliments here and there. So you are saying that some of the measures we are putting in place are not functional. You talked of prices leaking before the date of issue. The question we are asking ourselves, when we find pump prices circulating in Twitter to the decimal 3 days before we release our pump price, who can that be? That can only be an industry person or the regulator themselves. And that's why we are putting a penalty. It does not absolve me as an employee of the regulator. If I am caught, regardless of the penalties suspending me from my employment, then there's a penalty that is in the law that you have to pay, because it is illegal, it is skewing the market. So that does not, we are not saying that EPRA employees are immune of that. We are saying that whoever will be caught diverging this price to the public, then they will be liable. The law applies to everybody equally. Then there was the issue of testing products, and I'll connect that with what Martin has asked. In the course of implementing fuel marking and monitoring, we've noted that, yes, there's anti-adulteration levy on kerosene, and of course, people have the LFD kit, the lateral flow device, which you can be used to check yes or no. It's a qualitative check, whether the product is adulterated or not. Now people have shifted to Jet A1. How that Jet A1 gets out of the depot is a collusion between you and the depot operators. You cannot absolve yourself. The depot operator has to sell to somebody. That product has to be put in a truck. And Robert has given you a good example when dogs are barking in your backyard. You are the ones to be answerable for why those dogs are making noise. Mine is also to use a principle we call the stolen bicycle principle. When we find you with a stolen bicycle, it doesn't matter who sold it to you. You are the one holding it. So how that product gets into your hands is you now to put measures to ensure that, yes, your driver does not get hold of that jet, then you track your vehicles. Maybe you can allow me to finish before you ask that.
As you continue, just consider this, that Chinwachebe once said that once you find a hyena in the compound, it's most probably used a space that was created by the home dog. So it is very, very important. If a hyena is in the compound, it's most probably used a space created by the home dog, both for the prices
Okay.
and both for the jet.
Okay.
So we are saying you should play a bigger role
Okay.
in making sure that this just does not leave, and
Okay.
also the prices will not leave.
Okay. I hear you. We are not saying we are the cleanest. That's why it's a collaborative. When I started answering questions, I said regulation is two-way. You as the investor, you help us. It's community policing. So if it's your driver who's become errant, then you tell us it's a driver. If your driver is going and making deals with some depot operators there, you let us know. So what we are saying, Bwana Karanja, we have a mechanism of checking whether jet has gotten into motor fuels. And it is a very expensive venture. It is started, I think, 1.5 years ago. And we have not graduated it into a cost-effective, like the way we have the kit. Remember, the kit took 15 years. We started fuel marking in 1999, but the kit came in 2015. So it is some work in progress. We see what we can be able to develop so that you guys can also be able to check whether jet has been used. As of now, I think we'll have to collaborate. You have your trackers for the vehicles. You also have the journey plans. So if someone deviates from your journey plan, you know that, of course, that person had gone to some illegal and den to pick fuel. So for that one, I think, and it's important because what used to happen, people complain that your vehicle is jacking and producing smoke, and some of these vehicles are very expensive. You put adulterated diesel in a Range Rover, it starts showing you all the signs on the dashboard, and then you can't tell what is what. You take it to CMC, they tell you it's fuel. But us, when we test that product, we can't see anything because jet is not marked. That is what forced us now to develop a mechanism to be able to assure that customer, because it's very painful. I remember once a lady called us, and she had bought her vehicle from CMC, a brand new Range Rover, went to a station, fuel stalled 100 meters. It's by God's grace that after we did our density check and quality check of the fuel, we found that the fuel was off-spec. And the owner of the station had to repair that vehicles. Some of those vehicle parts are very expensive. I remember the cost was 700,000 for the injector pump for that vehicle. So some of these things are painful. I think the losses, why we are compensating for losses, these products, by their nature, they are volatile. So even if you try as much as you can to contain the losses, because even you as the retailer, I always give you a loss factor in your retail pricing. I know you cannot avoid a small loss of the product. It's not like some liquids like water. When you put it in a container, the loss would be smaller than when you put PMS in a container. So even if your systems are working perfectly, you'll still find there's a small quantity of fuel that is missing. So what we are saying will be compensating for that actual loss, mostly occurring through evaporation, but then we've capped it at 0.25%. That is not to mean that if somebody came up with a loss factor of 0.2%, we've capped at 0.25%. We can also investigate. There are losses that the pipeline presented to us, and we refused to compensate. They were still within the 0.25% because we'd ask them, have you looked at the causative factors for these losses? Then they will give us a report, and we tell them this report does not add up. So we also go that extra mile as a regulator. Product is not accessible to small traders, and I remember Kipeda came to us and we gave them an import license. What happened to the license is another story. So what we are saying, Bwana Karanja, as the DG says, you have the muscle, you can come together, organize yourselves, and apply for an import license. We can give you. Because what these importers are suffering from is, one, you cannot assure them of continuous business. Today, when you go to Anjiko's company and you buy 2 million liters, tomorrow, if she factors that 2 million liters in her import, then her neighbor reduces by a few cents, you run away. You leave her with product. You leave her exposed. So what we are saying is, it is not a predictable cycle. That's why your market has been termed as a risky market. So when they are doing their importation requirements, they will term, this is a risky market, we can only import 20% for it. But if you had assured them of those volumes, they import 100%, they supply you in good faith, and business goes on. Problem is, you guys look at the short term. You look at today, who is selling the cheapest. You don't look at the long-term relationship. It's something that you need to look at as independents so that you can be assured of that volume. When that volume gets to the OTS, you'll never have shortage of products, anytime. And I remember you worked with a company, as independents, you worked with a company called Kenco at one time, and then you let them down. You know how the story went. I will not go to the story, but it is important that we all go back to the drawing board. I think for license rejection, if you have paid the fees, I don't believe we should charge you double application fees. Council, that is correct. Because you've already paid and you had one document missing. So when you are reapplying, we should not be able to charge you. Strategic reserves are for emergency situations when there's a disruption, major disruption in the supply chain, and it's well defined in that regulation. The oil industry is very prone to geopolitics. So tomorrow you might find the Horn of Africa is unpassable because of various reasons. So before the government makes a decision, which other route can we use? Can we go through the Cape Town and get product from maybe West Africa, or can we get product from South Africa? We need to have stocks that are in place to be able to run the country for that period. These stocks will be financed from appropriations from Parliament and also from the Consolidated Petroleum Fund. Line fill is the dead stock that is in the pipeline. When you are transporting like water on a pipeline, you have to make sure that that pipeline is first full of water before it can deliver the next liter on the other side, because it does not transport in a vacuum. So this line fill is a requirement for licensing for importers, and they do contribute it pro rata to their market share. There are minimum contributions, and of course, once the balance is contributed pro rata to the market share of the remaining big players. This line fill is product that belongs to the oil marketing company. So when you're exiting the market, and it is well articulated in the transport and storage agreement, when you are exiting the market, that product still belongs to you. All you'll do is to pay taxes for it, because line fill is tax-free. The KRA does not charge you tax on line fill. But when you want to exit the market or you want to access that product, you just pay taxes and you're able to sell it. Otherwise, our line would not be able to operate. If nobody contributed that dead stock, then we will not have transportation by pipeline. It's not like a truck where you can drain everything. There was a question on the issue of title deeds. Yes, we hear you, and we know there are specific counties where we have a problem of titles. I can give you an example of Garissa. So for special consideration, we do consider allotment letters. But of course, then the county land board must have given like a letter or something saying, this is a genuine allotment letter, we don't have title deeds, these are communal lands. So that one is considerable for certain cases. What we should insist on is that these titles are very important, because the moment I give you a license or a permit to construct like a depot, you can imagine the level of investment you've put in that depot, and I have not done due diligence to help you. Because tomorrow, if someone says that you built on their land, what defense will I have? Like, I can give you an example of a petrol station which we saw information on social media that, yes, this station is built on an illegal public land. Fortunate to us, that station, the proprietor of the station had a lease for almost, I think it was almost 20 to 30 years. And it was a genuine lease. It was registered at the lands registry. So we are also trying to protect you so that you don't get into these problems. When people say that you have invested 50 million shillings to build a station and they want to knock it down, I can come to your defense and say, I did my due diligence. This is a genuine title. So sometimes when we are asking for these requirements, it's not just to punish you. It's to make sure that, yes, we protect you as the investor. The spirit behind the regulations, well, we are trying as much as possible to support the small investors, and I believe that is why we are doing a study now of the petrol stations across the country to be able to understand, like, these single pumps, where are they? Can we do a risk assessment on those single pumps? And once we do that risk assessment, can it be mitigated? Can the risk be mitigated? If we find that that risk is mitigatable for certain, then we'll say, okay, this one can be incorporated in the standard, and we will not be able we cannot punish those investors, because some of them were built long time ago before these construction regulations came in place, and we are cognizant of that. What we only want to assure ourselves is where that station has been built, at least there are minimal safety standards that will not expose the people around. You find there's a station that burned down in Kwale, and this was because of an operational reason. Someone was delivering a product to that station. I think they had some plastics within the vehicle. Then there was static electricity, and it caught fire. A whole tanker burned down. I was asking myself, and the station also burned down. It didn't have a canopy. It was just two pumps. I was asking myself, if this station was in a marketplace where people are all over, borders are all over, what kind of disaster are we trying to portend? So when we are looking at regulation, the standards, the first thing is, are we putting people's lives at risk? Because nobody is happy when people lose life. It becomes a big problem, even to the country. So we will be able to work with the investors in the petroleum retail station field, and those ones that can be upgraded, of course, we have a human heart, as the DG said, but those ones that will be so bad, we will not have any other choice but to shut them down. I think there was an enforcement question. I don't know whether Cyprian is around, and I think the DG has also touched on it, on us having a human face. I think the DG answered that. He touched on it. So on the market study, the study we have will be able to inform us. We'll also learn, because all we have now is a standard. Once we go out, we'll be able to learn and to see what to accommodate. So it is already being done. It's in the process. So that will be dependent. You see, the consultant will be giving us like results of his study every year. So once they finish with a region, then it will be upon us to know what time can we give for compliance. Yeah. But I can tell you, even Wanjiko is here, she knows the LPG industry was very bad. I'm not saying it is the best now, but we have worked towards something. At least the risks that were there are now minimized. So it is the same thing, and compliance does not come easy. It is a process. We understand that. Yes.
Yeah, it's just to add on what you're saying. Thank you. We've gotten some reports that EPRA is going around in certain locations. I don't know whether it's for inspection or is it to carry out that study. I just wanted to add on to what he's saying, because we have reports that EPRA officials are going around in stations and they're giving either their notices for closure or whatnot. So we were wondering, is that pegged on when these regulations come into force so that that can take place, or are you doing the study as it were?
because that's the fear that is on the ground, that as EPRA is doing public participation, they're already going around to mark out who they will close down. So just to clarify, thank you.
Just to clarify, the study has not begun. It is going to begin probably in the next few weeks.
Okay.
We are looking at the month of March.
Yes.
What the enforcement people are doing, there is already an existing regulations on retail.
Okay.
That is what, when they come to inspect your station, because we can't wait until these regulations are over, we have to keep on doing our work, because if we wait, people might die. Maybe it's a very bad station out there. So what the enforcement, and Cyprian will touch on it, they are doing is to ensure that, yes, the old regulations still, because they are still active, they are being implemented.
Okay.
Yeah. But the study will start probably in the month of March. If you would allow me to finish, then we do the follow-up questions. Okay, you can proceed.
I can proceed. I'm saying this, and you know very well the issue about the titles. In most counties, and I will say in Nyadaro Heights, all the small urban centers, there are no titles, it's allotment letters. There are 1, 2 pumps owned by border borders, circles. So if you go crossing, I think there will be a crisis. It's better to review that issue of allotment letters among the ownership documents, because this is what has been given to the counties, and the counties are still far in issuing of title deeds, and the special stations are existing. Thank you.
Okay, but that land, I propose they have some form of ownership, even if it's a letter. That's why I was saying that allotment letter can be admissible. I've done it for Garissa County. But then I would also request that they get a letter from the county board, at least to certify. Otherwise, I may get fake allotment letters. I also want to protect myself. Nobody is happy when you hear you license some place that was illegal. It is not. So I've done it for Garissa, I can tell you that. They have clearly indicated this is communal land. We have not adjudicated this land. They are not titles. So you cannot just turn your face away and there's an investor already putting up a depot there. I think there's a question from Roy on e-fuels. What we can do, we cannot force KRA, but we'll just collaborate with them. We are all government. And yes, we've had that sentiment. We'll be able to talk to our counterparts in KRA, and we see the best way out of it, how best we can be able to ensure that that e-fuel system is implemented. Good conduct taking too long. I think it's upon the drivers. You know your good conduct takes 2 months. Before your license comes to expiry, you need to make enough arrangement, maybe 60 days before the expiry of the license. You take time, you go to the DCI, because it's a queuing system. Otherwise, if you go the last day, then you find you will have to wait for another 3 weeks, then you start blaming the regulator. But that said, I think we have said we are looking at extending the licensing period, and if it is agreeable by our board, we will look at drivers, whether we can give them an extended period. And I think I'll also answer that with Wanjiko's question. Even if the fees are there, we can give you depots a longer period. So it's just a small price to pay, just to make sure it is a value to it. And I thank you for the comment on safety. I think you understand where we are coming from. Because probably you've experienced what unsafe practices can yield to. So it's good that we also discuss the good points on these regulations. Irene, I think we've heard you. We know the law is clear on the issue of the feasibility study. And we also heard you in Meru. It's a point that we have noted. on the nitty-gritties that you are talking about, the project cost, the ROI. So it's something that we will review after we are through with this public participation to see what are the things that we can recommend for a feasibility study that will not necessarily expose your financial and all those factors, but of course in compliance with the law, as the DG said. So it is a point that we have noted. On the issue of stations selling 200,000 liters, I think that was being given as an example. It had no ill intention. I think what we were saying is that the data we have today is that this is what stations should be selling. But now, as I said in the statistics regulations, if you will keep on reporting this data, especially for the retail, then we can change that perception and know there are stations that are selling 100,000. So I cannot tell you there are stations doing 50,000 and I don't have data. I'll be lying to you. So it's important that once we tell you to report on data, it also helps us when we are doing other processes, like the review of margins. Someone selling 50,000, their unit costs are higher than someone selling 1 million liters. So if we don't factor that small volume, then we leave you exposed. So it is important that you report on this data. Hoarding of petroleum products, I think Council answered that partly when he said, yes, the fine is there because once you hoard, we don't know how much more volume you've hoarded in the past. And this is like adulteration. Once we come to your station and find that there is a product that tests positive for adulteration, we don't know how much you've sold. We might find 5,000 liters and you have sold already 45,000 liters from that tank. So, and in terms of graduation of penalties, there are penalties that are so defined in the law, like now operating without a license is 10 million. But there are fines that we have the leeway of changing. Like if you look at the law on adulteration, we are able to now have like the first offense, the second offense, the third offense. And of course, that is the only flexibility we have. Otherwise, the other penalties are well defined in the law. I think there was a question asked here on the one on license rejection and having paid. I've answered. Fines, I think for now we'll have to go by what is in the Act because, and I'll refer you to Section 99 of the Petroleum Act. It is very clear, even for drivers, if you drive without a driver certificate, it is very clear. All these things are lifted from the Act verbatim. There was a question on sensitive data. Yes, we have a code of practice as EPRA. We cannot release your data. In fact, we have a lot of data within our systems. Like your licensing data, we have the directors of these companies. I'm sure you've never seen some information leak on social media saying company X belongs to who. And then, of course, we have market share data, which is very sensitive. So we don't share this information. We have a very robust system, and we have a code of practice we have signed. So I can assure you no data will be shared that will expose you. What we only share is like now the total consumption of petroleum products, what was imported. Nobody knows who imported it. It's only us who know internally. Parking, I think we have talked about the issue of parking. Fairness in penalties, well, I think this issue is coming up more often, but also let's ask ourselves the cost of non-compliance. If we get like a driver who is not licensed on the road, that driver like a turn boy, over lunch hour we were discussing, most of these accidents are caused by turn boys. If a turn boy rolls over a truck full of PMS and they burn a whole estate or they burn a whole building, now the cost of compliance, non-compliance is very high. So when we prescribe these penalties, it is not in bad faith. It is to ensure that yes, people adhere to the minimum safety standards. And before we reach those penalties, for sure, we will have gone the long route of trying to talk to you. We are also human beings. Once you commit an offense, it's not that we come with a hammer. We first talk to you. If you can't, it's like a child. You talk to them first. If they can't listen to you, then you start flogging the child. I've heard about calibration of depot meters. It's something we'll look at. especially for licensing of depots. I think in the requirements, we have a requirement for calibration, but we'll be able to counter-check. Display of depot prices, well, I know for retailers, we give you, that is a requirement for you to display prices. I'm not sure, but we'll discuss it. We will look at the merits and the demerits and see what can be done about depot prices. But for any reason, I think now wholesale prices are controlled. So if somebody decides to sell below the cap, it's up to them. So even if you display the depot prices, you'll still display what is controlled. The depot prices are controlled, unless some people are selling above the cap without our knowledge. Yes.
Escalating on daily basis, while pump price is fixed and affecting our margins to as low as 1 shilling, as it happened in last month before announcement. How you gonna fix that gap to protect us?
Thank you. I think we said that you gave a suggestion which was noted, whether we can vary the pricing period to be bi-weekly. I remember. So that was noted. So that is one of the comments we will be able to look at. Yeah, so it's not that we've forgotten it. It is noted. Letter of allotment engineer, I think we have talked about it. Guarantee, this is not the end of the process. Once we finish with public participation, these regulations will still go to the House of Parliament. And of course, we'll be able to have the final draft even in our website. So you still have a chance through Parliament, through your representatives in Parliament, to look at these regulations through there's a committee on delegated legislation. So if you have a burning issue that you forgot here, it can still go to Parliament. They cannot pass them without having looked at the public participation and being satisfied it was done satisfactorily. So once we finish with the final drafts, we'll also have them in our website for you to scrutinize them. If you have a burning issue, please let us know. Because if you keep quiet and we pass these regulations, then you will be the ones losing at the end of the day. Bwana Martin, you talked of the single pump, and we've heard you. Yes, the standard talks about the single pump for kerosene. It has a special category, but as I said, once we do this study, it's a learning process. There's those single pumps for PMS and HGO. We will look at where they are situated. Then on a simple risk assessment matrix, we will be able to say, are they safe? There are some I'm sure will not be safe. So those ones that we'll find they can be, they are at least, then we can work with them. So, and that's why we are saying we are not killing the small players. We are here to help each other. We upgrade our standards and all of us are happy. If all of us were the same par with I'll not mention the big companies. If all of us were at the same par with the big companies, then our work would be very easy, and you'll not be seeing all these inspectors coming around. Is to make sure that, yes, there are some basic minimum standards to ensure that you are safe and the consumers you are serving are safe. Because, again, I might come to fuel at that station, and, for example, something happens. I also get burnt in that station, you see. So you're protecting yourself and protecting the people you serve and the people around. Yeah. So there was the issue of the 1 year. I think that is something we look at. We are advocating for a longer licensing period for certain classes. Yes, there's also the fatigue of applying for licenses. We agree with that. Cost of licensing is punitive. This is the general licensing. I think my fees are very small. In fact, it has been a free license.
No, but I need 10 more licenses before I get to the license.
Yeah, but the question we were asking, if, for example, we are asking you for a weights and measures certificate of calibration, is it necessary? It is in the Weight and Measures Act, isn't it? And the Act is clear. When you sell by volume or by weight, you must calibrate. So the reason I'm asking is to make sure you've done it, because I'm also protecting the consumer. When I ask you for a fire certificate, there's a reason why it was put there. So these jurisdictions are with other entities, but they are important to ensure that there's safety and there's protection of the consumer. So we cannot do away with it. Or the extended time, I agree with you. That's why we are saying for particular classes, we'll be able to give them. At least that was removed from the standard, from the act. Yes.
You're here to protect our interests, or rather not to kill the small player. Now, my question is, who is this, the information that you're asking for? You said that you are going to help maybe an investor in a certain area. Now, when you're doing that, are you not killing me as a wholesaler, or rather as a retailer? Because now the information you're going to sell it to, or rather to share it to the maybe a bigger player. You said that earlier.
Okay. What I was saying, we don't diverge the information that you specifically has given us. We tell them in total, Nairobi County is selling this X number of liters of PMS. The depots we have here can only serve this capacity. So if an investor came and asked me, can I put money in Nairobi and build a depot? I'll tell them, yes, do. So that is the way we are not sharing your information about your station sales with another competitor who is doing station sales. And I said very clearly, we never share individual players' licensees' data. We only lump it up. We share this data in terms of the total. Even KNBS, when you go to KNBS, they will give you the total data. We never share the broken down information. And again, why I'm also protecting you, when we are coming up with your margins, for example, if the minimum sales that we have gotten from the industry, we see that stations should be doing 200,000 liters. Your station is doing 50,000 liters. If we base our volume of margin on 200,000, you will lose because your unit cost is high. That's why we are saying, why can't you report that data to us so that we can aggregate it and look at a middle average that will not expose you so much? That is what we are saying. Okay? Product quality, I think I touched on this when I was talking about the Jet A1 checking. And I said that, yes, we have a mechanism, but it has not been rolled out to the retail, to the traders, because it is a costly mechanism, but it is at least helping us to know when you adulterate using Jet. And of course, how we can collaborate is you to track your vehicles and also to make sure that there are proper journey plans for these vehicles.
Will you please address the issue of retail PMS?
Oh, the PMS. Yes, that was an isolated case, and I know the ministry is aware. We have the OTS, which prescribes the density of PMS that we should bring. Yes, I agree. There was a time I think one shipment had an issue, but it was still within the Kenyan standard. But it was slightly above what is provided in the open tender system agreement, and the ministry is much aware of it, being the controllers of the OTS. So as much as possible, we'll ensure that people who import this product, that is one case in many years. So sometimes from the refinery you get it from, especially now that refineries are opening up after COVID, you may find that some refineries give product that, yes, it is within the Kenyan specs, but it has gone above maybe our operational requirements. The question you would ask yourselves on that particular point, we have the question of security of supply. Do we turn away the ship and then we suffer without the product, or do we allow it under special stringent circumstances, special conditions? So the ministry is aware of this, and I believe it will not be repeated again. Abdicating our role, I think I talked about it. This is a stolen bicycle principle. We punish you unless you tell us where you got that product from. with certainty. If you tell us I loaded from depot X, then you will also have helped the regulator, because we'll be able to go and get those people who are getting the jet out. But then if we find you with jet and you can't tell us where it came from, then we assume you know the entire, you are the ones who know the entire process it came to your place. Anti-adulteration levy, yeah, we are still checking kerosene, because we are aware that there are games that industry can be played within the industry operations. So putting this levy does not mean that people will just play by the rules to the letter. So there are people who will be able to get some product out without declaring it, and even product can be stolen. They can steal kerosene and still sell to you, and you adulterate, you know. So those are some of the things we are looking at. You can never close all the loopholes. You have to complement. It's a complementary process. Ongoing conflict, I think in terms of levies charged by counties, I think this is being paid even for the dry cargo. I know I see those barriers. Every time I'm passing County X, I find some people with yellow coats, and there's a barrier. Well, it's a level of government. We can only try to engage them and understand, especially for petroleum, why it's being levied. And then, of course, since we are two levels of government, we can discuss and understand where they are coming from. But I see them stopping all the trucks. Okay. We'll engage the counties on that. And then
at the point of loading, address that.
Okay.
That the quality of the product is of what.
Okay. Yes, we understand. I think there was the question that was asked online about training, and I think in our in the regulations like the ones we have for LPG, we tried to address this fact. For you to operate a depot, you need to have people who have basic knowledge about LPG. So it is already legislated. So yes, we hear that comment. We can also consider putting it for the petroleum depots, because if you don't have the minimum knowledge on the safety of these products, you as a driver, you as the operator, you'll just expose people. I think, thank you for that.
Before you move from the start, there is one gentleman, I think he has white hair. And him having white hair than all of us, he just says he has one question, and because his white hair is related to the next white hair, he'll only be the one who will be the representative of the white hair gentleman. Just a second.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Joseph Moiha. One is comment. Since I joined this industry many years ago, I have seen oil marketers exit this market. In fact, it is only one today which is original, Total Kenya, which have not changed hands. The reason is why. Why do we have companies, oil marketers exiting? Because it is a sign that either our regulations are not good or there is something wrong with the industry in Kenya. And maybe even myself, I will exit. Because of regulation are not bad, but they are not always good for the businesses, because some of them are so punitive. The other question is, many countries are moving from underground storage tanks because of environment. What are you doing in Kenya to encourage this practice? Thank you.
Yes, Bwana Mweha, yes, I hear you about exit of the market. If you look at the Petroleum Act, we have Section 83 of the Petroleum Act, which of course had also recognized that you as the oil marketing company in Kenya, you might want to divest. People divest for various reasons. Probably they have looked at the market profile, they have looked at the risk of the business here. So most of these multinationals, they are not only looking at Kenya, they are looking at Africa, they are looking at Asia, they are looking at the America and Europe, and looking at what is our risk factor. How much returns are we getting from that particular area? And of course, there's also the aspect of the local content. A lot of companies have come in, and I think we should be happy, the local players. Out of the 100 OMCs, now we have less than 10 who are multinationals. So it's people evaluate their risks and their business profiles based on many things. And whenever you decide to exit, we cannot hold you forth. So basically what we'll just do is to look at what the law provides. And the law provides that the person who is coming to take over that business, they have the legal, financial, and technical capability to carry out the undertaking you are doing. If you are serving like X group of customers, those customers don't suffer. For example, if he was supplying independents and he had their volume in the OTS, we have to satisfy ourselves that the person coming in will seamlessly supply the same volume. So that happens in the upstream sector, it happens in the downstream and the midstream sector, even in the electricity sector. The issue of above ground storage tanks, yes, our standard has recognized that there are certain areas like in the remote areas where the risk is lower, and of course people supplying construction sites, you can have an above ground storage. So if you are to bring an above ground storage in a populated area, again it will also require risk assessment. What mitigations have you put in place to ensure that those people are protected? Life comes first, because I know when these products explode, they will expose a lot of people. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Kenywa, for that response. And without much ado, and hii tunaita kipindi cha Lala Salama, we have Director Cyprian Nyakundi, just to come and just give a 5-minute snapshot on how do we go about enforcing the existing and the subsequent regulation. We were asking on, will you give us time to comply? Which phase will you come with? Cyprian, when you come here and you talk about enforcement, please talk with a smiley face. The face you will put when you go to enforce.
Thank you, Robert. I think I would be the last speaker for the obvious reasons that regulations have to come first before we enforce them. And as majority of you know, other than the few of you have had complaining about marking, but marking is actually doing very well. If I can give you the statistics that we've had for the last few months or the last 1 year, actually in the last quarter we had only about 8 companies that were caught with adulterated products. 8 out of the thousands we have. The other quarter we had 16, there were more. That was about 1% of the total of all the stations we had. And in the last quarter, out of the 8, 4 of them were export products. And all the companies, I can tell you, they knew where they picked this product from, and they knew it was export. So it's not a question of that you didn't know or you were guessing, they knew about it. The other 4, 3 of them had their ppm levels, of course, very high. 1 was because of Jet A1, and 2 were products that came up from out of the country, from other countries. They were smuggled products from neighboring countries. Remember, the quality of the products in our country is not the same as other countries. Ours we require, I think, 50 ppm. Other countries allow up to 1,000, 2,000 ppm. So if you bring a product from Ethiopia and sell it to Kenya, definitely will not meet the qualities that we require. So this issue of adulteration, we've had a lot of success in it. And what I hear from you is that I need to do more. I need to tighten my belt, because I notice now you are feeling it. You want me to release it a little bit so that you can sell more of these products. But I can assure you in enforcement, we can't allow that. We will continue doing the testing. And to once, I can see Wanjiku has just left. In fact, there's no truck that leaves the depot without your driver signing some documents once it's marked. So that is a requirement. Your driver has to sign those documents. The only thing I'm so sure is probably they don't know what they are signing. So that is where we need to address, so that your drivers know before I sign, I append my signature, I need to see something be put, because some drivers just sit on the vehicles, we mark the products, they just come out and sign and go. But if you look at those documents, if your product has been caught with adulterated product, we can always give you the documentation to show that when this product was picked from the depot, this was the quality and this is the time. We even have videos and everything else. So we may need to educate your drivers because we can't allow other people to go with them to the depot to pick the product, so that they ensure that at least something happens. We actually had one instance where the product was not marked, and it was one isolated incident which we are addressing now. But ordinarily, all products must be marked. And trust me, majority of you even hire drivers to pick product from depots for a day or 2 days. You want to pay them 1,000, 2,000 shillings. They don't have journey plans. This guy is carrying a product worth 10 million shillings, and you want to trust him that he will bring that product to your depot the same way he picked it from the depot. That's why we insist. The journey plans are actually in the regulations. It's a requirement. So for you, you need to have your vehicles tracked, so that one is the minimum requirement. And in one case where we had a product with Jet A1, fortunately this client had journey plans, and when we looked at the tracking system, we could be able to see that this guy went off route for almost an hour and a half. And the people at the far end waiting for this product to arrive, they did not even bother to look through. I mean, it's one thing having that tracking system in your vehicle, and another thing tracking it. So when your drivers leave the depot, please make sure you monitor them as they move, because if you don't do that, you'll be looking at your recordings 30 days after, and by that time, IPRA will be with you. So we'll continue, and for every case that we found, we've been able to explain to those who have been affected. Other than one case, I believe, where one of the customers was complaining about, of course, the issue of sulfur, which was very high. The test kits we have now, unfortunately, can not be able to detect that sulfur, but they can be able to tell you whether the product is marked or not. But if you have the tracking system, then that sulfur issue will not get to your station. The issue of Kadogo economy, we exist because of you. We are here to protect consumers, and we can't protect the consumers if we don't protect the investors. But again, the law applies uniformly across. Whether you are one pump customer or investor, whether you are Total or Vivo, the law applies the same across. The only problem we have is majority of us who have 1 or 2 pumps, you want to quickly sell adulterated products so that you can be a Total tomorrow. That cannot work. You can only come together as 1 pump, 2 pump together, as many of you, as Engineer Kinyo said, he'll give you a license, you can trade big, you can become big, because any investment that you get through a shortcut, trust me, it will come down trembling at some point. So we are here to support you, and as one of you said, we have teams going around the country inspecting stations, and we've been kind enough. 2-3 years now, there are some stations that have never met the requirements, over 60%. And every time I come, I tell you, my friend, you moved a little bit, I'm still giving you more days. So it will not be forever. Please, if I come and I give you a notice for 21 days, or I give you a notice for 2 months, and I don't come back after 2 months, I know you are still not compliant. But because I don't want to kill you, I want to give you an opportunity to be compliant. And that's the reason why we are here today, to ensure that these regulations have been properly explained to you so that you understand them. And in the event that I come round and I find some nonconformity, the first thing I do is I talk with you. You've seen now it's illegal not to even display your license. Obstructing an officer of government from doing inspections attracts a penalty. But many a times we don't penalize you. If I come and find your license is below or hidden somewhere, the first thing I do is to give you just an improvement notice, to tell you, please make sure you display it. We try to have that human face. If I was to enforce the regulations as they are now, I can tell you 90% of you are here will not be existing. We will close all those stations down. So it's one thing you need to appreciate, that we are accommodating you, and what we want is that you improve so that you meet the standards, because that one pump, if it explodes, you can imagine the kind of fatalities we'll have. So please, let's work very hard and also invest. You cannot wake up one morning, I have 10,000 shillings, I want to enter into petroleum business, and you want to be big. It has to be slow, gradual. The requirements are not easy. So we want to support you as you grow, so that then you meet the minimum qualities as we go forward. Issues of cross-filling, those of you who are filling gas, there are issues where we don't negotiate. If I come to your plant and I find you're filling cylinders that don't belong to you, you have no authorization, those ones we do not negotiate. We actually close your facilities. We take you to court. Lately, we've been receiving a lot of court orders to reopen those facilities. The good and bad news is that I will start seeking judicial reviews very soon to reclose those facilities. So if I've closed you for a month, you're lucky. You might be closed for 6 months or 1 year. So it will be very expensive doing illegal business. So what we are saying, if you are compliant, I'll just pass through your facility. I'll say hi, and it will be good. And sometimes if you know your license is expiring and you haven't obtained it by the time it expires, just give us a call. If you meet all the technical requirements and everything else, we can extend some few days for you to get the license, as long as at the time you are seeking that extension, you've already applied. So I think for me, our role really is to work with majority of you, the associations. We want to encourage self-regulation, because those associations who are here training their members to be compliant, that's what we want. Otherwise, if all of us who are self-regulated or self-compliant, then we'll have no role. We'll be happy meeting you and assisting you to do more business. Otherwise, the kits we have now for testing products can only be able to detect the marker or adulteration, but we are not able to detect sulfur. But that is on the very minimum. In fact, in a month, we hardly get even a case of sulfur content. And we know where those stations, if the way we map them out, you can see these are stations which are near the border, or big stations which, for some reason, are able to get Jet A1 from the depots for some reason. But now we are working with KPC very closely to ensure that this does not happen. But trust me, when our officers come, please impress them. Don't panic. I've heard people saying when they see people are going around, the first thing you start wondering is my product okay? Am I wrong? Of course, you never miss a mistake. But our role is not to police you. Our role is to help you improve. And that will be our first point of contact. We want to give you an improvement notice. We'll give you as more time as possible. But if I come back after 6 months and where I found you is where you are, then trust me, after this consultancy is done, which Engineer Kinyo said will be done, from March, April, there are some stations which do not meet requirements. If you have a 1 pump in your house, others operating from a bedroom, others in between the estates, those ones, even if I give a year, you can't comply. So the best thing to do is to look for bigger land, relocate that 1 pump, or relocate your business to a place where it's secure. You've seen the roads are being expanded. The national and the county governments are expanding roads. Majority of your stations which are built on the road reserves are being brought down. So those are the basic things you should be looking at. If you build your station on a road reserve, don't wait for the government to come and bring it down. Just relocate it, look for land, negotiate with your family, get some documentation to show that, that land belongs to you or you've leased it, so that then you make our work easier. Otherwise, thank you very much, and we hope for better collaboration going forward so that we do not collide every time we come to your facilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Cyprian, for that narration. And as we can see, darkness is already here with us. And it's the day before yesterday, somebody got an opportunity to talk to the president. And he just told the president, Eda wone Selina. So even me, I want to go home and see Selina. Some people are saying we have so many things, we have so many problems, we would have told the president, where are we on this? But the guy told the president, go home and watch Selina. So now it has been a good day, We have interacted. It was a two-way. At least, as you said, in the morning you gave us a third of your time, and we gave you 2/3 of our time. In the evening, we gave you 3/4, you gave us a quarter. And that was a good discussion, as we all can agree. And since we continue to interact either online, visit our offices, and we will continue receiving your views. For now, I'll just call Engineer Kenywa to give a vote of thanks. And when you go home, preach the gospel that we are doing this for the betterment of the consumer, but also for the investor. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much, Robert. And I would like to first thank all of us. I think it has been a long day. We have taken time away from our busy schedules. I know we are all business people here. Others work in government. Others work for consumer groups. And we are very grateful that you came. You've given us very good and valuable comments. What I can assure you is that we are not sleeping on those comments. Regulation making is a two-way process, as Robert has said. We normally like to legislate best industry practice. So when you tell us about allotment letters, engineer, we are aware that yes, if that is a practice on the ground, we have to take cognizance of that fact. So it is good that we have interacted. I have had people like Irene. She has been with us in Meru, and now she's with us here. We've taken all your comments on board, and we'll be able to incorporate them. And once we do that, and they are approved by our board, we'll upload them in our website just before they go to the National Assembly, before they go to the Ministry and the National Assembly. Otherwise, mine is to thank you. And if you have additional comments, we have our email, which is info@epra.go.ke. You can give us your comments. You can drop them in our regional offices. We are in Nakuru, we are in Eldoret, we are in Kisumu, we are in Isiolo, we are in Nyeri, we are also in Mombasa. So if you have additional comments, whether they are written memorandums, we are still open. Feel free to give us those comments if you forgot one comment here. Or you can even drop them in at our head office. You can call us, we have a discussion. We actually even have a toll-free line, which you can call us and we have discussions. Otherwise, thank you very much. I would like now to call Immaculate to be able to end the program.
Thank you, Engineer Kenywa. I will not have much to say after this. I want to request a volunteer from the audience to pray for the closure of the meeting, because we started with a prayer. Then after that, we will have tea, which is served at the back of the room, and then we can disperse at our own pleasure. Otherwise, thank you very much. Have a good evening and God bless you. A volunteer from the audience to pray. Thank you, sir.
Okay, let us rise up for our word of prayer. Our Father and our God, the creator of the heavens and the earth, we come before you this evening to say thank you so much for answering to our prayers by keeping us safe, giving us wisdom, discernment, and concentration up to this moment. I want to thank you for allowing us to be co-workers with you in the stewardship of your children's lives in these sectors of energy as they transport dangerous goods and hazardous compounds, that, Lord, we may be party in ensuring safety. Thank you for EPRA. We pray even for the leadership of the organization, that you may bless them to greater heights. Thank you for all the stakeholders represented here, and even those ones which did not come. We have a lot of desires and things we are planning to effect. But Lord, we know unless you work with us, unless you enable us, our work will be in vain. We pray that, Lord, you may give us determination, wisdom, as we carry out these duties. Be with our country as a whole and give us peace and prosperity as you teach us and to remember you even during these times. As we part from this place, we pray for your presence to abide with us and to keep us safe. Bless us individually and corporately, and above all, prepare us for your second coming. For we ask this in Jesus' name. Amen.